This is Wahito, the keystone for global health equity audiobook. Author Dr. Macharia Waruingi and Susan Njuguna. Copyright 2026 by Actuate Biomedicine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. For permission requests, write to the publisher at the Macharia at actuate.bio or info@actuate.bio. For more information, visit our website, actuate.bio. This is the first edition, ISBN 9781105422164. Imprint lulu.com. Acknowledgements. From Dr. Macharia Waruingi. This book emerges not merely from thought but from a convergence of grace, discipline, and the unseen architecture of human guidance. It is the record of a body restored, a will rekindled, and a vision carried forward by others. I offer my deepest gratitude to Dr. Pond of Mount Auburn Cardiology Associates, whose words did more than encourage, they inaugurated a new horizon. In the aftermath of cardiac rehabilitation at Mount Auburn Hospital, following myocardial infarction and extensive coronary artery bypass surgery in 2025, he spoke a sentence that became a summons: "Run the Boston Marathon 2027, I will be your guide." In that moment, recovery was transfigured into destiny, and endurance became a form of calling. I thank Dr. Chu, the cardiovascular surgeon, whose meticulous and disciplined hands restored the hidden rivers of the heart, allowing once more the quiet miracle of perfusion, the life flow upon which all striving depends. I give thanks to the cardiac rehabilitation team at Mount Auburn Hospital, who did not merely oversee recovery but set in motion a trajectory. They did not simply heal, they oriented the body toward purpose, placing the first steps on a path that leads to the marathon. I extend profound gratitude to Emily Ottinger, architect, guide, and builder in the fullest sense. Through her work with Achilles International Boston chapter, she has entered the discipline of accompaniment, guiding the return to strength with patience and resolve. Through her architectural calling, she has given not only her skill but her community, engaging her team in Boston in the design and development of the Wahito One Health Campus in Siron. In Nyumba, Mumbai, she has received the name Nyambura, the daughter who calls the rain so that people may plant. In this work, Emily Nyambura stands as a maker of rain for the house, an agent of provision, renewal, and becoming. I am grateful to Joseph Lamar, team lead at the Achilles International Boston chapter, whose leadership establishes order within motion, ensuring that each runner is accompanied, each path is safeguarded, and each act of striving is held within a structure of care and intention. And I offer heartfelt thanks to all the runners and volunteers of the Achilles International Boston chapter, who gather in quiet constancy, through rain, through snow, through the long discipline of repetition. I have moved among you and been carried by your presence. To the many guides with whom I have trained, I give thanks for your grace, your kindness, and your patience. You embody a deeper principle, that no endurance is solitary and no journey is completed alone. I express profound gratitude to Lisa Frechette, whose presence has been instrumental in cultivating the discipline required for the long run. Lisa has not merely accompanied the journey as an Achilles International guide, but helped to shape its inner architecture. As a guide, Lisa ran alongside me in the Cambridge Spring Classic 5K in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and in the New Balance Indoor Relay in Boston, moments in which endurance moved from abstraction into embodied practice. Through her encouragement and steady example, these races were completed not only in good time, but in strengthened conviction. Lisa represents a deeper principle, that endurance is a global language spoken not in words but in motion, consistency, and shared effort. In her, leadership is not declared but demonstrated mile after mile, step after step. In the grammar of Engatia, she stands as a steward of endurance, one who transmits discipline through action and calls forth strength in others. To each of you, this work bears your imprint, not as ornament but as foundation. Acknowledgement from Susan Njuguna. This book was not written in isolation, but in the presence of love, encouragement, sacrifice, and the steady strength of those who stood beside me throughout its making. Every page carries traces of the support I received, both spoken and unspoken, visible and unseen. I offer my deepest gratitude to my family, whose patience, understanding, and unwavering belief sustained me through the long hours of thought, writing, and revision. Your presence gave me the stability from which this work could grow. In moments of fatigue, you became my renewal. In moments of doubt, you became my assurance. I extend special thanks to my sister, Grace Njeri, whose support was both constant and generous. Your encouragement, kindness, and readiness to stand with me at every stage of this journey gave strength beyond measure. You have been not only family but a companion in purpose and perseverance. I give heartfelt thanks to June Wahito, psychiatric nurse, lawyer, and coordinator of the Actuate Society of Decentralized Science at the Actuate Foundation, for her intellectual clarity, discipline, and steady hand in shaping this book. Her contribution reflects a rare union of insight and care, of structure and compassion, and her presence in this process was invaluable. I also wish to acknowledge all those whose encouragement, counsel, and goodwill accompanied this undertaking in ways great and small. Many contributions arrive quietly without demand for recognition, yet remain essential to the completion of any worthy work. To each of you, this book bears your imprint, not as decoration but as foundation. By Macharia, Waruingi, Belmont, Massachusetts. Susan Njuguna, Nairobi, Kenya. March 2026. Introduction. Certain moments sometimes before dawn you rise and step outside to move your body. You may run a road in Nairobi, you may till a field in Marminet, you may walk a campus trail in Toronto or push through the pre-dawn quiet of a city park in London. No one is watching, no starting gun has fired, no stadium waits, and yet in that quiet something of enormous consequence is happening. A word is becoming flesh. This book is about that moment, what it means, where it leads, and why it may be one of the most powerful acts available to any person who wants to participate in building a more just and healthier world. It is about running. It is about a hospital rising from red earth in the highlands of Kenya. It is about blockchain, governance, cultural memory, and the ancient Ngatia philosophy of endurance. But most of all, it is about the profound and underestimated relationship between physical motion and institutional creation, the discovery that when people move their bodies with purpose, and when that motion is connected to a shared architecture of accountability and governance, civilization itself advances. Visit Actuate Bio Boston 2027 to join the movement. The central idea is simple: run wherever you are, the implications are not. In Siron, Laikipia County, Kenya, families travel long distances for basic medical attention. Mothers navigate pregnancy with courage but without adequate clinical support. Children grow in communities rich with tradition and solidarity but constrained by the absence of preventive health infrastructure. These are not exceptional conditions. They echo across rural communities throughout Africa and much of the developing world, places where the absence of health is not a failure of compassion but a failure of architecture. Systems capable of converting knowledge, capital, and community will into functioning institutions have simply not yet been built. Africa carries nearly a quarter of the world's disease burden while representing less than a fifth of the global population. This is not a biological reality. It is a structural one. The global burden of disease, measured in billions of disability-adjusted life years, is not primarily the result of pathogens or geography. It is the manifestation of ungoverned disorder in the architecture of civilization itself. What happens when information fails to circulate, when capital remains invisible and immobilized, when governance is imposed from outside rather than grown from within? Hernando de Soto described the tragedy of dead capital, assets that exist but cannot be seen or used by the formal systems that allocate power and resources. Across Africa, this dead capital is everywhere. It lives in unregistered land, in invisible caregiving labor, in unmeasured intellectual output, in communities whose resilience has never been encoded into systems capable of sustaining institutions. The challenge is not the absence of wealth, it is the absence of visibility. And what remains invisible cannot be governed, cannot be financed, and cannot be built upon. The answer this book describes to that crisis begins not in a boardroom or a development agency but on a road before sunrise with a single act of disciplined motion. That answer has a name. The word is Wahito. Wahito evokes perseverance, an endurance rooted not merely in survival but in the refusal to abandon hope. Wahito Medical Center is not conceived as another rural clinic placed in an underserved region. It is designed as the first structural embodiment of a new model for how health infrastructure itself is built. Through coordinated global participation, decentralized governance, technological transparency, and the sustained discipline of thousands of bodies in motion across the earth. It will rise on 10 acres in Siron, Marminet, Laikipia West, Kenya. On 3 acres, a 300-bed rural referral and training hospital, an emergency department that receives trauma without delay, operating theaters that restore order where flesh has been torn, maternity wards that welcome life with dignity, pediatric wards that guard the fragile covenant of childhood. On 5 acres, a school of science, agriculture, and biomedical learning, classrooms where curiosity outruns poverty, laboratories where the next generation of health workers is formed. On 2 acres, a food processing factory and the permanent headquarters of Njuguna Mumbai DAO, where agriculture becomes value, surplus becomes income, and governance becomes the stewardship of everything the campus produces. This is not charity's monument. It is proof that destiny favors those who build. But a vision alone does not heal. A word alone cannot intubate a patient, deliver a child safely, or stabilize a premature infant. A word must become flesh. And the central question this book explores is precisely this: how does a word become flesh? How does an idea spoken in one place become an institution that serves generations? The answer begins with a step outside the door. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 serves as the symbolic and operational axis of this movement. It is not chosen for spectacle. It is chosen because of what the marathon teaches about how institutions are built. Modern civilization mistakes momentum for endurance. We celebrate speed and disruption, and we grow impatient with the slow accumulation of effort that durable institutions require. But hospitals, like marathons, are built one step at a time. The discipline required to run 26.2 miles mirrors the discipline required to build an institution capable of serving communities for generations. Institutions fail when societies expect short races. Civilization is a marathon. Dr. Macharia Waruingi prepares for the Boston Marathon not as an individual athlete but as the embodiment of this movement's philosophy. Week after week, the miles accumulate before dawn. His training is not separate from the work of building Wahito, it is the work enacted in flesh and road and breath. Yet the marathon is not meant to remain a solitary effort. Through Run Wherever You Are, it expands into a global and distributed movement. A university student in Toronto organizes a campus run. A corporate wellness group in London completes a collective run through city parks. A community organization in Lagos hosts a weekend race. A farmer in Marmonette rises before dawn and tends his land. Each act is separated by thousands of miles. Each act is connected by one purpose. The runs are dispersed. The building rises in one place. Run Wherever You Are is decentralized because health cannot be centrally mandated. It must be chosen. It does not wait for stadiums or synchronized starting guns. It requires only breath and will. In this way, it mirrors both nature and freedom. The heart beats without committee approval. The lungs expand without government mandate. Life itself is decentralized. And a movement worthy of life must mirror that decentralization. Each runner is a node. Each act of discipline is a transaction. Each shared testimony is a block added to a growing chain of trust. Running is not confined to athleticism. It comprises any physical act that places the human body in purposeful motion: tilling land, herding livestock, carrying water, walking trails, harvesting crops. It is the refusal to remain sedentary in body or in destiny. And every act of running contains 3 simultaneous dimensions. The first is biological: muscles contracting, lungs expanding, heart accelerating, metabolism recalibrating. The second is moral: the choice to overcome inertia, the cultivation of endurance, the formation of self-command. The third is civic: the sharing of testimony, the linking of individual effort into collective architecture. A decentralized global movement requires systems capable of coordinating its energy, tracking its progress, and ensuring that every contribution translates into measurable institutional development. This is where blockchain enters the story, not as speculative finance but as the mathematics of trust. The Actuate ACT token encodes participation in building shared infrastructure. A participant in Tokyo, Nairobi, Boston, or Lagos who holds ACT tokens becomes a co-builder of Wahito. Every kilometer run, every contribution made, every institutional partnership formed is preserved within a transparent digital ledger, immutable, borderless, and auditable. Contributors do not donate into obscurity. They participate in creation. ACT tokens are obtained through decentralized exchanges across multiple blockchain networks and directly through the Actuate Foundation, including through regional payment systems such as M-Pesa, ensuring that participation is not limited by geography or technical sophistication. Wherever you are, you can align. If ACT tokens represent economic participation, the Mumbai MUM token represents something deeper: governance, citizenship, and the permanent encoding of belonging. Nyumba ya Mumbai, the House of Mumbai, draws from Gikuyu cosmology, in which Mumbai is the generative mother of a people, the origin of continuity, identity, and civilization itself. To invoke the House of Mumbai is to invoke the idea that institutions must serve as homes for the flourishing of a people, not as structures imposed from outside but as living architecture grown from within the community. Today this house is decentralized. Its citizens, the Nyumba, live in Nairobi, Boston, Lagos, London, and villages across rural landscapes. Geography no longer defines belonging. Belonging is defined by participation. Mum tokens are soul-bound, non-transferable, incapable of being bought or sold. They are earned. Holding ACT tokens and participating in the Run Wherever You Are movement qualifies a participant to receive Mum, permanently marking them as a citizen of Nyumba ya Mumbai, with voting rights in the governance decisions that shape Wahito and future initiatives. Nyumba ya Mumbai operates as a bicameral DAO, a Citizens House of Mumbai token holders drawn from community residents, diaspora contributors, health professionals, and educators, alongside a professional and institutional council of medical, educational, agricultural, and infrastructure leaders. Every governance decision is recorded on the blockchain. Every vote is visible. Every expenditure is accountable. This is not governance as a distant bureaucratic function. It is governance as lived citizenship, encoded, transparent, and intergenerational. Beneath every element of this movement lies a coherent philosophical tradition, Ngaisha. Ngaisha is not abstract theory. It is a body of civic wisdom, engineering principles of civilization that describe the qualities allowing institutions to endure across generations. This book traces 9 of them in depth. Udaradu teaches that order must be constructed deliberately from chaos. Myrongo Iri teaches that power without knowledge becomes tyranny, and knowledge without power becomes lament, and that progress emerges only when these two forces are integrated. Wadhai teaches that vision must submit to structure, that the compasses of imagination must always work in concert with the square of material reality. Hyugo, the creative word, teaches that reality is not built first with tools or institutions, but with language that carries the density of will and action. Thamani teaches that value must be created before reward is claimed. Nyaga teaches that no new order can be entered without surrendering what is obsolete. Udumiria teaches that power matures in containment, that the most significant transformations begin not in dramatic announcements but in silent, consistent work. Hungu teaches that power must circulate to remain alive. Hirakaniro teaches that before money flows, trust must flow, and that covenants, not contracts, build civilization. These principles are not historical artifacts. They are the operating logic of this movement. They explain why running matters, why governance must be participatory, why tokens must be soul-bound rather than speculative, why the hospital in Siron is designed as a One Health campus rather than a standalone clinic, and why the word spoken here has the power to become flesh. The citizen who embodies these principles is the Ngaisha Fellow. To become a Ngaisha Fellow is to run, to acquire, to govern, and to proclaim 4 acts that together transform a spectator into a builder. The marathon is the physical initiation. The ACT token is the economic alignment. The Mum token is the civic covenant, and proclamation is the multiplication of participation, the act by which one person's conviction becomes another person's invitation. Not everyone will qualify for Boston, but everyone can qualify for purpose. This book traces the full arc of the movement from the philosophical necessity of building institutions where dignity is most needed, to the physical rise of a hospital in the Kenyan highlands. It begins with the rural health crisis, not as a catalog of suffering but as a structural analysis of what happens when information, capital, and governance fail to align. It then introduces Wahito Medical Center, the vision behind its name, and the architecture of the institution itself. From there it explores how the Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 becomes the vehicle through which Run Wherever You Are transforms individual motion into collective infrastructure. It examines the role of blockchain as the architecture of trust. It traces the Ngaisha principles through which the entire system finds its philosophical coherence. And it culminates in the moment this book has been moving toward from its first sentence, the moment when the word becomes flesh. That moment arrives when the maternity ward opens, when the operating theater is commissioned, when the neonatal unit stabilizes a premature infant in Laikipia West, when a child is born within those walls, and within that architecture lives every mile run before dawn across every continent, every token acquired in commitment, every governance decision made in community, every word spoken by those who refuse to remain spectators. The marathon is proof of work written in muscle. Blockchain is proof of trust written in code. Wahito is proof of care written in concrete. Nyumba ya Mumbai is proof of citizenship written in governance. And the Ngaisha principles are the grammar by which all of it becomes flesh. This book is not written for observers, it is written for builders. Run where you are, run in Lagos, run in Nairobi, run in London, run in Siron. Post your miles, share your testimony. Let the ledger record that you were there when the word became structure. In the hills of Siron, where stone meets red earth, the miles of the world are slowly becoming walls, walls of a hospital, a school, and an enterprise, not imposed from above, built from the motion of people everywhere. The word was spoken, the body has run it into existence. And now it is time to begin. Chapter 1. The Moral Grammar of Civilization. Certain moments in history call humanity not merely to witness suffering, but to build the institutions that overcome it. There are moments when compassion must move beyond sympathy and take architectural form. We are living in such a moment. In Siron, Laikipia County, Kenya, a vision has begun to take shape, the vision of Wahito Medical Center, a sanctuary for maternal and child health, preventive medicine, comprehensive clinical services, and community healing. This center is not simply another rural clinic. It is designed as the first living expression of Njuguna Mumbai, a broader initiative seeking to restore dignity to health through the convergence of science, culture, and community ownership. The journey toward this institution is unusual in its design. To bring this vision to life, Dr. Macharia Waruingi is preparing to run the Boston Marathon in 2027 as part of a global movement for health equity. Yet this race is not meant to be run by one person alone. It is an invitation, a call to humanity to participate in a shared act of endurance. Across the world, people are being invited to run wherever they are, in Boston, Nairobi, London, Laikipia, and beyond. Each mile run becomes part of a collective effort to build something enduring. Every contribution helps train health workers, deploy digital health systems, build clinical infrastructure, and provide life-saving maternal and child health services. What emerges from this effort is more than a fundraising campaign. It is a new model of global health participation, one in which contributors engage through transparent, blockchain-supported systems that allow generosity to be measured, verified, and translated into real infrastructure. The aim is simple but profound: to build a medical center that will serve generations. And so the invitation is extended. Join us. Run with us. Build hope with us. Building a sanctuary of hope at the crossroads of science, endurance, and human dignity. Every civilization ultimately reveals its deepest values not through its wealth or technological sophistication, but through how it responds to suffering. The treatment of the vulnerable becomes the mirror in which a society sees itself. Health, therefore, occupies a unique place in human civilization. It is the moral grammar of civilization, the point at which philosophy becomes flesh, science becomes compassion, and hope takes institutional form. The Wahito Medical Center, rising from the soil of Siron in Laikipia West, Kenya, represents such a moment of moral clarity. It is not merely a building project but a civilizational wager, that humanity's highest calling is to convert endurance into care, innovation into equity, and community into healing. At the center of this wager stands Njuguna Mumbai, the House of Mumbai. Rooted in African heritage and cultural memory, Njuguna Mumbai carries a vision that blends spiritual imagination, decentralized science, and the enduring belief that every mother, every child, and every family deserves access to dignified health. The crisis that calls us. The need for such institutions becomes clear when one looks closely at the realities facing rural communities across much of Africa. Health is rarely absent because the need is small. It is absent because the systems designed to deliver it were never built with local sovereignty, cultural dignity, or technological transparency at their core. The consequences are visible and heartbreaking. Maternal mortality remains a quiet catastrophe across many regions. Preventable childhood illnesses continue to claim lives before those lives have had the chance to fully begin. Communities that possess extraordinary resilience frequently lack the clinical infrastructure needed to transform that resilience into sustained health and flourishing. In Siron, Laikipia County, these challenges converge in a particularly visible way. Families travel long distances to reach basic medical care. Expectant mothers move through pregnancy with courage but without adequate clinical support. Children grow within communities rich in tradition and solidarity, yet constrained by limited access to preventive health systems. It is within this context that the vision of Wahito Medical Center emerges, not as an abstract proposal but as a direct answer to a real and pressing crisis. Wahito, the philosophy of enduring care. The name Wahito carries a meaning deeply aligned with the philosophy of the project. The word evokes perseverance and endurance rooted not merely in survival, but in the refusal to abandon hope. Wahito Medical Center is therefore designed not simply as a treatment facility but as a comprehensive rural health hub. Its mission includes maternal health services, child health and immunization programs, general medical and surgical services, preventive and community health initiatives, digitally integrated clinical systems, blockchain-supported transparency and health accountability. Yet the ambition extends beyond medical treatment alone. The center is meant to cultivate an architecture of trust, where communities are not passive recipients of aid but active participants in shaping the governance and future of their health institutions. Nyumba ya Mumbai, the cultural and spiritual foundation. Wahito Medical Center stands as one pillar within the broader vision of Nyumba ya Mumbai. In African cosmology, Mumbai represents the generative mother of a people, the origin of continuity, identity, and civilization itself. Nyumba ya Mumbai, meaning the House of Mumbai, draws on this symbolism to articulate a vision of community-rooted institutions that honor cultural memory while embracing technological innovation. Nyumba ya Mumbai is envisioned as a decentralized network of health and social infrastructure projects built upon community ownership, cultural wisdom, and transparent governance. In this sense, it is both ancient and futuristic, a synthesis of ancestral philosophy and blockchain-enabled institutional design. Wahito Medical Center becomes the first embodiment of this philosophy, a sanctuary where tradition, science, and technology meet in service of human dignity. Actuate Hope, the movement behind the mission. The construction of Wahito Medical Center unfolds within a broader humanitarian initiative known as Actuate Hope. At its core lies a simple yet radical idea: hope must not remain emotional, it must become operational. Systems must exist that transform aspiration into measurable action. Actuate Hope therefore builds its work upon three guiding principles: transparency, participation, and technological accountability. Within this ecosystem, Actuate Biomedicine provides the scientific and innovation framework. The Actuate Foundation provides governance, fundraising, and implementation oversight. Together, they create a system capable of transforming philanthropic contributions into verifiable, measurable, and community-governed health infrastructure. The Boston Marathon, endurance as a global language. One of the most distinctive features of the Wahito initiative is its fundraising vehicle, the Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027. The marathon is not chosen merely for symbolism. It reflects a deeper truth about transformation. Meaningful change requires sustained endurance. Each mile run becomes a metaphor for the long journey toward health equity. Through the campaign known as Run Wherever You Are, people across the world are invited to participate. Individuals, communities, corporations, universities, and faith organizations organize runs, walks, or solidarity events. Each act of participation contributes to the collective effort to build Wahito Medical Center. The founder leading this initiative trains weekly, embodying the philosophy of leadership through endurance. In this way, the personal discipline of marathon preparation becomes part of a larger narrative, transforming fundraising into storytelling and storytelling into global mobilization. The financial blueprint, building hope with precision. The financial plan for Wahito Medical Center reflects a commitment to practical execution. The fundraising goal is allocated across key operational areas to ensure the center launches with sustainable capacity. Budget allocation includes infrastructure and construction, medical equipment and supplies, staffing and clinical training, digital health and blockchain integration, community outreach and preventive health programs. Each contribution advances the project measurably, translating generosity into concrete structural transformation. Tokenized philanthropy, a new economic model for global health. The Wahito initiative also introduces a new model of donor participation through blockchain technology. Contributors receive Actuate tokens, representing participation in a decentralized global health innovation ecosystem. Mumbai token whitelist allocation, granting future governance participation in Nyumba ya Mumbai initiatives. This model transforms donors into stakeholders, charity becomes community ownership, transparency is secured through blockchain-based reporting and milestone tracking. In this system, generosity becomes both moral capital and structural capital. Corporate and global partnerships. The Wahito Medical Center initiative also invites corporations, institutions, and philanthropic networks to participate as founding partners. These partners help pioneer a decentralized health economy that integrates environmental, social, and governance leadership with technological innovation and measurable social impact. Corporate partners gain global visibility through marathon and media campaigns, employee wellness and volunteer engagement opportunities, participation in decentralized science innovation, long-term collaboration in African health development, a movement beyond construction. The significance of Wahito Medical Center ultimately extends beyond its physical walls. It represents a prototype for a new model of global health development, one that integrates cultural identity, community governance, blockchain transparency, scientific innovation, athletic endurance symbolism, a spiritual commitment to human dignity. Health in this model becomes a distributed moral enterprise. The invitation running toward a new future. Every civilization is built by individuals who choose participation over spectatorship. The Wahito Medical Center invites individuals, athletes, scientists, philanthropists, corporations, and communities into a shared journey. Participants contribute financially to the project. Join the run wherever you are movement. Become ambassadors for decentralized global health. Partner as corporate or institutional sponsors. Participate in the Actuate Hope ecosystem. Each contribution is not merely a donation, it is an investment in a new architecture of compassion. Endurance as destiny. The Boston Marathon measures endurance in miles. Wahito Medical Center measures endurance in generations. It stands as a testament to the belief that humanity advances when endurance meets imagination, when technology serves dignity, and when communities refuse to accept preventable suffering as destiny. In Siron, Laikipia, a house of healing waits to rise. Its foundation is hope. Its structure is science. Its governance is community. Its financing is generosity. Its philosophy is endurance. And its future depends on those willing to run toward it. Chapter 2. The Crisis in Rural Health. The vision of Wahito Medical Center arises from hope, endurance, and the belief that institutions be built where dignity is most needed. Yet every vision must begin with an honest encounter with reality. Before one can understand why Wahito must exist, one must first understand the depth of the problem it seeks to address. Rural health inequality is not merely a logistical challenge or a temporary development gap. It is the visible expression of deeper structural imbalances that have shaped global health systems for generations. To understand the necessity of Wahito, we must therefore begin with the crisis itself. If health is the moral grammar of civilization, then the absence of health reveals where that grammar has broken down. Across much of rural Africa, suffering does not persist because knowledge is absent or compassion is lacking. It persists because the systems capable of translating knowledge and compassion into functioning institutions have not yet been fully built. The crisis is therefore not simply medical, it is structural. Health disappears where systems of governance, capital formation, and information fail to align. Maternal mortality remains one of the most painful indicators of this structural disorder. Across many rural regions, pregnancy still carries risks that modern medicine has already learned how to prevent. Women travel long distances to reach basic obstetric care. Clinics may lack trained personnel, equipment, or emergency capacity. Complications that could be addressed within minutes in well-resourced hospitals become life-threatening simply because infrastructure is too far away. Preventable childhood illnesses follow the same pattern. Diseases that are managed through routine immunization, nutrition programs, and early diagnosis continue to threaten children's lives where health systems lack continuity. The tragedy is not biological inevitability, it is systemic fragmentation. Communities themselves are rarely the source of this failure. In many rural regions, communities possess extraordinary resilience, deep cultural knowledge, and strong traditions of mutual support. Yet resilience alone cannot replace clinical infrastructure. Courage cannot substitute for operating theaters, neonatal equipment, laboratory diagnostics, or trained medical teams. Without institutional structures capable of supporting care, resilience becomes endurance rather than flourishing. In Siron, Laikipia County, these realities converge in a visible and immediate way. Families frequently travel significant distances simply to access basic medical services. Expectant mothers approach childbirth with determination but without the security of nearby obstetric care. Children grow up within communities rich in culture and solidarity, but limited in access to preventive health systems capable of protecting their future. These conditions are not unique to Siron. They echo across rural communities throughout Africa and across many parts of the world where infrastructure has lagged behind human need. The global health community has long recognized these disparities. Enormous resources have been mobilized over decades through development agencies, philanthropic organizations, and national health initiatives. Yet despite these efforts, many systems remain fragmented. Projects begin with enthusiasm and dissolve when funding cycles end. Pilot programs demonstrate promise but struggle to achieve long-term continuity. Infrastructure is sometimes constructed without sustainable financing models. Programs designed from afar may struggle to align with the cultural and economic realities of the communities they seek to serve. The result is not a failure of goodwill, it is a failure of structure. The burden of disease across the world, measured in billions of disability-adjusted life years (DALYs), reflects more than biological conditions. It reveals a deeper disorder in the architecture of global health systems. Disease frequently emerges where information, governance, and capital fail to operate in coordinated ways. Africa carries nearly a quarter of the world's disease burden while representing less than a fifth of the global population. This imbalance does not arise because medical knowledge is unavailable. It arises because the systems that convert knowledge into accessible health infrastructure remain unevenly distributed. In this sense, the crisis of rural health is understood as a crisis of order. When information about health risks fails to circulate effectively, diseases spread silently. When economic systems cannot sustain health institutions, clinics struggle to remain open. When governance structures fail to align incentives toward prevention and long-term care, medical systems drift toward reactive treatment rather than proactive health. The challenge therefore extends beyond medicine itself. It touches economics, governance, technology, and social organization. This is why many traditional interventions, while valuable, struggle to achieve lasting transformation. Building clinics without securing long-term financing resembles constructing walls without ensuring the foundation beneath them. Declaring health rights without enabling communities to participate in the economic structures that sustain those rights creates fragile promises rather than durable institutions. True health equity requires a deeper architecture. It requires systems capable of integrating information, capital, governance, and community participation into a single coordinated framework. When those layers operate together, health becomes stable. When they remain fragmented, even the most well-intentioned programs dissolve into temporary relief rather than enduring transformation. The rural health crisis therefore presents humanity with a choice. One path continues along the familiar trajectory: episodic interventions, temporary funding cycles, and fragmented initiatives that struggle to maintain continuity once initial momentum fades. The other path asks a different question. What if health systems were designed from the beginning to be transparent, participatory, technologically accountable, and rooted in community ownership? This second path demands more than incremental improvement. It requires rethinking how health infrastructure itself is built. The vision of Wahito Medical Center emerges precisely at this intersection between crisis and possibility. Wahito is not conceived simply as another rural clinic attempting to address an immediate need. It is designed as a prototype for a different model of health development, one that integrates scientific innovation, community governance, technological transparency, and disciplined global participation. Where the crisis reveals fragmentation, Wahito seeks integration. Where the existing system struggles with discontinuity, Wahito seeks durable structure. Where rural communities have remained recipients of externally designed programs, Wahito proposes a model in which communities become stewards of their own health institutions. In this sense, Wahito does more than respond to a crisis. It attempts to demonstrate that the crisis itself is overcome through a new architecture of care. The next chapter explores how this vision begins to take concrete form, how the philosophy of endurance embodied in the name Wahito becomes the foundation for a medical center designed to serve generations. Chapter 3. Wahito, a vision for health with dignity. Every enduring institution begins with a moment when imagination refuses to remain abstract. At some point, vision insists on becoming structure. Ideas demand walls, equipment, governance, and human hands capable of transforming aspiration into daily service. Wahito Medical Center represents such a moment. In Siron, Laikipia County, a new kind of health institution is being imagined, one that does not merely respond to illness but seeks to reimagine how rural health systems themselves are designed. Wahito is not conceived simply as another clinic placed within an underserved region. It is envisioned as a comprehensive medical center built upon a philosophy of dignity, endurance, transparency, and community stewardship. The name Wahito captures the spirit that animates this vision. The word evokes perseverance, the quiet strength required to continue moving forward even when circumstances are difficult. In many ways, it reflects the lived experience of rural communities themselves, communities that endure hardship with resilience while waiting for institutions capable of matching their courage with adequate care. Wahito Medical Center seeks to honor that resilience by transforming it into infrastructure. At its most practical level, the center will function as a fully operational rural health hub. Its clinical services are designed to address some of the most urgent medical needs faced by the surrounding communities. These include maternal and obstetric care, pediatric services, general medicine, surgical capabilities, diagnostic services, and preventive health programs designed to protect long-term community health. Maternal health stands at the center of this mission. Pregnancy should never be a life-threatening journey in a world where modern medicine possesses the knowledge and tools to ensure safe childbirth. Yet for many families in rural regions, the absence of nearby facilities with trained staff and appropriate equipment continues to place mothers and infants at unnecessary risk. Wahito seeks to change this reality by providing comprehensive obstetric care within reach of the communities it serves. Safe delivery rooms, neonatal care capacity, emergency response capability, and trained health personnel form the backbone of the center's design. Child health forms the second pillar of the institution's work. Early childhood is the most vulnerable stage of human development, yet it is also the stage where preventive interventions have the greatest impact. Immunization programs, nutritional support, early diagnosis of common childhood illnesses, and routine pediatric care create the conditions for children to grow not only in survival, but in health and possibility. Beyond maternal and child health, Wahito Medical Center is designed to serve as a broader community health platform. Routine medical consultations, minor surgical procedures, diagnostic services, and community health outreach programs will extend care beyond the walls of the clinic itself. Health education initiatives, preventive screening programs, and mobile outreach services will help ensure that health does not remain reactive but becomes proactive. In this way, the center becomes more than a place where illness is treated. It becomes a place where health itself is cultivated. Yet the physical services of Wahito represent only one layer of its design. Equally important is the institutional architecture that supports those services. From its inception, Wahito is being developed within a framework that integrates modern technological systems with principles of transparency and community participation. Digital health systems will support patient record management, clinical coordination, and operational efficiency. These systems ensure continuity of care while allowing health providers to track outcomes, manage resources effectively, and respond rapidly to medical needs. Beyond conventional digital systems, Wahito is also connected to a broader technological framework that introduces blockchain-enabled transparency into aspects of the project's governance and funding. This innovation reflects a recognition that trust is one of the most valuable forms of infrastructure within global health development. Communities must trust the institutions that serve them. Donors must trust that their contributions produce measurable impact. Health professionals must trust that the systems within which they operate support their work responsibly. Technological transparency helps cultivate that trust. Through blockchain-supported mechanisms within the Actuate ecosystem, contributions to the project are tracked with clarity, ensuring that resources are allocated according to publicly verifiable milestones. This system allows supporters around the world to see how participation translates into real institutional development. In this model, transparency is not an afterthought. It is embedded within the architecture of the institution itself. Wahito Medical Center is also deeply rooted in a cultural and philosophical foundation that extends beyond health delivery alone. It exists as one expression of a larger vision known as Nyumba ya Mumbai. Nyumba ya Mumbai, the House of Mumbai, draws inspiration from African cosmology and cultural memory. In many traditions, Mumbai symbolizes the generative mother of a people, the figure through whom community continuity, identity, and collective life are nurtured. To invoke the House of Mumbai is therefore to invoke the idea that institutions must serve as homes for the flourishing of a people. Within this broader vision, Wahito Medical Center represents the first structural embodiment of Nyumba ya Mumbai's philosophy. It is the place where cultural heritage, scientific knowledge, and technological innovation converge to serve human dignity. The institution therefore stands at an intersection of multiple traditions. It draws upon ancestral understandings of community responsibility, modern medical science, digital technological systems, and new forms of decentralized participation. This convergence creates a new institutional possibility, a health system that is both deeply rooted and globally connected. Participation in the Wahito initiative is designed to reflect this spirit of shared stewardship. Individuals around the world are invited not only to support the project financially, but also to participate in a broader movement dedicated to building health infrastructure through endurance and coordinated global action. This movement takes visible form in an unexpected but powerful symbol, the marathon. The next stage of the Wahito journey emerges through the Boston Marathon for Global Health, where the discipline of long-distance running becomes a metaphor and a mechanism for collective institution building. Through the initiative known as Run Wherever You Are, individuals across the world will join in acts of endurance that mirror the perseverance required to build lasting institutions. Each mile run represents more than athletic effort. It represents participation in the construction of a medical center that will serve generations. In this way, Wahito Medical Center begins not only as a health institution but as a global movement. Its foundation is laid by runners, communities, scientists, technologists, donors, and citizens who share a common conviction that health dignity must not depend on geography. The marathon becomes the language through which this conviction travels across continents. And it is through this language of endurance that the next chapter of the story unfolds. Chapter 4. The Marathon That Builds Hospitals. Among the Gikuyu, the discipline required to sustain effort over long stretches of time is captured by the word wathai, a quality necessary for anyone who undertakes a journey whose rewards may lie far beyond the horizon. A marathon is not won through sudden bursts of energy. It is completed through sustained commitment, careful preparation, and the ability to continue advancing mile after mile even when the body begins to resist. The discipline required to run 26.2 miles mirrors the discipline required to build institutions capable of serving communities for generations. Hospitals, like marathons, are built one step at a time. Modern societies struggle with this truth. We celebrate speed, disruption, and rapid results. Yet the institutions that protect human dignity, schools, hospitals, research centers, public health systems, are not products of short races. They are the result of long endurance. Institutions fail when societies expect short races, but civilization is a marathon. Every enduring system of care exists because people chose to continue building long after the initial enthusiasm faded, long after the first plans were drawn, long after the first obstacles appeared. The decision to connect the Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 to the construction of Wahito Medical Center therefore carries both symbolic and practical meaning. It transforms a personal athletic challenge into a collective act of institution building. Dr. Macharia Waruingi prepares to run this marathon not merely as an individual athlete but as a representative of a broader movement. His training becomes part of the story itself. Each week of preparation, each early morning run, each disciplined mile embodies the same perseverance that the project seeks to cultivate globally. Yet the marathon is not meant to remain a solitary effort. From the beginning, the vision has been to expand the act of running into a decentralized global movement through the campaign known as Run Wherever You Are. This initiative invites people across continents to participate in the marathon spirit regardless of where they live. Runners in Nairobi, London, Boston, Tokyo, Lagos, Toronto, and countless other cities can join the movement by organizing runs within their own communities. Participants may run individually with friends, through corporate wellness programs, university clubs, faith communities, or neighborhood groups. The physical location of the runner matters less than the shared commitment behind the act. Every mile becomes a declaration that health dignity should not depend on geography. In this way, the marathon evolves from an athletic event into a global language of endurance. Running becomes a form of civic participation. The distance traveled on a road, track, or trail becomes part of the story of a hospital rising in Siron, Laikipia. What begins as personal exercise transforms into collective infrastructure. At its deepest level, this transformation reflects an ancient truth about how societies are built. Civilizations are not created only by ideas, however powerful those ideas may be. Ideas must eventually take form in roads, schools, laboratories, libraries, and hospitals. Civilizations are built when people decide that ideas must take form. The WAHITO initiative represents precisely this decision. It is the moment when the belief that health dignity should belong to every community begins to move from philosophy into physical reality. The marathon therefore becomes both metaphor and mechanism, a visible symbol of the long journey required to build equitable health systems, and a practical vehicle through which individuals across the world can contribute to that journey. Through participation in Run Wherever You Are, supporters help cultivate the momentum necessary to bring Wahito Medical Center into existence. Each event organized in solidarity with the marathon contributes to raising awareness, mobilizing financial support, and expanding the community of people invested in the project's success. Corporations can sponsor teams of runners, universities can host campus-wide running events, health professionals can participate as ambassadors for global health equity. Communities can transform local races into acts of solidarity with rural families seeking access to medical care. The movement grows not through centralized command, but through distributed participation. In this sense, the marathon reflects the deeper philosophy underlying the WAHITO initiative. Meaningful transformation occurs when individuals across the world align their efforts toward a shared purpose. Endurance becomes contagious. The Boston Marathon itself carries a history that reinforces this symbolism. Established in 1897, it is the world's oldest annual marathon and one of the most respected endurance races in existence. Participation requires dedication, training, and qualification standards that reflect the seriousness of the challenge. By aligning the WAHITO campaign with this historic event, the initiative situates itself within a tradition that celebrates perseverance and human determination. Yet the goal is not merely to honor that tradition. The goal is to extend it, to demonstrate that the same endurance required to complete a marathon can also build institutions that save lives. As runners across the world lace their shoes and step onto roads and trails, their efforts begin to accumulate into something larger than any individual race. Awareness grows, conversations begin, communities discover that they are part of a shared story. A hospital begins to rise. This is the quiet power of endurance. Small actions repeated consistently across time eventually transform landscapes. The Boston Marathon measures its progress in miles. The WAHITO initiative measures progress in something even more meaningful: lives protected, mothers safely delivered through childbirth, children growing healthy within communities that now possess the medical support they once lacked. In this way, the marathon becomes not only a race but a bridge between movement and infrastructure. Each mile brings Wahito Medical Center closer to reality. Yet endurance alone is not enough. For a movement of this scale to function across continents, it requires systems capable of coordinating participation, ensuring transparency, and translating global support into measurable development. Running may ignite the movement, but something else must hold it together. The next chapter explores how this coordination becomes possible through the Actuate ecosystem, where blockchain technology transforms participation into a transparent and accountable system capable of building real-world health infrastructure. Chapter 5. Run wherever you are. If the Boston Marathon represents the symbolic heart of the Wahito Initiative, the question that naturally follows is how such an event, held in a single city on a single day, becomes the foundation for a truly global movement. The answer lies in a simple but powerful idea: run wherever you are. Run wherever you are is not an event. It is a phenomenon, it is asynchronous, it is distributed, it is embodied. And yet it is unified, across time zones, from Boston to Nairobi, from village farms to city sidewalks. People rise, step outside, and move. They run, they walk, they till, they herd, they harvest, they carry water, they labor in fields, they climb hills, they repair fences, they push against gravity and inertia. They are separated geographically. They are united architecturally. This is the structure of the phenomenon. What is run wherever you are? Run wherever you are is a distributed act of disciplined motion. It is the decision to convert stillness into movement, isolation into testimony, effort into infrastructure. Running in this vision is not confined to athleticism. It comprises any physical act that places the human body in purposeful motion outdoors: field running and brisk walking, farming and tilling land, herding livestock and harvesting crops, carrying water and manual construction, forestry work and climbing, trekking and clearing land. Running is disciplined, embodied labor in the open air. It is the refusal to remain sedentary in body or in destiny. One of the principles of Njuguna teaches that life answers motion with provision. When the body moves, the world responds. Run wherever you are is therefore a philosophy of motion, one that recognizes three dimensions in every act of running. The first is biological motion: muscles contracting, lungs expanding, heart accelerating, metabolism recalibrating. The second is moral motion: the choice to overcome inertia, the cultivation of endurance, the formation of self-command. The third is civic motion: the sharing of testimony, the linking of individual effort into collective architecture. When a runner in Chicago posts her sunrise run and a farmer in Marmonette posts his tilling of soil, they are not merely uploading images. They are building a narrative commons. They are running together asynchronously. Time zones differ, purpose converges. Why run wherever you are matters. Why should anyone rise at dawn and move their body? Why should a child run in a dusty field, a young adult train through fatigue, an elder walk against stiffness and time? Because motion is life's original covenant. Run wherever you are is important precisely because it is decentralized and asynchronous. It does not wait for central command. It does not require stadiums or synchronized starting guns. It requires only breath and will. In this way it mirrors both nature and freedom. The heart beats without committee approval. The lungs expand without government mandate. Life itself is decentralized. A Stoic would say, control what you can: your body, your discipline, your response to circumstance. Run wherever you are is applied Stoicism. It is voluntary hardship chosen in order to strengthen resilience. It is training the body to endure so the mind may govern. To the individual. For the individual, daily movement reduces disease, sharpens cognition, stabilizes mood, and builds metabolic endurance. At the molecular level, exercise initiates powerful biochemical responses: increased mitochondrial density, improved insulin sensitivity, reduced inflammatory markers, release of endorphins and serotonin. These biochemical shifts reduce the risk of chronic disease, diabetes, cardiovascular illness, depression, and metabolic disorders. But beyond biology, running restores agency. The disciplined runner discovers a profound truth: weakness is negotiable. Through repetition, the body adapts. Through adaptation, confidence grows. Through confidence, purpose expands. Njuguna reminds us that endurance precedes inheritance. A healthy body is the first inheritance we give ourselves. To relationships. In relationships, physical discipline cultivates emotional discipline. A partner who trains learns patience. A spouse who walks daily learns steadiness. Shared exertion dissolves resentment and replaces it with solidarity. When two people move together or even share their separate runs through testimony, they construct a rhythm of mutual respect. Running refines temper. It lowers the volatility that corrodes intimacy. It becomes a shared language of growth. To families. Families inherit habits more than wealth. When parents rise to move, children witness sovereignty in action. Family culture shifts from passive consumption to active stewardship. Health becomes a shared project rather than a reactive expense. The Njuguna principle of visible discipline applies here. What is practiced openly becomes normalized generationally. Running plants generational resilience. To communities. Communities flourish when citizens participate rather than observe. A community that moves together, though asynchronously, creates moral cohesion. Sharing stories in Miles on the Run Wherever You Are platform transforms isolated effort into visible solidarity. A farmer posting his work in the field stands beside a nurse posting her early morning run. A student walking campus trails stands beside a grandmother tending crops. When these experiences are shared publicly, community identity becomes kinetic. Health becomes aspirational rather than accidental. To nations. Nation of disciplined citizens spends less on preventable disease and more on innovation. The Stoics taught that character determines destiny. At scale, the character of individuals shapes national trajectory. Run Wherever You Are cultivates citizens who practice voluntary hardship. Such citizens are less fragile, less dependent, more productive. Ngatia teaches that collective endurance builds collective sovereignty. A nation of runners is a nation less easily destabilized. To global health. Because the movement is decentralized, it crosses borders naturally. A runner in one country does not wait for permission from another. Yet when stories are shared across continents, a global common of discipline emerges. Global health begins not in treaties but in habits. When millions commit to motion, chronic disease declines. When solidarity forms across geographies, collaboration strengthens. Asynchronous movement becomes synchronous purpose. The decentralized architecture of the campaign. Run Wherever You Are is decentralized because health cannot be centrally mandated, it must be chosen. The blockchain mirrors this truth. No single authority controls it. It is a network of independent nodes maintaining shared truth. The decentralized nature of Run Wherever You Are aligns perfectly with blockchain architecture. Each runner is a node, each act of discipline is a transaction, each shared testimony is a block added to a growing chain of trust. Instead of concentrating participation in one geographic location, the initiative allows the movement to expand organically. Communities shape their own forms of involvement while remaining connected to the central purpose building Wahito Medical Center. The runs are dispersed. The building rises in one place, in the sacred geography of Siron, Laikipia West, Kenya. The decentralization of effort mirrors the decentralization of blockchain. The concentration of outcome mirrors incarnation. A runner in Nairobi begins the day before sunrise, tracing familiar roads through neighborhoods slowly coming to life. A university student in Toronto organizes a campus run with classmates. In London, a corporate wellness group gathers after work to complete a collective run through city parks. In Lagos, a community organization hosts a weekend race that brings together athletes, health workers, and local leaders. In Marminet, a farmer rises before dawn and tends his land. Each of these acts takes place thousands of miles apart. Yet through the Wahito movement, they become connected, forming a single narrative of endurance unfolding across continents. How Run Wherever You Are works. The movement operates through a living architecture that unites the human body, decentralized technology, and long-term funding for global health. It begins in the body, it expands into networks, it culminates in infrastructure. Participation begins with 3 simple actions. Move your body daily, share your running or physical activity experiences publicly, align economically by participating in the Actuate token ecosystem. Together, these actions create a loop of biological health and economic representation. The role of Actuate tokens. The Actuate ACT token encodes participation in building shared infrastructure. A participant in Tokyo, Nairobi, Boston, or Lagos holds ACT tokens and in doing so becomes a co-builder of Wahito. ACT converts motion into measurable alignment. It ensures that participation is not symbolic only but structurally encoded. ACT tokens are obtained through decentralized exchanges across multiple blockchain networks. On the Ethereum network, participants connect a wallet such as MetaMask, hold ETH, paste the ACT smart contract address from Actuate Bio, and swap ETH for ACT through Uniswap. On Binance Chain, participants use PancakeSwap with BNB. On the Celo network, participants use Uniswap with CELO or CUSD. On the Polygon network, participants use QuickSwap with the Polygon ACT smart contract. For those who prefer a simpler route, including diaspora groups, universities, churches, and corporate sponsors, ACT tokens are also acquired directly by contacting the Actuate Foundation at info@Actuate Bio, including through regional payment systems such as M-Pesa. The role of Mumbai tokens. Holding ACT tokens qualifies participants to receive the Mumbai MUM token. MUM is soul-bound non-transferable. It permanently identifies the holder as a citizen of Mumbai, Mumbai, the decentralized civic house governing the movement. Where ACT signifies economic participation, MUM signifies governance rights. MUM holders participate in voting, oversight, and strategic direction of Wahito and future initiatives within the Actuate ecosystem. This reflects a fundamental Ngatia principle: stewardship must follow sacrifice. Those who move, contribute, and endure earn voice. Retroactive public goods funding. The most transformative component of Run Wherever You Are is how it funds global health. Traditional charity asks for donations before results exist. Retroactive public goods funding works differently. It rewards value after the public good has been demonstrated. As Wahito's clinical services deliver measurable health outcomes, maternal care, preventive health, chronic disease management, ACT-based funding mechanisms reward those outcomes. Participants who support the ecosystem effectively finance impact that is later rewarded retroactively. Every hospital bed, every classroom seat, every milling machine acquired through this model represents not charity descending from above but sovereignty rising from within. The discipline of running as connective tissue. Every participant who steps onto a road, trail, or track, or into a field up a hill, or along a cattle path becomes part of the larger story of Wahito Medical Center. Their miles accumulate symbolically and practically, building awareness, strengthening networks of support, and mobilizing the resources required to transform vision into infrastructure. As the movement grows, the rhythm of running begins to shape the narrative of the project itself. Training schedules mark the passage of time. Local events generate stories that travel across social networks. Participants share photographs, route maps, and reflections from their runs, creating a living archive of the journey toward the construction of Wahito Medical Center. Each story reinforces the central message of the campaign. Institutions capable of transforming communities are rarely built by isolated acts of generosity. They emerge when sustained participation gathers momentum across many individuals who recognize that their efforts are part of something larger than themselves. Every ACT token signals commitment. Every MUM token signals membership. Every run signals embodiment. Run Wherever You Are is therefore not exercise, it is civilizational preparation. Why Run Wherever You Are is indispensable to Wahito. Wahito One Health is not merely a construction project. It is a declaration that health, education, agriculture, and enterprise rise from disciplined people rather than distant dependency. But architecture without culture collapses. Concrete without character cracks. This is why Run Wherever You Are and the blockchain architecture of ACT and MUM tokens are indispensable to Wahito. Run Wherever You Are forms the moral bloodstream of Wahito. It creates the human infrastructure before the physical infrastructure. When individuals rise daily to move, whether running, tilling, herding, walking, harvesting, or carrying water, they cultivate the very virtues Wahito requires: endurance, responsibility, and visible discipline. A hospital dedicated to healing must be born from a culture that values health. A school must arise from families that practice effort. A One Health campus cannot depend solely on treatment. It must be sustained by prevention. Running produces a people who embody health before they receive it. The blockchain provides the economic and civic spine. ACT tokens convert goodwill into measurable stake. MUM tokens, being soul-bound, safeguard the moral center. They encode citizenship rather than speculation. They ensure that governance of Nyumba ya Mumbai belongs to participants, not opportunists. Wahito therefore rests on three pillars: disciplined bodies, decentralized capital, and encoded citizenship. Remove anyone and the structure weakens. Keep all three and Siron becomes more than a site, it becomes a prototype. The Founders Training. Dr. Macharia Waruingi prepares for the Boston Marathon not as an individual athlete, but as the embodiment of the movement's philosophy. Week after week, the miles accumulate before dawn. The discipline required to prepare for the race mirrors the discipline required to bring Wahito Medical Center into existence. Training becomes personal governance. Recovery becomes institutional patience. Each early morning run is a small enactment of Eutumiria, the Engatia principle that power matures in containment, that the most significant transformations begin not with dramatic announcements, but with disciplined work carried out consistently across time by individuals committed to a vision larger than themselves. The marathon becomes both symbol and anchor for the movement. It reminds participants that meaningful change unfolds over time and that perseverance matters more than speed. Toward coordination and structure. As the number of participants grows and contributions begin to flow from many parts of the world, another challenge emerges. A decentralized movement requires systems capable of coordinating its energy, tracking its progress, and ensuring that every contribution translates into measurable development. Without such systems, even the most enthusiastic movement risks losing clarity as it expands. The Run Wherever You Are campaign mobilizes the movement. But something must hold it together, direct its energy, and ensure that the miles run in Lagos, London, and Laikipia actually become walls in Siron. That something is the Actuate ecosystem blockchain infrastructure that transforms decentralized participation into transparent, accountable, and permanent institutional development. If run wherever you are is the breath, Actuate is the architecture that gives that breath a body. The next chapter explores how this technological architecture operates and how the Actuate token becomes the keystone connecting global participants with the physical rise of Wahito Medical Center. In the hills of Siron, where stone meets red earth, the miles of the world are slowly becoming walls, walls of a hospital, a school, and an enterprise. Not imposed from above, built from the motion of people everywhere. Chapter 6. The Philosophy of the Long Run. The movement that surrounds Wahito Medical Center may appear, at first glance, to be about running. People across the world lace their shoes. Miles accumulate on city streets, rural paths, university tracks, and quiet village roads. Communities organize runs, corporations form teams, individuals wake before sunrise to train in silence. But beneath the visible activity lies something deeper. The marathon is not merely a race. It is a philosophy. And like every true philosophy, it teaches something essential about how civilizations are built. Institutions fail because societies expect short races. But civilization is a marathon. The distance between an idea and a functioning institution is not measured in enthusiasm or declarations. It is measured in sustained effort across time, effort disciplined enough to transform intention into structure and structure into systems capable of serving generations. The Wahito initiative therefore draws upon the marathon not only as a fundraising mechanism but as a civilizational metaphor. To understand why, we must first understand what endurance really is. Endurance and the architecture of order. Human life begins in chaos. The body, left unattended, drifts toward disorder. Metabolic instability emerges, cardiovascular systems weaken, neural pathways deteriorate, entropy does not negotiate, it advances silently. Civilizations follow the same pattern. Institutions decay when discipline disappears. Health systems fragment when coordination dissolves. Economic structures collapse when value creation is replaced by extraction. The philosopher of the Ngatia tradition describes this condition through the principle of uteradu, the law that order must be constructed deliberately from chaos. Disorder is not the enemy of human progress, ungoverned disorder is. The marathon becomes a living demonstration of this principle. Running is the imposition of rhythm upon biological chaos. Training schedules structure time, nutrition regulates metabolism. Repetition strengthens muscles, lungs, and cardiovascular pathways. Over weeks and months, the body reorganizes itself around discipline. Order emerges through sustained exertion. The marathoner therefore becomes a small-scale model of civilization itself. Just as the body must impose structure upon its biological systems to achieve endurance, societies must impose structure upon their economic, informational, and institutional systems in order to sustain health and prosperity. The lesson is simple but profound. Order is never accidental. It is built. The runner as a microcosm of civilization. Every marathon begins long before the starting line. Training requires months of preparation, structured runs, measured increases in distance, and a gradual strengthening of the body's capacity to endure stress. No runner arrives at the starting line through inspiration alone. The same principle governs institutions. Hospitals do not arise from goodwill alone. They require architecture, financing, governance systems, trained personnel, supply chains, and technological infrastructure. Behind every functioning health institution lies an invisible network of disciplines accumulated across time. The Wahito Medical Center is therefore not being built simply through donations or enthusiasm. It is being built through structured participation. Each run organized through the Run Wherever You Are movement contributes to a global network of awareness, support, and disciplined engagement. Every mile becomes more than exercise. It becomes institutional preparation. Just as training runs gradually build the physiological capacity required to complete a marathon. The accumulation of thousands of individual acts of participation builds the social and financial capacity required to construct health infrastructure. Bodies in motion become buildings in place. Health as information. The philosophy of the long run extends beyond athletics. It reaches into the deepest scientific understanding of health itself. Health is not merely a physical condition. Health is information. Every heartbeat transmits a signal. Every breath carries instruction through networks of nerves, vessels, and cells. Every act of healing restores communication where communication has broken down. Disease, therefore, is not simply mechanical malfunction, it is informational collapse. Hypertension is miscommunication within vascular systems. Diabetes reflects disrupted metabolic signaling. Stroke represents interrupted neurological transmission. From this perspective, the global burden of disease becomes something more than a medical crisis. It becomes a crisis of coordination and informational disorder within the architecture of civilization itself. Health systems fail when communication fails, between governments and communities, between research institutions and clinical practice, between economic resources and the populations that need them most. The marathon offers a powerful corrective metaphor. Running restores communication within the body. Heart, lungs, muscles, and neural systems synchronize through disciplined motion. The organism reorganizes itself around rhythm and signal. The same must happen within global health systems. Coordination must replace fragmentation. Stoic discipline and the governance of effort. The Stoic philosophers understood something essential about endurance long before the first modern marathon was run. They taught that human flourishing depends upon mastering what lies within one's control while accepting the uncertainty of the external world. The runner cannot command the weather. The runner cannot eliminate fatigue. The runner cannot shorten the distance. But the runner can govern preparation, training, packing, discipline. In this sense, the marathon becomes stoicism in motion. Every mile teaches the same lesson. Sustained effort matters more than momentary inspiration. The individual who trains consistently, even quietly, even without recognition, gradually acquires the capacity to achieve what once seemed impossible. This insight carries profound implications for global health development. For decades, many international health programs have attempted to impose solutions externally through short-term aid initiatives, temporary interventions, and policy declarations disconnected from local systems of value creation. These efforts begin with optimism but struggle to sustain momentum once initial funding cycles end. The Stoic approach suggests a different path. Rather than imposing external order first, systems must cultivate internal discipline. Economic structures capable of generating capital, governance systems capable of managing resources, and communities capable of stewarding institutions over time. Endurance begins from within. Justice architecture and the foundations of health. Modern discussions of global health focus on social justice, the visible demand that health services be accessible to all. This aspiration is morally compelling, but by itself it is incomplete. Social justice rests upon deeper structural layers. Beneath access lies distributive justice, the fair allocation of resources across populations. Beneath distribution lies economic justice, the capacity of communities to generate and exchange value. Without these foundational layers, social justice becomes fragile. Hospitals may be built but cannot sustain operations. Clinics may open but struggle to maintain equipment, staffing, and supply chains. Programs may launch with enthusiasm but dissolve once external funding disappears. The marathon again illustrates the principle. No runner completes the race by focusing only on the finish line. Success depends upon preparation long before race day, disciplined training, metabolic conditioning, cardiovascular resilience. Order at the finish line emerges from order at the beginning. The same is true of health systems. Blockchain as the mathematics of order. If endurance provides the philosophical foundation for building institutions, technology provides the structural tools required to coordinate participation. This is where blockchain enters the story. Blockchain technology transforms informational chaos into structured consensus. Through distributed ledgers, transactions become transparent, verifiable, and resistant to manipulation. In the context of the WAHITO initiative, blockchain functions as the mathematics of trust. Each contribution recorded, each milestone documented, each act of participation preserved in an immutable ledger. The marathon itself mirrors this structure. Just as blockchain networks validate transactions through distributed consensus, the marathon validates commitment through distributed endurance. Every runner becomes a validator. Each mile functions like a block added to a chain of collective effort, evidence that transformation is occurring not through rhetoric but through disciplined participation. Trust grows not from declarations but from visible sacrifice. The law of value before reward. Underlying the philosophy of the long run lies another principle from the Ngatia tradition, thamani, the law that value must be created before reward can be claimed. Civilizations decline when societies reverse this sequence, when compensation is demanded before contribution, when systems prioritize extraction over creation. The marathon restores the proper order. No runner receives a medal before completing the race. No endurance achievement appears without training. Value must be generated before reward can be realized. This principle applies equally to institutions. Hospitals arise when people first invest effort, capital, and governance into their construction. Prosperity follows contribution. The WAHITO initiative, therefore, asks participants not merely to support a project but to embody this sequence. Run first. Build first. Create value first. Reward follows. Silence signal and the discipline of commitment. There is another dimension of endurance overlooked in modern culture: silence. The Ngatia philosophy speaks of eudaimonia, the principle that power grows through containment rather than constant declaration. Energy dissipated through endless speech rarely translates into structural transformation. Marathon training illustrates this truth vividly. Most miles are run without witnesses. Most effort occurs long before race day. The body changes quietly. Capillaries multiply. Mitochondria increase. Cardiovascular efficiency improves. Biology reorganizes itself through silent repetition. Civilizations are built the same way. The most significant institutional transformations rarely begin with dramatic announcements. They begin with disciplined work carried out consistently across time by individuals committed to a vision larger than themselves. Civilizations are built when people decide that ideas must take form. The long run toward civilization. The philosophy of the long run, therefore, reveals something essential about the WAHITO movement. Running is not simply symbolic. It is educational. Each participant who trains for the Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is rehearsing the discipline required to build institutions. Each mile teaches patience, structure, and the quiet accumulation of effort required to transform aspiration into reality. The marathon becomes a school of civilization. And the hospital rising in Siron, Laikipia becomes its first architectural expression. The miles run across continents, across Nairobi, Toronto, London, Accra, Sao Paulo, and countless other cities, converge upon a single purpose: the construction of health infrastructure capable of serving generations. The finish line in Boston is therefore not the end of the journey. It is the moment when the world recognizes what has already been built through thousands of unseen miles. The long run continues. Chapter 7. The Problem of Trust. Every enduring institution rests upon an invisible foundation. Hospitals require buildings, equipment, and trained professionals, but beneath these visible structures lies something far more essential: trust. Patients trust that physicians will act in their best interest. Communities trust that hospitals will remain open and accessible. Donors trust that their contributions will be used responsibly. Governments trust that institutions will operate within the laws and standards that protect public welfare. Without trust, even the most sophisticated infrastructure cannot function. History offers countless examples of ambitious projects that collapsed not because resources were lacking, but because confidence between participants eroded. When individuals cannot verify how resources are used, suspicion grows. When accountability is unclear, participation declines. When transparency disappears, cooperation becomes fragile. This challenge becomes even more pronounced when projects extend beyond local communities and attempt to mobilize global participation. The vision behind Wahito Medical Center is inherently international. The movement invites runners, supporters, donors, researchers, and institutions from many countries to contribute to the creation of health infrastructure in a rural Kenyan community. Such participation depends on a shared belief that the system coordinating these contributions will operate with integrity and fairness. Yet traditional systems of coordination were not designed for this kind of global civic collaboration. In many development projects, financial flows pass through complex networks of intermediaries. Organizations must rely on reporting structures that are difficult for participants to independently verify. Even when intentions are honorable, the opacity of these systems weakens confidence among those who wish to contribute. The problem is not always corruption or mismanagement. It is simply the absence of mechanisms that allow participants to observe the process directly. Trust becomes dependent on reputation rather than verification. For small groups, reputation is sufficient. Within a village, individuals know one another personally. Within a professional network, shared experience builds confidence. But when a project invites participation from thousands or potentially millions of individuals across continents, reputation alone does not sustain the system. Civilizations have always struggled with this challenge: how to coordinate large numbers of people who do not know one another personally. Some societies rely on centralized authorities. Others depend on bureaucratic institutions designed to regulate complex processes. These mechanisms have enabled extraordinary achievements throughout history, from the construction of public health systems to the development of modern research universities. Yet they also introduce limitations. Centralized structures become opaque, bureaucracies move slowly, decision-making authority concentrates within small groups whose actions remain difficult for the broader public to observe. For a movement like Wahito One that seeks to mobilize decentralized global participation, these limitations present a fundamental question. How do thousands of people contribute to building a shared institution while maintaining confidence that the process remains transparent, fair, and accountable? Answering that question requires a new form of institutional architecture. It requires systems capable of transforming trust from a fragile social expectation into something closer to a verifiable public resource. In recent years, technological innovation has introduced a tool that addresses this ancient problem. Originally developed as the foundation for digital currencies, this technology has evolved into something far more significant. It offers a method for recording information in a way that is transparent, secure, and resistant to manipulation. This technology is known as blockchain, and its implications extend far beyond finance. The limits of traditional institutions. For centuries, societies have relied on institutions to coordinate collective action. Governments build roads and hospitals. Universities organize research. Philanthropic foundations channel resources towards social causes. These structures have enabled remarkable achievements, from the eradication of diseases to the construction of modern health systems. Yet the strength of these institutions has always depended on a delicate balance between authority and trust. Traditional institutions operate through centralized decision-making. Leadership structures determine priorities, manage resources, and oversee implementation. While such arrangements allow organizations to function efficiently, they also concentrate visibility and control within relatively small groups. The broader public participates only indirectly, relying on reports, audits, and public statements to understand how decisions are made and how resources are used. For many projects, this model works reasonably well. When a hospital is funded by a national government or administered by a well-established health system, the lines of responsibility are relatively clear. Citizens trust the legitimacy of the institution because it is embedded within familiar legal and administrative frameworks. However, when initiatives cross borders and invite participation from diverse communities around the world, the limitations of traditional institutional structures begin to appear. Large international projects frequently involve multiple layers of administration: development agencies, non-governmental organizations, contractors, financial intermediaries, and oversight bodies. Each layer performs an important role, yet together they create a system that is difficult for participants to observe directly. Information travels through reports and summaries rather than through transparent, continuously accessible records. This distance between participants and the underlying process produces unintended consequences. Supporters who wish to contribute meaningfully feel uncertain about how their participation fits into the larger effort. Donors wonder how resources move through the system. Communities feel disconnected from decisions that affect their future. None of these concerns necessarily imply wrongdoing. Most development initiatives are undertaken with genuine commitment and integrity, but the structure of the system itself creates barriers between intention and visibility. As projects grow in scale, these barriers expand. The larger the network of participants becomes, the more difficult it is for any individual to maintain a clear picture of the entire process. This challenge is particularly significant for initiatives that seek to mobilize global civic participation rather than relying solely on traditional funding mechanisms. The vision surrounding Wahito Medical Center is not limited to a single institution or a single source of support. It invites runners, donors, researchers, technologists, and citizens from across the world to contribute to the creation of health infrastructure. Participation is meant to be open, decentralized, and inclusive. Yet openness introduces its own demands. When participation expands beyond the boundaries of familiar institutions, new mechanisms are needed to maintain accountability and coordination. In the absence of such mechanisms, even the most inspiring ideas struggle to sustain momentum. Enthusiasm alone does not manage complex systems. Shared purpose must eventually be supported by reliable structures capable of organizing contributions, recording actions, and preserving institutional memory. Throughout history, societies have addressed this challenge by strengthening bureaucratic institutions and regulatory oversight. These tools remain essential in many contexts, but they are not always well suited to movements that operate across national boundaries and seek to empower participants rather than simply administer programs. The world is therefore entering a period of experimentation in institutional design. New technologies and organizational models are emerging that reduce the distance between participants and the systems they support. Instead of relying exclusively on centralized oversight, these approaches distribute visibility, responsibility, and verification across a broader network of contributors. The goal is not to replace institutions entirely, but to enhance them, creating structures where participation is not only welcomed but also transparently integrated into the functioning of the system. For a project like Wahito, which aspires to unite individuals from many regions and disciplines around a shared mission, such innovations prove essential. Building a hospital requires more than funding and construction. It requires a community of participants who trust that their efforts are connected to a transparent and accountable process. The question then becomes how such a process is created. Recent advances in digital infrastructure suggest one powerful answer: systems that allow information to be recorded and verified collectively rather than controlled exclusively by centralized authorities. These systems form the foundation of a technology that is increasingly reshaping conversations about institutional trust. That technology is blockchain. Blockchain as a trust machine. When the word blockchain first entered public conversation, it was most associated with digital currencies. For many observers, it appeared to be a niche technological innovation connected primarily to finance and speculative markets. Yet beneath the surface of these early applications lies a far more profound development: a new way of organizing trust in complex societies. At its core, blockchain is not simply a financial technology. It is a method for maintaining records in a way that is transparent, distributed, and resistant to manipulation. Instead of relying on a single authority to store and verify information, blockchain systems allow many participants across a network to collectively maintain the same record of events. Every transaction, contribution, or action entered into the system becomes part of a shared ledger. Once recorded, that entry cannot easily be altered without the awareness of the entire network. The integrity of the record does not depend on the honesty of a single institution, but on the collective verification of many independent participants. In practical terms, this means that information stored on a blockchain is publicly verifiable in ways that traditional databases cannot achieve. For centuries, societies have relied on trusted intermediaries to maintain records of important transactions. Banks record financial balances, governments maintain property registries, universities preserve academic credentials. These institutions perform valuable functions, but they also concentrate the authority to validate information within a limited set of organizations. Blockchain introduces an alternative model. Instead of asking participants to trust a central authority, the system itself provides a mechanism through which records are verified by anyone with access to the network. Trust shifts from institutional reputation to mathematical verification. This transformation has profound implications for large collaborative projects. When participants independently observe the flow of resources and the actions recorded within a system, the distance between contributors and the institution they support begins to shrink. Transparency becomes embedded in the infrastructure itself. For initiatives seeking to mobilize global participation, this capability is particularly significant. Contributors from different countries, professional backgrounds, and social contexts engage with a shared system without needing prior relationships of personal trust. The structure of the network allows them to verify that their contributions are acknowledged and that the overall process remains visible. In this sense, blockchain functions as a kind of trust machine technological architecture designed to coordinate cooperation among individuals who never meet face to face. Yet it is important to recognize that technology alone does not create institutions. A blockchain system is merely a tool. Its value depends entirely on the vision and governance structures that guide its use. When integrated thoughtfully into a broader institutional framework, blockchain addresses one of the most persistent challenges facing global initiatives: the difficulty of maintaining transparency and accountability across large, distributed networks of participants. For the Wahito initiative, this challenge is not abstract. The project seeks to unite runners, donors, technologists, researchers, and communities across the world in a shared effort to build health infrastructure. Participants must be able to see how their actions contribute to the larger endeavor. They must be able to trust that the system coordinating their efforts operates with clarity and fairness. Blockchain makes that trust visible. By recording contributions, governance decisions, and institutional milestones on a shared ledger, the movement creates an environment in which participation is not only encouraged but also transparently documented. Every step taken by contributors, whether through organizing runs, providing resources, or engaging in governance, becomes part of a collective record that reflects the evolution of the project. In this way, blockchain introduces a new way of organizing cooperation in complex societies. Instead of relying solely on centralized authorities to maintain records and verify transactions, distributed networks allow participants to collectively observe and validate the system itself. Trust shifts from institutional reputation toward transparent verification. For initiatives that depend on the participation of individuals across many regions and disciplines, this transformation carries profound implications. Systems built upon transparent records allow contributors to see how their actions connect to the broader process, strengthening confidence in the institutions they support. The significance of this shift extends beyond finance or digital currencies. It opens the possibility that transparency itself becomes part of the underlying architecture through which institutions are built and maintained. Transparency as infrastructure. When societies discuss infrastructure, the conversation usually turns to physical structures: roads, bridges, electrical grids, water systems, and hospitals. These are the visible foundations upon which modern life depends. They require engineering, capital, and long-term planning to construct and maintain. Yet beneath every successful infrastructure system lies another form of structure that is far less visible but equally important. Institutions rely not only on concrete and steel, but on systems that allow people to coordinate their actions with confidence. They rely on mechanisms that make responsibility visible and ensure that resources are used as intended. Healthy institutions rely on the circulation of responsibility through the community, a principle long recognized in the Ngaisha tradition as hungu, the movement of authority through participation rather than its concentration in a few hands. In this sense, transparency itself functions as a form of infrastructure. Just as roads connect cities and electrical grids connect power sources to homes, transparent systems connect participants to the institutions they support. They allow individuals to see how their contributions move through a project. They provide a shared record of decisions, transactions, and milestones. They transform complex processes into something that is observed and understood. Without such transparency, even well-intentioned institutions struggle to maintain public confidence. Information becomes fragmented across reports, internal documents, and administrative channels. Participants must rely on periodic updates rather than continuous visibility. The system functions, but it remains distant from the people whose trust sustains it. The challenge becomes even more pronounced when projects invite global participation. A movement like the one surrounding Wahito Medical Center depends on the engagement of individuals who never visit Siron in Laikipia County. Runners in distant cities organize events in solidarity with the initiative. Donors contribute resources from across continents. Researchers and technologists lend their expertise from institutions thousands of miles away. Each participant becomes part of a network that extends far beyond the geographic boundaries of the hospital itself. In such a network, transparency is not merely a matter of administrative accountability. It becomes a fundamental requirement for coordination. Participants must be able to observe how the system evolves, how resources are mobilized, and how decisions shape the development of the institution. Transparency transforms the project from something that happens in the distance into something that people actively witness and engage with. Blockchain technology offers a powerful mechanism for creating this form of visibility. Because records within the system are distributed across many participants and cannot easily be altered after they are entered, the ledger becomes a continuously accessible archive of the project's development. Contributions are recorded, milestones are documented, governance decisions are preserved as part of the institutional memory of the initiative. Over time, this record forms a narrative of the institution itself, a chronicle of how a community of participants across the world came together to build health infrastructure in a rural Kenyan community. This type of transparency does more than protect against misuse of resources. It strengthens the sense of shared ownership among participants. Individuals see their actions reflected within the evolving history of the project. Their participation becomes part of the institutional story. Such visibility encourages deeper engagement. When contributors recognize that their efforts are recorded and connected to tangible progress, participation begins to feel less like charity and more like collaboration. The relationship between supporters and the institution shifts from distant observation to active involvement. For Wahito Medical Center, transparency therefore becomes an essential element of the project's architecture. The hospital itself represents a physical manifestation of care and dignity, but the systems coordinating its creation must reflect the same principles. If the initiative seeks to model a new way of building health infrastructure, one rooted in endurance, participation, and shared responsibility, then the processes guiding its development must embody those values. Transparency becomes the bridge between philosophy and implementation. It ensures that the ideals expressed in the vision of Wahito are reflected not only in words but also in the structure of the systems that bring the project into existence. In this way, transparency evolves from an administrative requirement into something far more significant, a foundational layer of institutional design. It becomes part of the infrastructure through which a global community works together to transform an idea into a living institution. When transparency is embedded within the architecture of participation, trust no longer depends solely on promises or reputation. It becomes visible within the system itself, allowing contributors from across the world to observe the progress of the institution they are helping to build. Trust for a global movement. The vision behind Wahito Medical Center extends far beyond the construction of a single hospital. It represents an attempt to mobilize a global community around the shared responsibility of expanding access to health infrastructure. Runners participating in marathons, supporters contributing resources, technologists developing digital systems, and communities advocating for improved care all become part of a broader movement dedicated to strengthening human well-being. Such a movement does not rely solely on inspiration. While the idea of running to build a hospital carries symbolic power, the long-term success of the initiative depends on systems capable of organizing participation across time and geography. Thousands of individuals contribute in ways that are visible, meaningful, and connected to the broader progress of the project. Endurance alone does not create institutions. Endurance must be paired with structure. Throughout the earlier chapters of this book, the marathon has served as a metaphor for the kind of sustained effort required to build lasting institutions. A runner preparing for a long-distance race understands that progress is not measured by short bursts of speed, but by the discipline of maintaining a steady pace over many miles. The same principle applies to collective endeavors that unfold over years rather than hours. Institutions fail when societies expect short races. Civilization, by contrast, is built through the patience of the marathon. Yet even the most disciplined runner relies on an environment that supports the effort. Races require routes, organizers, timing systems, and communities of participants who share the experience. In the same way, global civic initiatives require infrastructure that allows individuals to see how their efforts connect to a larger undertaking. For the Wahito movement, that infrastructure fulfills several roles simultaneously. It records contributions, coordinates participation, preserves institutional memory, and provides a transparent view of how the project evolves over time. Participants observe not only the outcome of the hospital itself but also the process through which the institution gradually comes into existence. Blockchain technology offers a foundation upon which such systems are built. By maintaining a distributed record of activity that is verified by participants across the network, the technology provides a way to transform trust into something observable rather than assumed. But technology alone does not define the character of a movement. Tools must be shaped by the principles and goals of the community that employs them. The Wahito initiative therefore approaches blockchain not as an end in itself, but as part of a broader institutional framework designed to support participation, transparency, and endurance. The system aligns with the philosophical foundations of the movement, the belief that individuals across the world collaborate to build institutions that serve the common good. If civilization is a marathon, then the systems supporting this effort sustain participation over long distances, years of planning, collaboration, and construction. This requires more than a ledger of transactions. It requires an ecosystem in which contributions are recorded, governance decisions are organized, and participants engage with the evolving institution in meaningful ways. Within the Wahito initiative, this architecture of participation takes shape through a digital ecosystem designed to coordinate global collaboration while preserving transparency and accountability. That ecosystem is known as Actuate. Actuate provides the technological and organizational foundation through which the ideas explored in this chapter are translated into practice. It connects the philosophy of endurance with the infrastructure required to transform participation into institutional progress. Through this system, runners participating in events across the world, contributors supporting the development of health infrastructure, and communities invested in the success of the project all become part of a shared record of institutional creation. The story of Wahito is therefore not only about building a hospital. It is about exploring how new forms of coordination enable communities to build public goods in an increasingly interconnected world. In the chapters that follow, we turn our attention to the structure of the Actuate ecosystem itself, examining how this digital framework organizes participation, records contributions, and supports the emergence of a global community committed to advancing health infrastructure. The marathon of institution building continues, but it now unfolds within a system designed to ensure that every step taken by the movement is seen, recorded, and carried forward. Chapter 8. A System for Collective Action. In the previous chapter, we explored the problem of trust and the ways in which emerging technologies such as blockchain offer new possibilities for organizing cooperation in large and distributed societies. Transparency, when embedded into the architecture of a system, transforms participation from an act of distant support into a visible contribution to the creation of shared institutions. Yet technology alone does not build hospitals. The construction of health infrastructure requires coordination among many different forms of effort. Communities must articulate their needs. Professionals must contribute expertise. Supporters must mobilize resources. Individuals across the world must be able to see how their actions connect to a broader process that unfolds over time. In other words, the vision surrounding Wahito Medical Center requires more than inspiration and more than technology. It requires a system capable of organizing collective action. Throughout history, societies have developed various mechanisms for coordinating large groups of people. Markets allow individuals to exchange goods and services. Governments organize public resources and enforce rules that structure civic life. Civil society institutions from charities to professional associations bring people together around shared goals. Each of these systems plays an important role in enabling cooperation at scale, but they were largely designed for an earlier era, one in which participation was constrained by geography and communication moved more slowly than it does today. The world has changed. Digital connectivity now allows individuals in distant regions to participate in shared initiatives with unprecedented immediacy. A runner in one city joins a global movement by participating in a marathon. A researcher in another country contributes knowledge that shapes how health systems are designed. Supporters across continents align their efforts around a common mission without ever meeting in person. This new landscape of global connectivity creates extraordinary opportunities, but it also introduces new organizational challenges. When participation expands across borders and cultures, the systems that coordinate collective action must be capable of integrating contributions from many different sources while preserving transparency and accountability. Without such systems, large movements become fragmented. Enthusiasm generates bursts of activity, but sustaining progress requires structures that connect individual actions into a coherent institutional process. The Wahito Initiative therefore approaches the problem of coordination with a clear principle in mind. Participation must be both meaningful and visible. Every contribution, whether it takes the form of running, organizing, supporting, or governing, connects to a shared record of institutional progress. Participants observe how their efforts contribute to the gradual emergence of health infrastructure in communities that need it most. This is where the concept of the Actuate ecosystem becomes central. Actuate is designed as a digital environment that organizes the various forms of participation surrounding the Wahito Initiative. It provides the framework through which global contributors coordinate their efforts, record their involvement, and observe the evolution of the institution they are helping to build. Rather than functioning as a single platform or application, Actuate operates as an ecosystem, a network of tools, protocols, and governance structures that together support the movement's long-term mission. Within this environment, the principles discussed in the previous chapters, transparency, endurance, and participation, take on concrete institutional form. The system records contributions, preserves the history of the project, and provides mechanisms through which participants engage with the development of health infrastructure in a structured and accountable way. In this sense, Actuate serves as the connective tissue linking the global community of participants to the institution that gradually emerges from their collective effort. The hospital in Siron, Laikipia County remains the tangible goal of the movement, but the system supporting its creation extends far beyond a single location. It represents an experiment in how digital infrastructure enables communities across the world to collaborate in building public goods. Understanding how this ecosystem functions and how it transforms participation into a durable institutional process is essential for grasping the broader vision behind Wahito. To do so, we must first examine the role that participation itself plays within the architecture of the system. Participation as infrastructure. Institutions are described in terms of the buildings they occupy or the services they provide. Hospitals treat patients. Universities educate students, laboratories conduct research. These visible activities form the public face of institutional life. Yet every enduring institution is sustained by something less visible but equally essential: the participation of the people who support it. Doctors, nurses, administrators, technicians, donors, volunteers, and community members all contribute to the functioning of a hospital. Their combined efforts create the environment in which care is delivered and knowledge grows. Without this network of participation, even the most advanced facilities stand idle. Participation, in this sense, is not merely an accessory to institutions. It is one of their foundational forms of infrastructure. Traditionally, the contributions that sustain institutions have remained partially hidden from view. A donor provides resources without seeing precisely how those resources move through the system. Volunteers offer time and effort without a clear record connecting their work to the broader institutional narrative. Community support is assumed rather than documented. These contributions are real and valuable, but they are not always fully integrated into the visible structure of the institution itself. The Actuate ecosystem approaches participation differently. Rather than treating contributions as informal or peripheral, the system incorporates them directly into the architecture of the institutional process. Every action that advances the mission of the Wahito initiative becomes part of a shared record. Running in a marathon, organizing an event, contributing resources, supporting development activities, or engaging in governance are not isolated gestures. They are forms of participation that strengthen the movement and help carry the project forward. When these contributions are recorded within a transparent system, they become visible components of the institution's development. This shift transforms the relationship between individuals and the institution they support. Instead of standing outside the process, participants become active contributors to a collective effort whose progress is observed over time. A runner completing a marathon in support of the Wahito initiative is not merely raising awareness. That action becomes part of a larger pattern of participation, connecting individuals across the world who share the same commitment. The energy of the marathon movement, thousands of people choosing endurance over comfort, becomes woven into the institutional fabric of the project. In this way, the philosophy of the marathon finds a structural expression within the ecosystem itself. Institutions fail because societies expect short races, but civilization is a marathon. When participation is treated as infrastructure, the long-distance effort required to build lasting institutions becomes visible and measurable. Each step taken by the movement contributes to a shared journey toward the creation of health infrastructure. Civilizations are built when people decide that ideas must take form. The Actuate ecosystem provides a framework through which those decisions are recorded and organized into a durable process of institutional creation. Over time, the accumulation of these recorded contributions forms something more than a list of individual actions. It becomes a historical narrative of how a community of participants gradually transforms an idea into a functioning institution. This narrative, composed of thousands of individual efforts, constitutes a new kind of institutional memory. Understanding how Actuate preserves and organizes this memory is essential for seeing how the ecosystem sustains the movement over long periods of time. In the next section, we will explore how the system records contributions, milestones, and decisions in a way that allows the history of the Wahito initiative to remain transparent and accessible to its global community of participants. Recording institutional memory. Every enduring institution carries with it a story. Universities remember the scholars who shaped their disciplines. Hospitals recall the physicians who advanced the practice of medicine and the communities that supported their growth. Nations preserve records of the decisions and events that define their development. These narratives form what is called the institutional memory of a society. Institutional memory is more than a historical archive. It is the accumulated record of decisions, contributions, and milestones that explain how an institution came to exist and how it continues to evolve. It provides continuity across generations, allowing those who inherit an institution to understand the efforts and sacrifices that made its existence possible. Traditionally, this memory has been preserved through documents, reports, and archives maintained by the institutions themselves. These records serve important purposes, but they are fragmented across administrative departments or stored in forms that are not easily accessible to the broader public. For initiatives that depend on widespread participation, such limitations create distance between contributors and the institution they support. Individuals take part in important efforts without ever seeing how their contributions fit into the longer narrative of the project. The Actuate ecosystem seeks to address this challenge by integrating institutional memory directly into the architecture of participation. Because contributions and milestones are recorded on a transparent digital ledger, the development of the WAHITO initiative gradually forms a shared historical record. Actions that might otherwise pass unnoticed become visible elements within a collective narrative. The running of a marathon, the organization of a community event, the allocation of resources for construction, or the adoption of governance decisions all become part of a continuously evolving chronicle. Over time, this record tells the story of how a global community came together to build health infrastructure in a rural Kenyan community. Such a system does more than preserve information. It allows participants to see the continuity between their own actions and the broader progress of the institution. A contributor who joins the movement years after its beginning traces the path that earlier participants helped establish. The journey from initial idea to functioning hospital becomes visible in a way that traditional institutional archives rarely achieve. This transparency strengthens the sense of shared ownership within the movement. Contributors recognize that their efforts are not isolated gestures but part of a historical process unfolding across time. The concept resonates deeply with the philosophy that has guided the WAHITO initiative from the beginning. Just as a marathon is defined not by a single stride but by the accumulation of many steps, the creation of enduring institutions depends on the accumulation of countless acts of participation. Each step contributes to the distance traveled. Each contribution becomes part of the institutional memory that explains how the journey unfolded. In this way, Actuate transforms memory from something recorded after the fact into something generated continuously as the movement progresses. The system does not simply document the past, it records the present in a way that ensures the history of the institution remains visible as it is being written. This capability has important implications for the future of collective action. When communities observe the historical development of institutions in real time, participation becomes more than a symbolic gesture. It becomes a tangible contribution to a narrative that individuals see evolving before them. The WAHITO initiative therefore represents more than an effort to construct a hospital. It explores how digital systems allow communities to build institutions while simultaneously preserving the memory of how those institutions came into being. But institutional memory alone does not sustain a movement. For participation to endure over long periods of time, contributors must also feel that they are part of a shared environment in which their efforts connect with those of others. The next section will explore how the Actuate ecosystem functions as a digital commons, creating a space where participants across the world collaborate in the ongoing work of building health infrastructure. A digital commons for health. Institutions that endure rarely exist in isolation. Hospitals are embedded within networks of communities, professionals, researchers, and supporters who contribute to their vitality. Universities thrive when they serve as centers of intellectual exchange. Cities flourish when public spaces allow citizens to gather, collaborate, and share ideas. These environments where individuals come together to contribute to shared goals are described as commons. Historically, the commons referred to physical spaces where communities collectively managed resources. Fields, forests, and water systems were maintained through shared responsibility, allowing many individuals to benefit from resources that no single person owned entirely. Over time, the idea of the commons expanded to include institutions such as libraries, public parks, and educational system spaces where collective participation creates value that extends beyond individual interests. In the digital age, the concept of the commons is evolving once again. Digital networks now allow communities to collaborate across vast distances. Knowledge is shared globally, projects are coordinated in real time, and individuals separated by geography participate in common endeavors. These capabilities make it possible to imagine new forms of collective action that extend beyond the limitations of traditional institutions. The Actuate ecosystem represents an attempt to create such a digital commons in the context of health infrastructure. Within this environment, individuals from many parts of the world participate in the effort to build and sustain institutions like Wahito Medical Center. Runners organizing marathons, supporters contributing resources, technologists developing systems, and community members advocating for improved care all become part of a shared digital space where their contributions intersect. This commons are not defined by a single building or location. Instead, it is structured through digital infrastructure that records participation, preserves institutional memory, and provides mechanisms through which contributors engage with the development of health systems. In this sense, the ecosystem expands the traditional boundaries of civic participation. Someone living thousands of miles from Siron never walks through the doors of Wahito Medical Center, yet through the structures of the ecosystem that person still becomes part of the institutional process that makes the hospital possible. Participation is no longer limited by geography, it is defined by commitment to the shared mission. Such an environment transforms the way individuals relate to public goods. Health infrastructure has historically depended on governments, philanthropies, and local communities to mobilize resources. While these institutions remain essential, the emergence of digital commons introduces additional possibilities. Global communities now collaborate to support initiatives that serve specific local needs. The hospital in Siron remains deeply rooted in its community, responding to the realities faced by families in Laikipia County. Yet the effort to build and sustain that institution draws strength from a global network of supporters who recognize that the expansion of health infrastructure anywhere contributes to the broader advancement of human well-being. The Actuate ecosystem provides the digital environment where this network of participation takes shape. It allows individuals to see how their contributions connect to those of others, creating a sense of shared purpose that extends across borders and cultures. Over time, the commons become more than a technological platform. It evolves into a community of builders, individuals who recognize that institutions emerge when people decide to act together over long periods of time. The marathon philosophy that animates the Wahito initiative finds a natural home in such an environment. Just as runners around the world participate in the same race while following different routes, contributors within the ecosystem pursue diverse forms of engagement while advancing the same mission. Yet for this digital commons to function effectively, its structure must be carefully designed. Participation, memory, transparency, and governance all require an underlying architecture capable of organizing the many elements of the system. In the final section of this chapter, we will examine the architecture of the Actuate ecosystem, the framework that integrates these components into a coherent system capable of sustaining a global movement for health infrastructure. The architecture of Actuate. For a system intended to coordinate global participation in the creation of public goods, design matters. The success of the Actuate ecosystem depends not only on its technological foundations, but also on the way its components are organized to support transparency, participation, and long-term institutional development. Architecture, in this sense, refers to the underlying structure that allows the ecosystem to function as a coherent whole. Just as a hospital requires carefully planned systems, clinical departments, supply chains, information networks, and governance structures, so too must a digital ecosystem establish clear relationships between its various elements. The Actuate ecosystem is built around several interrelated layers that together support the movement's mission. At the most fundamental level lies the ledger infrastructure, which records contributions and activities in a transparent and verifiable manner. This layer ensures that the participation of individuals across the world is documented and preserved as part of the institutional record. Actions that support the development of health infrastructure, whether through organizing events, contributing resources, or participating in governance, become part of a shared ledger that reflects the progress of the movement. Above this foundation sits the participation layer, where individuals and communities interact with the ecosystem. This layer provides the mechanisms through which contributors engage with the project, organizing runs, supporting initiatives, collaborating with other participants, and connecting their efforts to the broader mission of building health infrastructure. Participation within the ecosystem is therefore not passive. It is structured in ways that allow individual actions to contribute meaningfully to the collective effort. A third layer involves governance, the processes through which decisions are made about the direction and development of the system. For an initiative that aspires to mobilize global participation, governance balances inclusivity with responsibility. Participants have avenues through which they contribute ideas and influence the evolution of the ecosystem, while also ensuring that the mission of expanding health infrastructure remains central. Transparent governance structures maintain the integrity of the system as it grows. They ensure that the values guiding the movement endurance, participation, stewardship, and proclamation continue to shape its development. Another important dimension of the architecture is the coordination layer, which links digital participation to real-world outcomes. Contributions recorded within the ecosystem ultimately translate into tangible progress. The construction of facilities, the strengthening of health services, and the development of systems that improve the well-being of communities. The hospital in Siron stands as the first major objective of this coordinated effort. Yet the architecture of Actuate is designed with a broader horizon in mind. If successful, the ecosystem supports the creation of additional institutions, extending the model of collaborative infrastructure development to other communities facing similar challenges. Together, these layers ledger infrastructure, participation mechanisms, governance processes, and coordination systems form the framework through which the Actuate ecosystem operates. They transform the philosophical ideas explored throughout this book into practical structures capable of sustaining a global movement. The significance of this architecture lies not only in the technology that supports it, but also in the institutional possibilities it opens. By linking transparency, participation, and governance within a single ecosystem, Actuate provides a model for how communities across the world collaborate to build public goods in an era defined by digital connectivity. But an ecosystem requires more than structure. It also requires mechanisms that align incentives and recognize contributions within the system. Participants must be able to see how their efforts are represented and how their participation connects to the broader development of the movement. To address this challenge, the Actuate ecosystem introduces a system of digital units that represent participation within the network. In the next chapter, we will explore the role of these units known as Actuate tokens and examine how they function as instruments for recognizing contributions, coordinating incentives, and strengthening the institutional framework that supports the WAHITO initiative. Chapter 9. Actuate tokens, incentives, and institutions. The creation of enduring institutions has always required more than vision and goodwill. While ideas can inspire people to act, the long process of building and sustaining institutions depends on systems that recognize participation and align the efforts of many individuals toward a common purpose. Hospitals rely on professional structures that organize the work of physicians, nurses, administrators, and researchers. Universities recognize scholarly contributions through systems of authorship and citation. Civic institutions grant voting rights and responsibilities to citizens who participate in public life. In each case, the institution functions because it provides mechanisms through which contributions are acknowledged and coordinated. These mechanisms form the incentive structures of institutional life. Incentives are sometimes misunderstood as instruments designed solely to reward individual gain. In reality, their deeper purpose is to organize cooperation. They help ensure that the actions of individuals contribute meaningfully to the stability and progress of the institution itself. Without such systems, even the most dedicated communities can struggle to sustain coordinated effort over long periods of time. Participation becomes diffuse, contributions remain difficult to measure, and individuals may find it challenging to see how their actions connect to the broader institutional mission. The Actuate ecosystem was designed with this challenge in mind. The movement surrounding Wahito Medical Center invites participation from people across the world: runners, organizers, supporters, technologists, researchers, and communities committed to expanding health infrastructure. Each of these contributors brings a different form of effort to the project. Some run marathons that raise awareness and mobilize global engagement. Others provide resources or expertise that help transform plans into functioning systems. Still others participate in governance, shaping the decisions that guide the ecosystem's development. For such a diverse network of participants to function as a coherent community, the system must provide a way to recognize and organize these contributions. This is where the concept of Actuate tokens enters the architecture of the ecosystem. Within Actuate, tokens function as digital units that represent participation in the institutional process. They provide a mechanism through which contributions can be acknowledged, recorded, and integrated into the evolving structure of the movement. Unlike traditional financial instruments, these tokens are not primarily designed as speculative assets. Their purpose is institutional rather than purely economic. They help translate participation into a visible element of the ecosystem structure, allowing contributors to see how their efforts connect to the broader development of the initiative. In this way, tokens become part of the system that sustains the marathon of institution building. Each recorded contribution, whether through organizing events, supporting infrastructure development, participating in governance, or strengthening the global movement, adds another step to the collective journey. The token system provides a framework through which these steps can be recognized and organized over time. Civilizations are built when people decide that ideas must take form. But the transformation of ideas into institutions requires structures that allow people to contribute consistently and with confidence that their efforts matter. The Actuate token system represents one such structure. It converts participation into a measurable component of the ecosystem, allowing a global community to coordinate its efforts while preserving the transparency and institutional memory that define the Wahito initiative. Understanding how these tokens function within the ecosystem requires a closer look at what they actually represent. In the next section, we will explore how tokens operate as units of participation, translating individual actions into contributions that support the long-term development of health infrastructure. Tokens as units of participation. If institutions are sustained by participation, then the systems that support them must find ways to recognize that participation clearly and fairly. In many traditional organizations, this recognition appears through familiar mechanisms: employment contracts, salaries, academic credentials, or professional titles. These structures signal the roles individuals play within the institution and the responsibilities they carry. In a decentralized ecosystem such as Actuate, participation takes many different forms and occurs across geographic and organizational boundaries. A runner organizing a marathon in one country, a technologist contributing to digital infrastructure in another, and a community advocate supporting health access in Laikipia County may never meet, yet their actions all contribute to the same institutional objective. To coordinate such a diverse network of effort, the ecosystem requires a way to translate these actions into a shared structure of recognition. Actuate tokens serve this purpose. Within the ecosystem, tokens function as units of participation. They represent the various ways individuals contribute to the growth and sustainability of the movement. When a participant undertakes actions that advance the mission, organizing events, supporting development efforts, contributing expertise, or engaging in governance, the system records that participation and associates it with tokens. In this way, tokens provide a common language through which many different forms of contribution can be acknowledged. This approach reflects an important principle underlying the design of the ecosystem. Participation in institution building is multifaceted. Not every contribution takes the same form, and not every participant engages in the same way. Some individuals devote time and energy to organizing community activities. Others contribute technical knowledge or financial resources. Still others help guide the strategic direction of the initiative through governance and leadership. What unites these diverse efforts is their shared orientation toward the creation of health infrastructure and the advancement of the Wahito mission. Tokens allow these varied forms of participation to be integrated into a single framework without reducing their unique character. Each contribution retains its specific context while also becoming part of the broader institutional process recorded within the ecosystem. Over time, the accumulation of tokens across the network reflects the growing participation of the community. The system begins to map the collective effort that supports the development of the initiative, showing how individuals and groups around the world are contributing to the same long-term project. This mapping does more than quantify activity, it helps participants see the structure of the movement itself. A runner who completes a marathon in support of Wahito becomes connected to a global network of individuals taking similar steps. A contributor who helps develop digital infrastructure becomes part of a technical community supporting the ecosystem's growth. Each token represents a small but meaningful piece of the institutional journey. In this sense, tokens become markers of engagement within the marathon of institution building. Institutions fail when societies expect short races, but civilization is a marathon. The token system allows the ecosystem to recognize the many steps taken along that marathon route. Contributions that might otherwise fade into the background become visible elements of a collective effort unfolding over time. Yet recognition alone is not enough. For the system to remain transparent and accountable, these contributions must also become part of the institutional record that documents how the initiative evolves. The next section explores this dimension of the ecosystem, examining how the token system contributes to recording the history of participation and strengthening the institutional memory of the Wahito movement. Recording contribution. Participation becomes meaningful within an institution when it is not only recognized but also remembered. Institutions grow through the accumulation of countless individual efforts, yet without systems that record these efforts, much of the story behind their creation can disappear over time. Contributors who helped shape the institution may fade from memory, and the path from idea to reality can become difficult to trace. For the Wahito Initiative, preserving this record matters deeply. The movement is built upon the actions of individuals scattered across the world, runners choosing endurance over comfort, organizers bringing communities together, technologists constructing digital infrastructure, and supporters dedicating resources to the expansion of health access. Each action represents a step along the long road of institution building. The Actuate token system allows these steps to be recorded in a structured and transparent manner. When contributions are associated with tokens within the ecosystem, they become part of a shared ledger that reflects the evolving participation of the community. This ledger functions not simply as an accounting tool, but as a living archive of the institution's development. Over time, it reveals how the efforts of many individuals gradually converge to bring a complex project into existence. Such a record carries significance beyond documentation. It strengthens the connection between participants and the institution they support. Contributors can see that their efforts are preserved within the historical narrative of the movement. Their actions are not lost in the flow of time but remain visible as part of the institutional memory that explains how the project came to life. This visibility encourages a deeper sense of responsibility and stewardship. When individuals recognize that their participation becomes part of a permanent record, they engage with greater care and intentionality. The system affirms that building institutions is not an anonymous process. It is a collective endeavor shaped by identifiable contributions. In this way, the token ledger becomes a chronicle of the marathon itself. Every recorded contribution reflects another stride taken by the community. The long-distance journey from vision to functioning health infrastructure begins to reveal its contours through the accumulation of these steps. Civilizations are built when people decide that ideas must take form. But the transformation of ideas into institutions requires more than isolated acts of commitment. It requires continuity, a way of linking the efforts of participants across time so that each generation of contributors can build upon the work of those who came before. The Actuate ecosystem provides that continuity by embedding participation within a transparent and enduring record. As the ledger grows, it begins to illustrate the scale of cooperation that large public projects demand. The construction of a hospital may appear from a distance to be the work of architects, engineers, and medical professionals. Yet beneath that visible achievement lies a broader network of individuals whose efforts made the project possible. Through the token system, this network becomes visible. The recognition and recording of contribution also create the conditions for something else that every institution must cultivate: alignment among the people who support it. When participants can see how their efforts connect with those of others, a sense of shared purpose begins to emerge. This alignment across regions, professions, and communities forms the next critical dimension of the ecosystem's design. Aligning a global community. Institutions rarely emerge from the efforts of a single individual. They are the product of many people acting together across time, without direct knowledge of one another. A physician dedicates years to medical training, a community organizes support for new facilities, a researcher contributes knowledge that improves treatment, and a donor provides resources that make construction possible. Each of these contributions plays a role in the life of the institution. When participation expands beyond local communities and becomes global in scope, the challenge of coordination grows more complex. Individuals may be separated by geography, language, profession, and culture. Yet for a movement to succeed, these diverse contributors must still move in a shared direction. Alignment becomes essential. Alignment does not require that everyone perform the same role. On the contrary, institutions thrive precisely because people contribute in different ways. What matters is that these contributions reinforce one another, gradually advancing the mission that binds the community together. The Actuate ecosystem seeks to create this alignment through a system that recognizes and connects participation across the network. Tokens play a role in this process by linking individual contributions to the broader structure of the movement. When actions are recorded and associated with tokens, participants can see how their efforts relate to those of others who share the same commitment. The runner completing a marathon in one city becomes connected to organizers coordinating events elsewhere. A technologist strengthening the digital infrastructure becomes part of the same institutional framework that supports community engagement and governance. Through this shared structure, participation begins to form patterns. Over time, these patterns reveal the contours of a global community working toward a common goal. The token system does not simply measure activity, it helps create coherence within a movement that might otherwise remain fragmented. Such coherence is particularly important for initiatives that unfold over many years. Building health infrastructure is not a short project. It requires persistence, planning, and the steady accumulation of effort from many sources. Individuals may enter the movement at different moments, contribute in different ways, and remain involved for varying lengths of time. Yet the institution continues to grow as long as the system preserves alignment among those contributions. In this sense, the Actuate ecosystem functions as a connective framework that links participants across distance and time. Each recorded contribution strengthens the network, reinforcing the understanding that individual efforts form part of a larger undertaking. Institutions fail because societies expect short races, but civilization is a marathon. Alignment allows participants to recognize that they are not running alone. Each person's effort becomes part of a collective endurance, an extended journey toward the creation of institutions that serve the common good. When alignment takes hold within a community, participation begins to sustain itself. Contributors see that their actions matter, that their efforts are recognized, and that they are part of a network moving steadily toward a shared objective. At that point, the system does more than coordinate activity. It begins to cultivate a culture of builders, individuals who understand that institutions are not accidental structures but the result of sustained and organized participation. The role of tokens within this culture extends beyond recognition and coordination. They also reinforce the deeper philosophy that has guided the WAHITO initiative from the beginning. The understanding that building institutions is a long-distance endeavor requiring patience, discipline, and collective endurance. Tokens and the marathon of institution building. Every marathon teaches the same lesson: meaningful progress rarely arrives through sudden bursts of energy. It emerges from steady movement sustained over long distances. Runners learn to pace themselves, to maintain discipline when the course becomes difficult, and to trust that each step contributes to the completion of the race. The creation of institutions follows a similar rhythm. Hospitals, universities, and civic organizations rarely appear overnight. They grow gradually through the sustained efforts of individuals who dedicate time, resources, and knowledge to a shared purpose. What may appear from the outside as a finished institution is, in reality, the visible result of years, decades of collective commitment. The WAHITO initiative embraces this understanding from the outset. The movement recognizes that building health infrastructure is not a short campaign but a long journey requiring endurance, coordination, and the steady accumulation of participation. This is where the role of the Actuate token system intersects with the deeper philosophy of the project. Tokens provide a mechanism through which the many steps of this institutional marathon can be recorded and connected. Each contribution, whether through running, organizing, supporting development, or participating in governance, becomes part of a broader record of effort. The system allows participants to see that their actions, however small they may appear individually, contribute to the forward movement of the institution. In this sense, tokens function much like mile markers along a marathon route. They do not complete the race for the runner, but they provide a way of measuring progress and recognizing the distance that has already been traveled. Such markers matter because long journeys require encouragement and clarity. Participants need to know that their efforts are moving the community closer to its goal. When progress becomes visible, endurance becomes easier to sustain. The Actuate ecosystem transforms this principle into a structural feature of the movement. By recording contributions and recognizing participation, the token system helps ensure that the effort of building health infrastructure remains visible and organized over time. Institutions fail because societies expect short races, but civilization is a marathon. The token system reinforces the idea that participation in building institutions must be understood within this long-distance perspective. The focus is not on rapid outcomes or fleeting attention, but on sustained engagement that gradually transforms vision into reality. Civilizations are built when people decide that ideas must take form. But for ideas to take form, communities must develop systems that allow participation to persist across generations. The structures created today must be capable of carrying forward the contributions of those who come tomorrow. Actuate tokens represent one such structure. They link the efforts of participants into a shared institutional framework, allowing a global community to recognize the many steps that bring a vision closer to fulfillment. Through this system, the marathon of institution building becomes visible not only as a metaphor but as a measurable process unfolding within the ecosystem itself. The journey that began with the idea of running to build a hospital continues to expand into a broader exploration of how communities can collaborate to create lasting public goods. As participation grows and the ecosystem evolves, new questions emerge about how contributors can help guide the direction of the movement and ensure that its principles remain intact. Those questions lead naturally to the next dimension of the system, governance. The chapters that follow explore how participants within the Actuate ecosystem help shape the future of the movement, and how a community of dedicated builders begins to take form around the shared mission of expanding health infrastructure. Chapter 10. Nyumba ya Mumbai, the House Without Walls. Nyumba ya Mumbai is more than a cultural symbol. It is the civic heart of a decentralized age. Rooted in Gikuyu cosmology yet powered by blockchain technology, it represents the house without walls, a living architecture where health, knowledge, and shared prosperity are cultivated by disciplined citizens across continents. In Gikuyu tradition, Mumbai is the generative mother, the origin of clans and continuity. Nyumba ya Mumbai therefore symbolizes the common house of belonging, where stewardship precedes authority and discipline precedes privilege. Today, this house is no longer confined to geography. It has become a decentralized civic structure, uniting individuals, families, and communities in Nairobi, Boston, Lagos, London, and beyond. Belonging is defined not by bloodline but by participation, by motion, discipline, and shared progress. The citizens of this house are known as Andu Nyumba, the people of the house. Within it, no person is a stranger. Each member stands as heir and steward, practicing sovereignty over inertia and transforming endurance into civic contribution. Why Nyumba ya Mumbai matters. To the individual, the first governance is self-governance. Through the Run Wherever You Are movement, individuals practice discipline daily, running, walking, farming, or working outdoors. Motion restores dignity, health improves, confidence grows, and agency is reclaimed. To relationships, discipline strengthens trust. Partners who share commitment to health and purpose evolve into alliances rather than negotiations. Love becomes productive, rooted in visible discipline and shared stewardship of the ecosystem. To families, families inherit habits before they inherit wealth. Within Nyumba ya Mumbai, endurance precedes inheritance. Children witness parents practicing discipline, learning technology, and participating in governance. Families cultivate resilience together, building intergenerational strength. To communities, communities flourish when citizens participate rather than observe. Farmers, physicians, engineers, teachers, and students contribute skills and knowledge, weaving cohesion across economic and geographic boundaries. To nations, nations are strengthened not only by institutions but by disciplined citizens. A population that values health, learning, and participation stabilizes societies and fosters innovation. To the world, global challenges demand collaboration across borders. Nyumba ya Mumbai provides a decentralized framework for solidarity, transforming a cultural symbol into a planetary network. The role of blockchain. Decentralized societies require trust without central authority. Blockchain provides this architecture. Actuate ACT tokens represent economic alignment. Citizens acquire ACT tokens through decentralized exchanges, aligning themselves with the initiatives of the Actuate ecosystem. ACT tokens transform goodwill into measurable participation. MUM tokens represent governance and citizenship. Soulbound and non-transferable, MUM tokens permanently identify holders as citizens of Nyumba ya Mumbai. They distribute governance authority across the community, embodying the Ngatia principle that stewardship follows sacrifice. Becoming a citizen of Nyumba ya Mumbai. Citizenship is earned through discipline and participation. 1. Acquire ACT tokens through decentralized exchanges. 2. Participate in the run wherever you are movement, practicing motion and sharing experiences. 3. Receive the Soulbound MUM token, marking civic membership in the house. Citizenship is therefore both action and commitment, a covenant of discipline and belonging. Governance by the Andua Nyumba. Through MUM tokens, citizens participate in governance decisions that shape the Actuate ecosystem. They vote on infrastructure planning, public health programs, educational initiatives, research projects, and economic strategies. Governance is transparent, accountable, and participatory, ensuring that Nyumba ya Mumbai functions as a living civic institution. The spirit of the house. Nyumba ya Mumbai is not only technological, it is moral. It is built upon the principles of Ngatia. Motion precedes provision. Endurance precedes inheritance. Stewardship follows sacrifice. Visible discipline becomes generational culture. Shared purpose produces shared wealth. The run wherever you are movement cultivates physical discipline. Blockchain encodes discipline into durable systems. Together they form a civilization-scale architecture for global health, decentralized science, and cooperative prosperity. The house that breath built. Every house begins with a foundation. For Nyumba ya Mumbai, the foundation is breath, millions of breaths taken by individuals who choose to move, to learn, and to participate. From breath comes motion. From motion comes discipline. From discipline comes trust. And from trust emerges the house without walls, where Andua Nyumba across continents build together not as strangers, but as citizens of one living civilization. Chapter 11. The Mumbai token MUM, the word made ledger. Civilization begins with a word. Economies begin with a declaration of value. Health systems begin with a recognition of life as sacred infrastructure. The Ngatia principle of Kyugo, the creative word, reveals that reality is not built first with tools, institutions, or markets, but with language that carries the density of will, identity, and action. Where speech aligns with embodiment, creation obeys. Where speech fractures from action, systems decay into illusion. The Mumbai token stands as the technological incarnation of Kyugo. It is the word translated into ledger, declaration translated into decentralized proof, and promise translated into programmable action. It is the moment when governance, long spoken about yet never structurally encoded into the hands of communities, becomes flesh within the architecture of blockchain. Capital without governance is fragile. The previous chapter established that ACT tokens represent economic participation, the acquisition of structured capital that finances the physical rise of Wahito Medical Center. Runners acquire ACT tokens. Participants align themselves economically with the Actuate ecosystem. Capital forms. But capital without governance is fragile. History has demonstrated this truth repeatedly. Systems funded without accountability dissolve. Projects financed without community stewardship drift from their original purpose. Institutions built on external generosity alone collapse when that generosity withdraws. The Wahito initiative is designed differently. Within the architecture of Nyumba ya Mumbai, a second instrument exists alongside the ACT token, one that does not represent economic participation alone, but something deeper. It represents structured belonging. It formalizes voice. It ensures that those who help raise the walls also help guide the institution's long-term direction. That instrument is the Mumbai token, known by its abbreviation MUM. What the Mumbai token represents. If ACT builds, MUM governs. This distinction is not merely technical, it is civilizational. The ACT token converts endurance and participation into measurable capital. The MUM token converts that capital participation into governance authority, the right and responsibility to help shape the future of the ecosystem that capital is building. The mum token represents four things simultaneously. Structured participation. The holder is not a passive donor or a distant supporter. The holder is a recognized participant in the decisions that govern Nyumba ya Mumbai. Oversight. Through the mum token, citizens exercise stewardship over how resources are deployed, how institutions are developed, and how the mission of Wahito and future initiatives remains accountable to the communities it serves. Long-term alignment. The mum token is not a short-term instrument. It encodes sustained commitment, the recognition that building health infrastructure is a generational endeavor requiring governance structures that endure beyond individual enthusiasm. Responsible stewardship. The holder of a mum token does not merely possess a governance right. The holder carries a governance responsibility to participate with integrity, to deliberate with care, and to remain accountable to the shared purpose of the house. Soulbound. The architecture of permanent citizenship. The mum token is soulbound. This is one of its most important structural characteristics. Unlike ACT tokens, which are acquired through decentralized exchanges and circulate as economic instruments, mum tokens cannot be traded. They cannot be sold. They cannot be transferred from one holder to another. They permanently identify the holder as a citizen of Nyumba ya Mumbai. This design reflects a fundamental principle drawn from the Ngatia tradition: stewardship must follow sacrifice. Those who contribute effort, endurance, and economic alignment to the Wahito mission earn the right to guide its future. That right belongs to the person who earned it. It cannot be purchased from another. It cannot be inherited through status or wealth. The soulbound nature of the mum token therefore encodes a moral truth into the architecture of the system itself. Governance authority within Nyumba ya Mumbai is not a commodity. It is a recognition of demonstrated commitment. This structure transforms the entire meaning of participation within the ecosystem. A person who holds mum tokens is not simply someone who made a financial transaction. That person is a recognized citizen of the house, Mundu wa Nyumba, whose voice in governance decisions reflects not wealth but contribution. The path from ACT to mum. The relationship between ACT tokens and mum tokens follows a clear sequence that mirrors the Ngatia principle that stewardship must follow sacrifice. Acquiring ACT tokens is the first act of economic alignment. The participant enters the ecosystem, demonstrates commitment to the Wahito mission, and contributes to the capital architecture that finances construction, medical equipment, clinical training, digital health systems, and community outreach programs. Participating in the run wherever you are movement deepens this alignment through physical discipline. The participant does not merely transact. The participant embodies the philosophy of endurance that animates the entire initiative. Miles run in Nairobi, London, Lagos, Toronto, and cities across the world become testimony documented publicly, added to the global archive of endurance, and woven into the story of a hospital rising in Siron. Through this alignment of economic participation and physical discipline, the participant is whitelisted to receive the mum token. Whitelisting means recognition. It means the founding ledger of Nyumba ya Mumbai records this person as an early architect of Wahito, not merely a contributor, but a co-builder whose participation is permanently tied to the physical rise of the medical center. Receiving the mum token marks the transition from participant to citizen, from contributor to steward, from supporter to governor. This sequence, acquire, run, receive, reflects the deeper Ngatia teaching that motion precedes provision and that endurance precedes inheritance. The Mumbai token and the recovery of economic authority. The Ngatia teaching reveals that Kyugo is not communication, it is creation. The Hidi speaks and describes reality, the Ngatia fellow speaks and reorganizes it. The crisis of modern global health lies precisely in the collapse of this creative authority. Governments speak of maternal care while underfunding midwives. Institutions proclaim health equity while constructing systems that reward treatment over prevention. Development agencies declare empowerment while leaving the labor of caregiving economically invisible. Global health in its present form is filled with words that lack vibrational integrity. The Mumbai token emerges as Kyugo restored. It does not merely advocate for community governance, it decrees the value of community stewardship into existence through code. Blockchain becomes the phonetic instrument through which speech gains permanence. Smart contracts become the grammatical structure that prevents the inflation of language. Once written onto chain, the word is no longer rhetorical. It becomes executable reality. Mumbai therefore embodies the Ngatia discipline. Every declaration becomes action, every promise becomes infrastructure, every recognition becomes capital. Mumbai, the word made flesh in African cosmology. The name of the token carries cultural significance that extends far beyond its technical function. In African cosmology, Mumbai is mother, origin, and civilization's first infrastructure. In Gikuyu tradition, Mumbai is remembered as the generative mother figure from whom the clans of the community emerge, the figure through whom community continuity, identity, and collective life are nurtured. The House of Mumbai represents the civic center of a people. To invoke Nyumba ya Mumbai is to invoke the idea that institutions must serve as homes for the flourishing of a people, not as distant structures imposed from outside, but as living architecture grown from within the community itself. Naming the governance token after Mumbai reflects this deeper symbolism. Just as the House of Mumbai represents the shared origin of the people, the Mumbai token identifies those who participate in guiding the collective future of the actuate ecosystem. The token therefore represents more than governance rights. It symbolizes membership in the civic house where the institution is stewarded. Through this naming, the system anchors its digital architecture in a cultural language that emphasizes responsibility, ancestry, and collective belonging. The technology does not replace the tradition. It expresses the tradition in new form, encoding into blockchain the same principles of stewardship and communal accountability that Nyumba ya Mumbai has always represented. Blockchain as the sacred ledger of Mumbai. The book on blockchain for global health equity describes health as information and economics as justice. Blockchain within this framework becomes more than financial infrastructure. It becomes a book of life, a distributed ledger that records acts that sustain existence itself. Every governance decision logged within the Mumbai ecosystem represents a unit of preserved institutional integrity. Each voice exercised through the MUM token contributes to a community of stewards who refuse to allow Wahito to become what so many development projects have become, well-intentioned initiatives that dissolve when external enthusiasm fades. Through the MUM token, governance ceases to be a privilege of the few and becomes a responsibility distributed across the many. Kyugo becomes executable code, speech becomes consensus, commitment becomes collateral. Governance rights and the shape of stewardship. Through the MUM token, citizens of Nyumba ya Mumbai participate in governance decisions affecting the entire actuate ecosystem. These decisions shape the design, development, and implementation of the Wahito One Health campus in Siron. They extend to infrastructure planning, public health programs, educational initiatives, research projects, and economic development strategies. Voting occurs through decentralized governance mechanisms encoded in the blockchain. This ensures that governance decisions are transparent, that accountability is verifiable, and that shared responsibility is not merely declared but structurally enforced. The MUM token does not represent power in the conventional sense of hierarchical command. It represents responsibility carried in the open stewardship exercised through a system where every decision is recorded, every vote is visible, and every participant knows that their governance actions form part of the permanent institutional memory of Nyumba ya Mumbai. Stewardship as the deeper meaning. In many contemporary systems, governance privileges are treated as rewards, positions pursued because they confer status, influence, or material advantage. The philosophy underlying Nyumba ya Mumbai takes a different view. Stewardship is not primarily a prize. It is a burden carried on behalf of the community. Those who hold MUM tokens assume the responsibility of protecting the institution from short-term pressures that compromise its long-term mission. They weigh decisions not only in terms of immediate benefit but also in terms of the future generations who inherit the institutions being built today. This discipline reflects the Ngatia principle of Wathai, the moral stamina required to remain faithful to a responsibility long after the initial excitement has faded. Stewardship requires the endurance to remain committed to the institution through moments of difficulty, disagreement, and uncertainty. The MUM token therefore does not mark the end of the journey, it marks the beginning of a deeper one. The participant who has run, acquired, and been recognized as Munduwa Nyumba now enters the civic space of the house, not as a guest but as a steward. not as a spectator but as a builder whose voice shapes the direction of everything that is being constructed. From individual to society. A hospital is designed by architects, but it is sustained by society. The Mumbai token is the instrument through which society is formed. It ensures that Wahito Medical Center does not stand alone as a project, but as the institutional body of a people who ran, invested, governed, and proclaimed together. Through the MUM token, the movement transitions from a collection of individual participants into a coherent civic institution. Governance becomes participatory. Accountability becomes distributed. The community becomes not merely the beneficiary of the hospital being built, but its steward, its guardian, and its living conscience. ACT tokens build the walls, MUM tokens govern what happens within them. Together they form covenantal architecture, motion, capital, and governance interlocked, the full expression of what it means when the word does not remain an idea but becomes flesh. And in Siron that flesh will heal. Chapter 12. The Governance System. How the House of Mumbai deliberates. Institutions are not governed by symbols alone, they are governed by process. The previous chapter established the Mumbai token as the instrument through which citizenship within Njuguna Mumbai is recorded and stewardship is recognized. The MUM token identifies those individuals who have been entrusted with responsibility for guiding the future of the actuate ecosystem. It marks the transition from participant to steward, from contributor to governor. But identifying stewards is only the beginning of governance. Every institution must answer a deeper and more practical question: how are decisions actually made? Communities must determine how proposals emerge, how disagreements are resolved, and how collective direction is established when many voices participate in shaping the future. Without clear mechanisms for deliberation, even the most well-intentioned institutions become paralyzed by uncertainty or captured by the loudest voices rather than the most committed ones. Njuguna Mumbai therefore requires more than stewards. It requires a system through which stewards think, deliberate, and decide together. Civilization begins with a covenant, not a contract. To understand how the House of Mumbai deliberates, one must first understand the philosophical foundation upon which its governance rests. The Ingatia principle of Kirikaniro teaches that civilizations are not built upon capital alone. They are built upon covenants. Before money flows, trust must flow. Before markets scale, promises must hold. Before technology transforms societies, character must anchor systems. This distinction between covenant and contract is not merely semantic, it is structural. Contracts enforce behavior when trust fails. Covenants create prosperity because trust exists. A contract is a defensive instrument, a mechanism for managing the absence of good faith. A covenant is a generative instrument, a framework through which shared purpose becomes shared action. Blockchain technology mirrors this truth. Smart contracts automate rules, but ecosystems flourish only when participants behave as stewards rather than extractors. The governance system of Njuguna Mumbai is therefore not designed primarily as a system of enforcement. It is designed as a system of covenant, one where participants govern together because they share a common commitment to the institutions they are building, not merely because a protocol compels them to comply. Where Kirikaniro thrives, transaction costs collapse, bureaucratic friction dissolves, capital accelerates. The blockchain becomes not simply a registry of ownership but a moral memory system, a ledger recording who honors commitments and who violates them. In this way, governance within Njuguna Mumbai dissolves the mystery of institutional trust by transforming faithfulness itself into infrastructure. The 4 pillars of deliberation. Njuguna Mumbai is organized as a covenantal society built around 4 pillars that define what it means to participate in its governance. Endurance. Governance within Njuguna Mumbai is not episodic. It does not gather once and disperse. It requires sustained commitment from stewards who understand that institutions are built over long stretches of time, and that the discipline required to govern them mirrors the discipline required to run a marathon, patient, incremental, and oriented toward a horizon that lies beyond the immediate moment. Accountability. Every governance decision within the House of Mumbai is recorded on the blockchain. Votes are transparent, proposals are visible, outcomes are immutable. Accountability is not imposed from outside the system, it is encoded within the architecture of the system itself. Stewards govern knowing that their decisions form part of the permanent institutional memory of Njuguna Mumbai. Capital formation. Governance within the House of Mumbai is not merely deliberative, it is constructive. The decisions made by Andu and Nyumba directly shape how resources are allocated, how the Wahito One Health campus in Siron is designed and developed, and how the broader Actuate ecosystem deploys its capital toward measurable health outcomes. Governance and capital formation are not separate functions, they are integrated expressions of the same covenantal commitment. Evangelization of purpose. Every society expands through proclamation. Governance within Nyumba Mumbai therefore includes the responsibility of sharing the vision, inviting others into participation, and expanding the community of stewards who carry the mission forward. A hospital does not rise on silence, it rises when people speak with the density of will that Kyugo demands. Together, these four pillars define the moral architecture of deliberation within the House of Mumbai. They ensure that governance is not merely a technical function but a civilizational practice. How governance actually works. Citizens of Nyumba Mumbai periodically participate in governance decisions affecting the Actuate ecosystem through their MUM tokens. Voting occurs through decentralized governance mechanisms encoded in the blockchain. This ensures that every governance action is transparent, every vote is verifiable, and every decision is preserved as part of the institutional record of the House. The governance decisions made by Andu and Nyumba are substantive. They are not symbolic exercises in participation. They shape the actual direction of shared institutions and determine how collective resources are used. These decisions include infrastructure planning for the Wahito One Health campus and future initiatives within the ecosystem. They extend to public health programs, the design and prioritization of maternal care services, child health programs, immunization initiatives, and preventive health systems that define what Wahito actually delivers to the communities it serves. Educational initiatives fall within the governance mandate of Andu and Nyumba, as do research projects that advance the scientific mission of the Actuate Society of Decentralized Science. Economic development strategies, the long-term financial architecture that ensures Wahito and future institutions remain sustainable across generations, are shaped through the deliberations of the House. This breadth of governance responsibility reflects a deliberate philosophical choice. Nyumba Mumbai is designed not as a symbolic civic structure but as a functioning institution, one where citizens actively shape the future of their shared projects rather than merely endorsing decisions made elsewhere. Decentralized governance as the mathematics of order. The Ngatia principle of Utaradu teaches that civilization advances not when chaos disappears but when intelligence learns to govern it. Disorder is the raw material of progress, the quarry from which architecture is carved. Blockchain technology is the mathematical embodiment of this principle. Blockchain encodes trust through distributed consensus, transforming informational entropy into structured governance. It records uncertainty into trust, randomness into consensus, and invisible participation into structured capital. Where traditional governance systems rely on centralized authorities to maintain records and enforce decisions, blockchain distributes verification across every participant in the network. Within Nyumba Mumbai, this means that governance authority does not reside in a central office or a small leadership council operating behind closed doors. It is distributed across the entire community of MUM token holders, Andu and Nyumba, whose collective deliberation forms the decision-making architecture of the House. This distribution mirrors the decentralized structure of the marathon movement itself. Just as runners across the world participate in the run wherever you are campaign from their own cities and communities, stewards within Nyumba Mumbai participate in governance from wherever they are, contributing to decisions that shape a shared institution whose physical expression rises in Siron, Laikipia West. The decentralization of effort mirrors the decentralization of blockchain, the concentration of outcome mirrors the purpose of incarnation, the governance is dispersed, the building rises in one place. Trust verified, transparency as the foundation of legitimate authority. One of the most persistent failures of governance in global health development has been the erosion of trust between institutions and the communities they claim to serve. Projects are funded without transparency, resources are allocated without accountability, communities are consulted symbolically while decisions are made elsewhere. The result is the familiar cycle of well-intentioned initiatives that generate enthusiasm at launch and dissolve quietly when funding cycles end and external attention moves on. Nyumba ya Mumbai is designed to break this cycle, not through better intentions but through better architecture. Within the governance system of the House of Mumbai, transparency is not an aspiration. It is a structural feature. Because governance decisions are recorded on the blockchain, participants across the ecosystem are able to observe how decisions are made, how resources are allocated, and how the institutions they are helping to build evolve over time. This visibility does more than protect against misuse of resources. It strengthens the sense of shared ownership among participants. Stewards see their decisions reflected within the evolving history of the institution. Their governance actions become part of the permanent record of how Nyumba ya Mumbai shaped the development of Wahito and the broader Actuate ecosystem. Impact oracles, universities, community organizations, and trusted institutional partners verify outcomes such as health improvements, infrastructure performance, and programmatic results. Transparent dashboards allow the community to see not merely what was decided but what those decisions produced. In this system, governance is not top-down control, it is shared stewardship. Women's cooperatives participate in maternal health decisions. Community organizations contribute to infrastructure planning. Youth groups shape educational initiatives. Ownership becomes participatory, capital becomes democratic. Kirikaniro teaches that trust is the invisible infrastructure of power. The governance system of Nyumba ya Mumbai makes that invisible infrastructure visible, encoding faithfulness into every decision, every vote, and every record preserved on the blockchain ledger of the House. Admission into the governance of the House. Admission to governance within Nyumba ya Mumbai is not symbolic membership. It is covenantal participation defined by demonstrated commitment. A person enters the governance of the House through motion, a participation in the run wherever you are movement, training with intention, dedicating miles to Wahito Medical Center and documenting their journey publicly. Each post becomes testimony. Each mile becomes symbolic capital. Each story strengthens the society. A person enters through capital participation, acquiring ACT tokens through decentralized exchanges such as Uniswap, PancakeSwap, Ubiswap, and QuickSwap, or directly through the Actuate Foundation. This is not speculation. It is structured capital formation. Every token acquired strengthens the financial architecture required to build operating theaters, neonatal units, oxygen infrastructure, digital health systems, and training programs. A person enters through governance, receiving the soulbound MUM token that marks citizenship within the House and activates their participation in the deliberative processes that shape the future of the ecosystem. A person enters through proclamation, sharing the vision on LinkedIn, posting on social platforms, inviting runners to join, educating others about ACT and MUM tokens, and connecting institutions and sponsors to Wahito. Evangelization is not manipulation. It is multiplication of participation. A hospital does not rise on silence, it rises when people speak. Through these 4 acts, a person becomes a builder. Through these 4 acts, admission to the governance of the House of Mumbai becomes not a privilege conferred from above but a covenant assumed from within. The Boston Marathon as governance enacted. The decentralized runs coordinated under the Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 are not merely fundraising events. They are governance enacted in physical form. When Engatia Fellows in Nairobi, Berlin, Lagos, London, Mumbai, Sao Paulo, and Los Angeles run in alignment with the Boston Marathon, the society becomes visible. The movement becomes audible. The governance covenant, the shared commitment to building and stewarding Wahito Medical Center, is declared not in meeting rooms but in miles. Boston becomes the ceremonial axis of a governance declaration that radiates outward across continents. Every runner participates not only as an athlete but as a steward, as a citizen of Nyumba ya Mumbai whose motion is testimony that the covenantal architecture of the House is alive and in motion. The runner becomes a fellow, the fellow becomes a steward, the steward becomes a governor, the governor becomes a builder. And Siron, Laikipia West becomes the place where global governance takes material form. A functioning civic institution. The governance system of Nyumba ya Mumbai is designed with a single overriding purpose: to ensure that Wahito Medical Center does not stand alone as a project, but as the institutional body of a people who ran, invested, governed, and proclaimed together. This is what separates the House of Mumbai from the governance structures of conventional development projects. It is not a committee assembled by external donors. It is not a board appointed by institutional funders. It is a decentralized civic institution, one whose authority derives entirely from the demonstrated commitment of its citizens, whose decisions are recorded transparently on the blockchain, and whose long-term direction is shaped by the stewards who earned their place within it through endurance, capital, and covenant. Nyumba ya Mumbai is therefore a financial architecture through which capital is governed toward measurable health outcomes, a governance framework through which communities shape the institutions that serve them, a global endurance movement through which discipline becomes civic participation, a digital commons through which transparency replaces opacity, a civic brotherhood and sisterhood of citizens who refuse abstraction. It is the house of citizens who refuse to remain spectators. And it deliberates not through the noise of institutional bureaucracy, but through the disciplined, transparent, covenantal processes of a people who have decided that the words spoken in Siron must become. Through governance as much as through construction, flesh. Run, acquire, govern, proclaim. And let the house rise. Chapter 13. From governance to impact institutions in motion. Governance is not an end in itself. Communities do not build systems of stewardship simply to deliberate. They build them so that decisions guide action and so that collective energy is directed toward projects that improve the lives of people within the community. Without this connection between governance and action, institutions risk becoming abstract exercises in discussion. Decisions are made, proposals are debated, and structures are refined, yet the lived reality of the community remains unchanged. For governance to matter, it must ultimately shape the real world. Nyumba ya Mumbai exists for precisely this reason. The House of Governance is not a place where ideas simply circulate. It is the place where the collective will of the community is translated into the direction of shared institutions. Through its deliberations, the community determines how its resources are used, which initiatives receive support, and how the broader mission of the Actuate ecosystem unfolds over time. In this way, governance becomes the bridge between participation and impact. But governance does not produce impact through declaration alone. The Ngatia principle of Thamani teaches that value must be created before reward is claimed. Contribution precedes compensation. The builder pours foundation before recognition arrives. This sequence, creation before extraction, value before reward, governs how the Actuate ecosystem translates governance decisions into tangible institutional outcomes. Governance that follows this sequence produces durable institutions. Governance that reverses it produces fragile ones. The institutional ecosystem. The Actuate ecosystem is composed of several interconnected elements, each playing a different role in transforming participation into tangible progress. Participants contribute energy through the global marathon movement. Their efforts are recorded through decentralized systems that make participation visible and meaningful. Every mile run in Nairobi, London, Lagos, Toronto, or Siron becomes part of a ledger, transparent, immutable, and tied to the physical rise of Wahito Medical Center. Stewards guide the direction of the movement through the governance structures of Nyumba ya Mumbai. Through deliberation and collective decision-making, they shape the priorities of the ecosystem and ensure that the capital generated by participation flows toward measurable health outcomes. But between participation and impact lies another layer, the institutions that carry out the work. Our book on blockchain for global health equity identifies the capital vehicles through which governance decisions are translated into real-world institutional development. Actuate is structured to mobilize capital for early tokenization projects, seeding innovations that range from housing equity to maternal care financing through the Biomedical Industrial City Token (BMIC). Actuate Capital connects innovators with global liquidity partners. Diaspora liquidity pools transform remittances into transparent, blockchain-governed investment streams that flow directly into health infrastructure. These vehicles are not merely financial instruments. They are Kirikaniro in motion, binding investors, communities, and innovators into shared stewardship of prosperity. Without trust, capital extracts. With trust, capital cultivates. What unites these institutions is their relationship to the broader ecosystem. Each one represents a pathway through which the energy generated by participation is translated into lasting public benefit. Governance ensures that these pathways remain aligned with the mission of the movement. Directing collective energy. When thousands of people participate in a global movement, they generate a remarkable form of collective energy. The challenge is not the presence of that energy but its direction. Without institutions capable of channeling it, even the most enthusiastic participation dissipates without producing durable change. Governance provides the mechanism for directing this energy toward projects that endure beyond the moment of participation. The Ngatia principle of Utaratu teaches that order must be constructed deliberately from chaos. Disorder is the raw material of progress, the quarry from which architecture is carved. Global health fails not because knowledge is absent or compassion is lacking. It fails because systems capable of translating knowledge and compassion into functioning institutions have not been built. The challenge is therefore not simply medical, it is structural. The justice architecture described in Blockchain for Global Health Equity reveals this structural failure through a layered model. Social justice, the visible layer of health access, rests upon deeper structural foundations. Beneath it lies distributive justice, the fair allocation of resources. Beneath that lies economic justice, the capacity of communities to generate and exchange value. When these foundational layers remain ungoverned, health systems inevitably collapse into entropy regardless of how much goodwill surrounds them. Within Nyumba ya Mumbai, stewards examine proposals that seek to deploy the resources of the ecosystem. These proposals originate from community members, institutional partners, and participants who recognize emerging needs within the societies they inhabit. Deliberation allows the community to consider the potential impact of each initiative. Some proposals involve the development of new institutions. Others strengthen existing organizations that align with the mission of the movement. Through this process, governance becomes a form of collective navigation, guiding the ecosystem toward opportunities where its energy creates meaningful and measurable change. Wahito Medical Center. One of the most important expressions of this institutional vision is Wahito Medical Center. Wahito is not simply a construction project in Siron, Laikipia West. It is the inaugural embodiment of Nyumba ya Mumbai and the first proving ground of Actuate Hope. It is where philosophy is translated into operating rooms, where blockchain becomes accountability, and where endurance becomes maternal care. The medical center represents more than a health facility. It embodies the central idea that participation in the marathon movement supports institutions that improve human well-being. Participants who run in cities around the world contribute to a system that supports projects capable of transforming communities. The energy generated through endurance and participation finds its way into institutions that serve real human needs. The financial architecture that makes this possible follows the Thamani sequence precisely. The fundraising goal is allocated strategically toward infrastructure and construction, medical equipment and supplies, staffing and clinical training, digital health and blockchain integration, and community outreach and preventive health programs. Each contribution moves the project measurably forward, translating generosity into structural transformation. Through the tokenized philanthropy model, contributors receive Actuate tokens representing participation in a decentralized global health innovation ecosystem, and are whitelisted for Mumbai token governance participation in Nyumba ya Mumbai. This model transforms donors into stakeholders. It converts charity into community ownership. It ensures transparency through blockchain reporting and milestone tracking. In this system, generosity becomes both moral and structural capital. Through governance decisions made within Nyumba ya Mumbai, Wahito Medical Center receives not only financial support but institutional direction, ensuring that the center remains accountable to the communities it serves and aligned with the broader mission of the Actuate ecosystem. In this way, the abstract architecture of decentralized participation takes physical form in the institution rising in Siron. Institutional alignment. The relationship between governance and institutions must be carefully maintained. Projects supported by the ecosystem must remain aligned with the values and mission that guide the broader movement. Alignment ensures that the energy generated by participation continues to serve the long-term goals of the community rather than drifting toward short-term interests. The Ngatia principle of Thamani is again instructive here. Actuate Mumbai and the broader justice architecture create value before extracting it. They build first. They do not negotiate prosperity into existence. They run it into existence, invest it into existence, govern it into existence. Stewards within Nyumba ya Mumbai therefore carry an important responsibility. They evaluate not only the feasibility of proposed initiatives, but also their consistency with the principles that define the ecosystem. Institutions that receive support from the community become part of a larger network of shared purpose. Their success reflects the collective effort of participants whose contributions made them possible. This relationship between movement and institution forms a feedback loop. Tokenized participation aligns global supporters with measurable health outcomes. Governance ensures transparency and accountability. Diversified funding streams protect continuity during economic shocks. Through the marathon campaign, visibility becomes liquidity, movement becomes capital, and participation becomes infrastructure. The feedback loop therefore runs in both directions. Governance shapes institutions, and institutions validate governance by producing outcomes that justify the community's continued investment of effort and trust. The community's response. Institutions evolve in response to the needs and challenges faced by the communities they serve. New opportunities emerge, unexpected crises appear, social priorities shift as societies develop. Healthy institutions remain attentive to these changes. The Ngatia tradition captures this responsiveness through the principle embedded in this book's description of the Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 as a living response to a broken global health system. The movement declares that health is not a commodity to be extracted but a public good to be governed, that capital must be transparent, that care must be accountable, that technology must serve life, not obscure it. The governance structures of Nyumba ya Mumbai allow the Actuate ecosystem to embody this responsiveness. The Actuate Society of Decentralized Science gathers not merely to announce a marathon but to consecrate a passage, not the launch of an event but the declaration of a discipline. Against the disorder of global health systems funded without accountability and care delivered without continuity, the ecosystem does not offer noise, it offers practice. Through proposals, deliberation, and collective decision-making, the community adapts its institutional priorities to meet the evolving needs of the world around it. Participation therefore becomes more than a ritual of endurance. It becomes part of a living system capable of responding to the challenges of its time, a system where when the body endures, the soul decides, when the soul decides, systems reorganize, and when systems reorganize, history turns. Institutions as legacy. When communities invest their collective energy into institutions, they create something that outlives individual participants. A marathon run is completed in hours. A season of participation lasts a year, but an institution, when built carefully and stewarded responsibly, serves generations. Wahito Medical Center represents more than its immediate clinical function. It is not merely a clinic. It is proof that structured capital anchors rural health equity. It is a prototype for a new model of global health development, one that merges cultural identity, community governance, blockchain transparency, scientific innovation, athletic endurance, and spiritual commitment to human dignity. It is health as a distributed moral enterprise. The Actuate ecosystem seeks to nurture such institutions. Through governance, participation, and stewardship, the movement channels the energy of thousands of individuals into projects that carry forward the spirit of the marathon long after each race has ended. Wahito Medical Center is not simply a response to a health gap in Siron, Laikipia County. It is a structural answer to a systemic problem. Rural communities do not suffer because they lack resilience. They suffer because infrastructure, governance, and capital have not been designed to serve them with dignity and transparency. Wahito is built to change that pattern. In this sense, institutions become the long-distance runners of civilization. They carry the values and aspirations of those who built them forward into futures their builders will not live to see. They become proof, written in concrete steel, oxygen lines, and neonatal units, that when endurance meets architecture, when capital meets covenant, when governance meets community, something shifts permanently in the architecture of human possibility. A 300-bed hospital rising on 3 acres, a school on 5, a factory and governance chamber on 2, 10 acres of disciplined resolve in the highlands of Laikipia, not charity's monument but proof that destiny favors those who build. Chapter 14. The Ngatia Principles. A philosophy of enduring institutions. Every durable institution rests upon ideas that precede it. Structures may change, technologies may evolve, governance mechanisms may adapt to new circumstances, yet beneath these visible forms lie deeper principles that shape how communities understand responsibility, authority, and collective action. Throughout the preceding chapters, several such ideas have appeared in passing. They emerged in discussions of endurance, participation, governance, and institutional response. At times they were referenced only briefly, like signposts pointing toward a deeper intellectual landscape. These ideas belong to a philosophical tradition known as Ngatia. Ngatia is not a rigid doctrine or a system of abstract theory. It is better understood as a body of civic wisdom, operational laws that animate the Actuate Society of Decentralized Science, guide Nyumba ya Mumbai, shape the Boston Marathon for Global Health, and breathe through Wahito's blueprint. The principles of Ngatia do not describe a single political system. They are engineering principles of civilization. They describe qualities that allow institutions to endure across generations and communities to govern themselves with discipline, integrity, and purpose. The architecture of the actuate ecosystem draws its deepest logic from these principles. Though expressed through modern technologies and global participation, the system reflects insights that have guided communities long before the emergence of digital networks. Understanding these principles reveals the deeper grammar of transformation running through this entire work. Utaratu, the principle of order from chaos. Civilization advances not when chaos disappears, but when intelligence learns to govern it. Utaratu teaches that entropy is not the enemy of human flourishing, ungoverned entropy is. Disorder is the raw material of progress, the quarry from which architecture is carved. The Ngeisha fellow does not curse chaos but treats it as raw material. Order is not requested, it is constructed. This principle, applied to global health, reveals that disease, poverty, and inequity are not isolated tragedies. They are symptoms of unmanaged disorder within the architecture of civilization itself. The burden of disease across the world is not simply the result of pathogens or biology. It is the manifestation of structural disorder, a failure of governance, capital formation, and informational flow. The marathon embodies Utaratu in physical form. Running is the imposition of rhythm upon biological chaos. The human body, left inactive, drifts toward metabolic disorder, cardiovascular decline, and neurological deterioration. Training restores order through structure, fixed routines, disciplined nutrition, measured exertion. The marathoner becomes a living demonstration of Utaratu, order emerging through repetition, structure, and sustained exertion. Blockchain technology is the mathematical embodiment of this same principle. It encodes trust through distributed consensus, transforming informational entropy into structured governance. It records uncertainty into trust, randomness into consensus, and invisible assets into structured capital. Where Hernando de Soto identified the tragedy of dead capital, assets that exist but remain invisible to formal economic systems, blockchain resolves this disorder by rendering assets visible, tradable, and governable. Utaratu reminds communities that order is never accidental. It is constructed through deliberate exertion, disciplined structure, and intelligent design. Myrongo Erie, the principle of duality. Civilizations do not collapse from lack of intelligence, they collapse from the misallocation of it. Myrongo Erie teaches that opposites are not enemies but engines. Power and knowledge have long been treated as adversaries. Power governs while knowledge advises, power commands while knowledge critiques. This separation has proven catastrophic. Power without knowledge becomes tyranny, knowledge without power becomes lament. This is the paradox that P.L.O. Lumumba names with clarity: those with knowledge have no power and those with power have no knowledge. The distance between the two becomes the fault line of injustice. Africa possesses knowledge without power, and power without sovereignty over its knowledge. Myrongo Erie teaches that progress is born from friction and balance between challenge and triumph, like the mosaic pavement of black and white tiles interlocked, where movement requires friction. The actuate token is designed to resolve this fracture not rhetorically but operationally. It is a grammar of distributive justice, a way of translating knowledge into capital without corrupting its moral weight. The token formalizes tacit knowledge, converts ideas into assets, and allows innovation to circulate as capital. Knowledge ceases to be an orphan. The marathon is Myrongo Erie in motion. It is suffering and purpose braided together. Every runner learns the lesson firsthand. Discomfort is not failure, it is instruction. Endurance emerges not from the denial of pain but from its disciplined integration. The blind physician-scientist running alongside a cardiologist guide is not symbolism, it is ontology. Knowledge and power moving together, dependence without diminishment, strength expressed through coordination. Myrongo Erie reminds communities that stagnation occurs when one refuses to walk, when one clings to light or wallows in darkness. Progress requires sustaining the tension between power and knowledge and converting that friction into forward motion. Wahito vision submitted to structure. Vision alone does not build institutions. Vision must submit to structure if it is to endure. Wahito is the sacred convergence of spirit and matter symbolized by the compasses and the square. The compasses represent spirit, the expanding horizon of imagination, faith, and moral aspiration. The square represents matter, the fixed geometry of resources, contracts, institutions, and bodily limitations. Wahito teaches that reality is constructed at the intersection of these two forces. Economic injustice occurs when the square suffocates the compasses, when material limitations dictate human destiny. But economic utopianism fails when the compasses float without the square, producing visions that never incarnate into systems. Wahito Medical Center stands precisely where these two meet. It is aspiration disciplined into engineering. The marathon embodies WAHITO vividly. Running is the square, the disciplined engagement with matter, the body confronting gravity, fatigue, and time. Yet the marathon is equally the compasses. Every runner begins not with muscle but with vision. The decision to run is a spiritual act, a declaration that one can transcend immediate discomfort in pursuit of a greater horizon. When preparation and vision align, WAHITO is realized. Applied to global health, WAHITO insists that passion must be circumscribed by rational boundaries, converting chaotic energy into productive force. Smart contracts function as WAHITO encoded into law, agreements executed without emotional corruption. Decentralized governance mirrors WAHITO citizenship, where individuals participate in shaping collective order while maintaining personal sovereignty. WAHITO reminds communities that the compasses of imagination must always work in concert with the square of infrastructure. Where these two converge, civilization is built. Kyugo, the creative word. Civilization begins with a word. Economies begin with a declaration of value. Health systems begin with a recognition of life as sacred infrastructure. Kyugo, the Ngeisha principle of the creative word, reveals that reality is not built first with tools, institutions, or markets, but with language that carries the density of will, identity, and action. Where speech aligns with embodiment, creation obeys. Where speech fractures from action, systems decay into illusion. The distinction Kyugo draws is precise and important. The Hidi speaks and describes reality. The Ngeisha fellow speaks and reorganizes it. Kyugo is not communication, it is creation. The crisis of modern global health lies precisely in the collapse of this creative authority. Governments speak of maternal care while underfunding midwives. Institutions proclaim health equity while constructing systems that reward treatment over prevention. Development agencies declare empowerment while leaving the labor of caregiving economically invisible. Global health in its present form is filled with words that lack vibrational integrity. The Mumbai Project emerges as Kyugo restored. It does not merely advocate for community governance, it decrees its value into existence through code. Blockchain becomes the phonetic instrument through which speech gains permanence. Smart contracts become the grammatical structure that prevents the inflation of language. Once written onto chain, the word is no longer rhetorical. It becomes executable reality. Promise becomes protocol. Declaration becomes programmable action. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is Kyugo enacted by humanity itself, a planetary decree spoken through movement, endurance, and synchronized will. Every runner embodies the Ngeisha principle that speech must be followed by action. Training becomes personal governance. Participation becomes decentralized cooperation. Completion becomes proof of work, not merely in blockchain terms, but in biological and spiritual terms. Kyugo reminds communities that every declaration must become action, every promise must become infrastructure, and every recognition must become capital. Thamani, the law of value before reward. Civilizations do not decline from scarcity of resources, they decline from scarcity of meaning when societies forget the ancient law that value must be created before it is claimed. Thamani restores this lost sequence. It reminds communities that compensation is not the beginning of prosperity but its echo. The marathoner trains before the medal. The builder pours the foundation before recognition arrives. The Ngeisha fellow does not begin by asking what the system owes them. The fellow asks what new structure can be built that makes systems more coherent, more efficient, and more humane. This principle aligns deeply with Stoic philosophy. The Stoics taught that virtue lies in focusing only on what is within one's control: effort, discipline, service, and character. External rewards such as wealth, recognition, or power are classified as preferred indifference, welcome but never the goal. In both Stoicism and Thamani, the individual becomes powerful not by demanding outcomes but by mastering contribution. Actuate stands as one of the most precise technological manifestations of Thamani in action. Across Africa, vast reservoirs of wealth exist in informal real estate systems, homes, shops, and parcels of land containing enormous latent wealth but remaining economically immobilized as dead capital. Actuate resurrects this immobilized wealth by transforming land into a living generator of both economic and health value. But the deeper genius of Actuate lies not in tokenization itself, it lies in its alignment with Thamani's moral sequence. Before wealth is extracted from land, Actuate creates value by verifying ownership, creating transparent records, democratizing access, embedding governance rights, and linking financial returns directly to health infrastructure outcomes. Thamani is therefore not charity, it is strategic creation. It is the recognition that trust, reputation, and prosperity compound only when value is consistently front-loaded into systems before extraction begins. Nyaga, the threshold of death and renewal. No new order emerges without surrendering obsolete systems. Nyaga teaches that transformation requires the death of what is no longer useful so that what is necessary can rise. The seed must break to become a forest. Dead capital must die to become living infrastructure. Fragmented health models must dissolve so integrated systems can rise. The ego must surrender for Muthamaki intelligence to arise. Africa's historic disease burden has not been the result of lack of resources but the imprisonment of value in dead capital, land, labor, and knowledge existing without systems that translate them into dynamic investment and innovation. Nyaga insists that this old order must be surrendered before the new can stand. The proposed Ubrika 1 biomed industrial city in Nakuru, Kenya is the crucible where this burial becomes resurrection, a biomedical industrial city where health is not treated as an emergency service, but as a product of environment, economics, culture, and scientific imagination. Here the One Health philosophy finds embodiment: human vitality, biodiversity, environmental stewardship, and economic participation merging into a single living network. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is the Nyaga initiation enacted in physical form. The runner voluntarily enters discomfort, surrendering physical certainty to discover deeper resilience. Each stride becomes a small voluntary death of comfort and a rebirth of capacity. Stoic philosophy teaches that endurance is the laboratory of freedom. The marathon embodies this Stoic discipline, the mastery of impulse, the embrace of hardship, and the pursuit of excellence independent of external reward. Nyaga reminds communities that transformation demands surrender. Africa must surrender the narrative of marginalization. Global health systems must surrender hierarchical control. Individuals must surrender comfort to participate in disciplined collective evolution. From this surrender emerges resurrection. Eudaimonia, the discipline of silence. Power is not amplified by speech, it is conserved through containment. Eudaimonia, the principle of Ngatia silence, teaches that knowledge without will collapses into trivia, will without courage dissolves into fantasy, courage without restraint erupts into chaos. Silence is not humility, it is jurisdiction. It is spiritual thermodynamics, the law by which pressure becomes force rather than noise. Marathon training is eudaimonia enacted in flesh. The runner does not persuade the body with words. The runner submits to time, repetition, pain, and restraint. Each unannounced dawn run, each mile carried without witnesses densifies intention. Energy denied exit through speech is forced into adaptation. The cardiovascular system reorganizes. Mitochondria multiply. Capillaries bloom. Biology obeys silence. Training miles are run before dawn. Blockchain code is written without applause. Governance frameworks are drafted without spectacle. These are the silent foundations of institutions. Noise does not build hospitals, discipline does. The Hidi announces, the Ngatia Fellow appears finished. This distinction captures what eudaimonia teaches about power in practice. Those who speak constantly about transformation rarely produce it. Those who work quietly and consistently become the architects of it. Eudaimonia reminds communities that power matures in containment, that the most significant institutional transformations rarely begin with dramatic announcements, but with disciplined work carried out consistently across time by individuals committed to a vision larger than themselves. Hungu, the circulation of power. Civilizations do not rise merely by accumulating wealth, they rise by learning how to circulate it. Hungu teaches a fundamental truth of living systems: power must circulate to remain alive. Energy sealed within a container inevitably stagnates. Wealth hoarded decays into fragility. Authority guarded collapses into irrelevance. The Ngatia Fellow understands that power is never owned, only channeled. Tokenization is the technological embodiment of Hungu. It transforms static assets into circulating flows of value. Where traditional systems trapped African capital inside bureaucratic registries or elite monopolies, tokenization releases it into decentralized circulation, allowing communities, diaspora investors, and global partners to participate in wealth creation. Increase comes through flow, not possession. The marathon embodies Hungu in physical form. Marathon running is the physical manifestation of circulation. Blood flows, breath flows, endurance emerges not from hoarding energy but from disciplined release. The marathon symbolizes global health as a shared responsibility, fractionalizing participation in global health justice and inviting individuals, institutions, scientists, and communities worldwide to contribute their energy to a collective movement. Healthy societies do not concentrate power permanently in the hands of a small elite. Power must circulate, move, and renew itself through participation and demonstrated contribution. When power becomes static, institutions decay. When power circulates, institutions remain alive. Hungu reminds communities that authority must remain dynamic, moving through the community in response to demonstrated commitment and circulating so that institutions remain healthy, responsive, and connected to the people they serve. Kirikaniro, trust as the infrastructure of power. Civilizations are not built upon capital alone, they are built upon covenants. Kirikaniro teaches that before money flows, trust must flow. Before markets scale, promises must hold. Before technology transforms societies, character must anchor systems. Trust is the invisible infrastructure of power, and it is this principle that now illuminates the path toward tokenization for global health equity. The distinction Kirikaniro draws is essential. Contracts enforce behavior when trust fails, but covenants create prosperity because trust exists. Tokenization succeeds only where Kirikaniro exists. Without trust, tokens become speculative abstractions. With trust, tokens become vessels of justice, converting invisible value into circulating capital capable of healing nations. Blockchain mirrors this truth. Smart contracts automate rules, but ecosystems flourish only when participants behave as stewards rather than extractors. The blockchain therefore becomes not simply a registry of ownership but a moral memory system, a ledger recording who honors commitments and who violates them. In this way, tokenization dissolves the mystery of capital by transforming faithfulness itself into infrastructure. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is the living embodiment of Kirikaniro. It is not merely an athletic event, it is a global covenant, a demonstration that trust, endurance, and sacrifice precede transformation. Running a marathon requires consistent training, resilience under pressure, and unwavering commitment, precisely the virtues that sustain decentralized ecosystems and covenantal institutions. Kirikaniro reminds communities that the most durable institutions are not built on contracts alone, but on the character of those who participate in them. A living philosophy. Utaratu, Mayerngo Ieri, Watai, Kiyugo, Samani, Nyaga, Udumiria, Hungu, Kirikaniro, together they form a coherent grammar of transformation. They are not chapters of philosophy, they are engineering principles of civilization. They do not prescribe a fixed blueprint for society. They describe qualities that allow communities to remain resilient as circumstances change, institutions to endure across generations, and individuals to convert discipline into legacy. The Actuate ecosystem represents one attempt to apply these insights within the context of a global, digitally connected community. By linking participation, governance, and institutional development, the system seeks to embody the spirit of Ngatia within contemporary technological and social conditions. Throughout this work, endurance, governance, tokenization, stoic discipline, decentralized science, and justice architecture are not isolated ideas. They are facets of one coherent movement, the transformation of abstraction into institution. The marathon is proof of work written in muscle. Blockchain is proof of trust written in code. Wahito is proof of care written in concrete. Nyumbaya Mumbai is proof of citizenship written in governance. And the Ngatia principles are the grammar by which all of it becomes flesh. Yet grammar alone does not build. Before any of these principles produce institutions, they must first be practiced quietly, consistently, and without applause. The first and most foundational of these practices is the one that modern culture most resists: silence. It is in silence that the Ngatia fellow begins. It is in silence that the runner steps onto the road before dawn. And it is from that silence that the signal of justice first emerges. Chapter 15. Silence, Signal, and the Long Run Toward Justice. Before the crowds gather and before the noise of the city begins, a runner stands alone at the edge of the road. The sky is still dark, streetlights flicker against the quiet pavement. In that moment, the world feels stripped of its usual distractions. There are no announcements, no applause, no conversation, only the slow rhythm of breathing and the long road stretching ahead. Running begins in silence. It is within that silence that the runner begins to recognize a different kind of signal. The cadence of footsteps, the rising tempo of the heart, the subtle adjustments of the body learning how to endure distance. This is not merely athletic preparation. It is the enactment of a philosophical principle that sits at the foundation of Ngatia thought, eudumeria, the discipline of silence, which teaches that power is not amplified by speech but conserved through containment. We come from the premise that health is not matter, health is information. Every heartbeat is a code, every breath is a transmission, every act of healing is the restoration of broken communication. Disease, therefore, is not simply biological malfunction but informational collapse, the failure of signals to arrive, to be interpreted, to be obeyed. The global burden of disease is not merely a medical crisis, it is an epistemological one. The search for justice belongs to this understanding, and the long run toward justice begins always in silence. The noise of the modern world. Modern life is saturated with information. News cycles accelerate by the hour. Social platforms generate endless streams of commentary. Messages travel instantly across the globe, creating an environment in which attention is constantly pulled in multiple directions at once. This abundance of communication creates a paradox. While societies have access to more information than at any previous moment in history, the sheer volume of signals makes it difficult to recognize which messages truly matter. Noise begins to overwhelm signal. Eudumeria teaches that knowledge without will collapses into trivia, will without courage dissolves into fantasy, courage without restraint erupts into chaos. Silence is not humility, it is jurisdiction, it is spiritual thermodynamics, the law by which pressure becomes force rather than noise. The Hidi announces, the Ngatia fellow appears finished. This distinction captures what eudumeria reveals about the modern world's information crisis. Those who speak constantly about transformation rarely produce it. Systems built on noise, on declarations without embodiment, on promises without protocol, dissolve under the weight of their own excess. Without mechanisms that filter noise into signal, collective effort becomes fragmented. Ideas circulate without producing action, and communities struggle to sustain attention long enough to address the deeper problems they face. The marathon offers the corrective. The marathon as signal. In April 2027, the Boston Marathon becomes a corrective signal. Not a spectacle, not a slogan, but a disciplined transmission, carried silently mile by mile, announcing that health, like freedom, must be embodied before it is proclaimed. The Global Health Boston Marathon 2027, convened by Actuate Biomedicine, is not an athletic event adorned with charity language. It is a philosophical intervention, a living demonstration that endurance, silence, and disciplined motion are the true engines of justice. Marathon training is eudumeria enacted in flesh. The runner does not persuade the body with words. The runner submits to time, repetition, pain, and restraint. Each unannounced dawn run, each mile carried without witnesses densifies intention. Energy denied exit through speech is forced into adaptation. The cardiovascular system reorganizes. Mitochondria multiply, capillaries bloom, biology obeys silence. This is not a metaphor, it is physiology. Distance demands focus. A runner does not sustain 42 kilometers of effort by reacting to every distraction encountered along the course. Instead, the body settles into a steady cadence, allowing breath and movement to synchronize over time. This rhythm filters out unnecessary noise. The runner becomes attentive to signals that matter. The condition of the muscles, the packing of each kilometer, the gradual shifts in energy that determine whether endurance is maintained until the finish line. The Stoics understood what modern metrics forget. Suffering is not noise, it is information. Marcus Aurelius wrote not to be admired but to discipline perception. Epictetus insisted that mastery begins with distinguishing what is within one's control. The marathon is stoicism without prose. The runner cannot negotiate distance, weather, or gravity. The runner governs only response. The Boston Marathon is watched precisely because it is difficult. Its prestige arises from restraint, not hype. To qualify is to submit to discipline long before applause is possible. This mirrors the architecture of blockchain, which produces trust not through authority but through proof of work. Running is proof of work for health. The long run of civilization. The pursuit of justice rarely unfolds within a single generation. This mirrors the deeper flaw in global health measurement. The disability-adjusted life year, the DALY, is our dominant metric. It counts loss but cannot see meaning. It is Newtonian, built on the mathematics of motion, not imagination. It tallies wreckage in the rearview mirror but cannot illuminate the road ahead. DALYs measure velocity, not vision. Motion, not surprise. Loss, not potential. The marathon corrects this error. It does not deny suffering, it redeems suffering by giving it direction. George Gilder reminds us that economics, like health, is not physics, it is information. Markets are not machines, they are knowledge systems animated by surprise, creativity, and free will. When we mistake economics for mechanics, we centralize power and sever it from live knowledge. The result is the paradox PLO Lumumba names: those with knowledge have no power and those with power have no knowledge. This is how disease persists amid abundance. Africa bears 24% of the world's disease burden with only 18% of its population. In 2021 alone, the continent lost 720 million years of healthy life. This is not a failure of biology, it is a failure of visibility. Assets remain informal, knowledge remains uncodified, capital lies dead, not because it does not exist, but because it is invisible to the systems that allocate power. The long run toward justice, therefore, depends on communities capable of maintaining focus across time. Communities that understand that meaningful change unfolds gradually, through repeated steps that accumulate across miles, and that what begins as a solitary act in silence eventually becomes part of a much larger movement. Signal within history. Every step declares that non-communicable diseases are not non-communicable at all. Hypertension is miscommunication, diabetes is broken dialogue, cancer is cellular silence that refuses instruction, stroke is interrupted signal. These are informational collapses, not mechanical failures, and running restores communication. Heart, lungs, vessels, muscles, and nerves resynchronize. Exercise is not recreation, it is recoding. It is the most accessible protocol for reducing the global burden of disease, available without patents, borders, or permission. When historians examine the development of civilization, they identify moments when a seemingly small idea begins to transform the trajectory of societies. A scientific insight reshapes the understanding of nature. A philosophical principle alters how communities think about authority or rights. A new form of institutional organization allows cooperation to expand beyond traditional boundaries. These signals rarely appear with dramatic announcement. They emerge quietly through the work of individuals who devote themselves to problems that others overlook. The runner training before dawn, the coder writing blockchain architecture without applause, the governance framework drafted without spectacle. These are the silent foundations of institutions. Over time, their efforts accumulate, producing frameworks that future generations adopt and refine. The structures described in this book belong to this category of institutional experimentation. They represent an attempt to explore how decentralized participation, digital infrastructure, and shared governance combine to support institutions capable of addressing real-world challenges. The Global Health Boston Marathon 2027 belongs to this same tradition. A signal inserted quietly into the noise of global health discourse, carrying a message born of discipline rather than declaration. The role of decentralized systems. Blockchain enters this story not as speculation but as the mathematics of justice. Built on Claude Shannon's theory of information and entropy, blockchain encodes surprise into trust. It decentralizes authority, aligning power with distributed knowledge. It transforms dead capital into living wealth. It replaces retrospective accounting with real-time signal. Blockchain is not the rearview mirror of DALYs, it is the windscreen. Decentralized systems allow communities to share information, verify contributions, and make collective decisions without relying entirely on centralized intermediaries. When participation is recorded transparently, contributions become visible. Ideas are evaluated on the basis of their merit rather than their proximity to traditional centers of power. Governance processes unfold in ways that allow participants to observe how decisions are made. In this sense, decentralized infrastructure acts as a signal amplifier. It allows communities to detect patterns of contribution and responsibility that might otherwise remain hidden within the turbulence of modern information flows. The architecture of the Actuate ecosystem builds upon this possibility. Each run recorded, each proposal discussed, each institution supported becomes part of a larger pattern through which communities learn how to coordinate action toward shared goals. By linking participation in the marathon movement to systems of governance and institutional support, the ecosystem transforms individual effort into collective signal. Here lies the paradoxical genius of Global Health Boston 2027. It uses the loudest athletic stage in the world to proclaim a message born of silence. The movement does not announce transformation, it embodies it. Justice as endurance. Justice is imagined as a moment of decisive transformation, a law passed, a right recognized, a barrier removed. While such moments are important, they rarely emerge spontaneously. They are the result of sustained effort carried forward by individuals and institutions over long periods of time. Justice, like a marathon, requires endurance. The Ngatia Fellow does not persuade the world with words. The Ngatia Fellow reorganizes reality until the truth becomes unavoidable. This is the long run toward equity. This is silence amplified into action. This is the marathon as manifesto. Run where you are, train in silence. Let the body relearn order. Let pressure do its work. Do not announce transformation, embody it. In doing so, you join a movement that understands health not as charity but as justice, not as expenditure but as investment, not as noise but as signal. Communities must continue refining their institutions, expanding access to knowledge, and strengthening the mechanisms through which participation influences governance. Progress depends not only on the brilliance of individual ideas, but on the capacity of communities to embody those ideas consistently, mile after mile, in the unwitnessed hours before dawn when biology reorganizes itself through silent repetition and civilization advances one discipline stride at a time. And when the finish line is crossed in Boston in 2027, the message will already be complete, encoded in bodies, recorded in ledgers, and carried forward by a world that has learned once again how to listen. Chapter 16. Utaradu, Order from Chaos. Silence reveals signal, but signal alone is not enough. For a runner, recognizing the rhythm of breath and stride is only the beginning. The body must also learn how to translate that rhythm into sustained motion. Pace must stabilize, energy must be distributed, muscles and lungs must operate in coordination rather than conflict. Without this internal organization, endurance becomes impossible. Civilizations face a similar challenge. Civilization advances not when chaos disappears, but when intelligence learns to govern it. Disorder is the raw material of progress, the quarry from which architecture is carved. The Ngatia principle of Utaradu reveals a profound truth. Entropy is not the enemy of human flourishing. Ungoverned entropy is. Applied to global health, this principle reveals that disease, poverty, and inequity are not isolated tragedies. They are symptoms of unmanaged disorder within the architecture of civilization itself. The Global Health Boston Marathon 2027 emerges as a living enactment of Utaradu, a physical, moral, and economic demonstration that order is built through deliberate exertion, disciplined structure, and intelligent design. Utaradu and the architecture of self-governance. Ngatia teaches that chaos is the default condition of existence. Left unattended, systems decay, bodies deteriorate, enterprises collapse, health systems fragment. Entropy does not negotiate, it advances silently, accumulating disorder until deliberate will intervenes. The Ngatia Fellow does not curse chaos but treats it as raw material. Order is not requested, it is constructed. This insight mirrors the global health crisis precisely. The burden of disease across the world, measured in billions of disability-adjusted life years, is not simply the result of pathogens or biology, it is the manifestation of structural disorder. Health inequity is a failure of governance, capital formation, and informational flow. Blockchain for global health equity reframes health as an information system. Disease emerges when communication collapses, within cells, within societies, within economic structures. Africa, carrying nearly a quarter of the world's disease burden despite housing less than a fifth of its population, represents not a failure of medicine but a failure of systemic order. Utaradu provides the philosophical response. Order begins internally before it manifests externally. Just as the Ngatia Fellow disciplines thought, time, and environment to produce coherence, global health must discipline its economic and informational systems before clinical outcomes stabilize. For collective action to endure, signal must eventually become order. The marathon as a ritual of order. The Boston Marathon is among humanity's oldest athletic rituals of disciplined endurance. The Global Health Boston Marathon 2027 elevates this ritual into a symbolic and operational framework for health transformation. The marathon embodies the Ngatia doctrine that order emerges through repetition, structure, and sustained exertion. Running is the imposition of rhythm upon biological chaos. The human body left inactive drifts toward metabolic disorder, cardiovascular decline, and neurological deterioration. Training restores order through structure. Fixed routines, disciplined nutrition, measured exertion. The marathoner becomes a living demonstration of Utaradu. The 2027 Global Health Marathon extends this metaphor to civilization itself. The story of a physician-scientist recovering from myocardial infarction and rebuilding life through structured rehabilitation represents more than personal triumph. It symbolizes the reconstitution of global health systems through deliberate design, scientific guidance, and moral discipline. The runner becomes a microcosm of civilization. The cardiologist becomes the architect of structured recovery. The race becomes a laboratory of endurance, resilience, and trust, the same virtues required to rebuild failing health infrastructures worldwide. Stoics taught that virtue arises from mastering what lies within one's control while accepting external uncertainty. Utaradu echoes this doctrine. Order begins with internal discipline, thought governance, time management, biological rhythm, before extending outward. Global health historically has violated this Stoic principle. It has attempted to impose external order through foreign aid, policy declarations, and episodic interventions while neglecting foundational economic sovereignty. The result has been fragile systems vulnerable to collapse during crises such as pandemics. The marathon embodies Stoic resilience. The runner cannot command weather, terrain, or fatigue, but the runner commands preparation, packing, and endurance. Similarly, decentralized health systems empower communities to govern their economic and informational infrastructure, creating resilience against global shocks. From entropy to justice architecture. The marathon is not merely a race across Massachusetts streets, it is a philosophical instrument, a kinetic metaphor for the reconstruction of global health systems through the transformation of chaos into coherence. Blockchain for global health equity introduces a radical concept. Global health is fundamentally a justice architecture. Social justice, the visible layer of health access, rests upon deeper structural layers of distributive and economic justice. Without these submerged foundations, social justice becomes performative, fragile, and unsustainable. Utaradu aligns perfectly with this hierarchical architecture of justice. Disorder in global health arises when systems attempt to impose outcomes without constructing foundational order. Building clinics without long-term financing structures mirrors the Haiti attempting to construct straight walls with a crooked level. Declaring health rights without enabling economic participation reflects the illusion of external order without internal governance. The iceberg model reveals this structural failure. Social justice represents the visible tip. Beneath it lies distributive justice, the fair allocation of resources. Beneath that lies economic justice, the capacity to generate and exchange value. When these foundational layers remain chaotic, health systems inevitably collapse into entropy. The marathon illustrates this principle vividly. The runner cannot complete the race by focusing solely on the finish line. Success depends on foundational preparation, training discipline, metabolic regulation, cardiovascular conditioning. Order at the finish emerges from order at the beginning. Blockchain as the mathematics of Utaradu. If Utaradu is the philosophy of transforming chaos into order, blockchain is its technological embodiment. Blockchain encodes trust through distributed consensus, transforming informational entropy into structured governance. Built on Claude Shannon's theory of information and entropy, blockchain records uncertainty into trust, randomness into consensus, and invisible assets into structured capital. Hernando de Soto identified the tragedy of dead capital, assets that exist but remain invisible to formal economic systems. This invisibility perpetuates poverty and disease. Blockchain resolves this disorder by rendering assets visible, tradable, and governable. The four tokens described in the justice architecture represent operational instruments of Utaradu. The economic justice token transforms property and labor into visible economic agency. The actuate token converts intellectual knowledge into distributive capital. The Mumbai token formalizes maternal and caregiving labor as measurable economic infrastructure. Actuate converts informal land ownership into investable property capital. Together, these systems impose order upon economic chaos, enabling communities to finance their own health systems rather than relying on unstable external aid. Individual actions are recorded, contributions accumulate, governance decisions are documented and shared. The community gains the ability to coordinate complex initiatives while maintaining the openness that defines decentralized participation. The marathon as economic and informational mobilization. The Global Health Boston Marathon is not simply a fundraising event. It is a decentralized mobilization mechanism linking physical endurance with financial architecture. Each participant represents a node in a distributed network of advocacy, capital formation, and knowledge dissemination. Sponsors, clinicians, scientists, engineers, and community leaders become co-runners in a global relay of justice construction. Funds generated through the marathon are directed toward reducing maternal mortality, strengthening health infrastructure, and training multidisciplinary professionals. But more importantly, the marathon symbolizes the transition from charity-based health to capital-based health. aligning with the Ngatia principle that order precedes prosperity. Within the Actuate ecosystem, Nyumba ya Mumbai functions as the civic body responsible for guiding institutional development. Participants who have demonstrated commitment to the community contribute to discussions and decisions that shape the direction of shared projects. The Mumbai token symbolizes stewardship within this institutional framework. Holders are not simply investors, but participants entrusted with responsibilities related to governance and decision-making. Their role is to ensure that the community's collective energy remains aligned with its long-term mission. Through such mechanisms, the principles of Utaradu become operational. Without such systems, the movement risks dissipating its own potential. Order does not arise automatically from participation. It is cultivated through institutions that clarify roles, establish procedures, and create pathways through which individuals transform their commitment into meaningful action. Order as sequence, the long run toward global equity. Ngatia emphasizes that order emerges through sequence. The roof is never installed before the foundation. Global health reform requires the same sequential discipline. Economic justice is established first through tokenized capital formation. Distributive justice is built next through transparent allocation systems. Social justice is achieved through equitable health access. Each layer depends on the foundation beneath it. The marathon reflects this sequence physically. Training precedes participation. Participation precedes completion. Completion precedes transformation. The runner cannot arrive at the finish line without first completing every mile that precedes it. In the same way, health systems that attempt to deliver outcomes without first constructing economic and governance foundations collapse under the weight of their own ambition. Healthy systems remain adaptable. They allow new ideas to enter, encourage experimentation, and adjust their structures as circumstances evolve. Order must remain dynamic, capable of accommodating growth rather than constraining it. Too much rigidity suffocates innovation. Too little structure dissolves collective effort into confusion. Utaradu represents the equilibrium between these extremes, a condition in which diverse contributions are organized in ways that sustain long-term collaboration. Researchers contribute discoveries. Communities contribute participation. Builders contribute technical expertise. Governance systems coordinate these efforts so that resources and knowledge flow toward tangible outcomes. The process is never simple. Building institutions always involves negotiation, adjustment, and learning. Yet Utaradu provides guidance by reminding participants that order is not an obstacle to creativity, but its enabling condition. Without structure, creativity disperses. With thoughtful structure, it accumulates. Becoming architects of coherence. The Global Health Boston Marathon 2027 represents more than a race. It is a ceremonial enactment of civilization's deepest mandate, to transform entropy into order through intelligence, discipline, and moral architecture. Utaradu reminds us that chaos is not an adversary but a calling. The global burden of disease is not merely suffering, it is raw material awaiting governance. Blockchain provides the technological grammar of order. The justice architecture provides the institutional blueprint. The marathon provides the ritual embodiment. Together, they form a unified movement, a long run toward coherence, sovereignty, and health equity. The runner crosses the finish line not as a victor over distance, but as a demonstration of a universal truth: order is never accidental. It is carved through deliberate exertion, sustained discipline, and visionary design. And in this long run toward global health equity, humanity itself becomes the Ngatia Fellow, rising each morning prepared not to await order but to impose it upon the chaos of history. Chapter 17. Macharia Iri, the Ngatia duality. Order gives a system stability, yet the moment order begins to take shape, another question emerges beneath it. Who guides that order? Every organized society eventually confronts a tension between two forces. One force holds the authority to make decisions and direct resources. The other holds the knowledge required to understand reality, interpret evidence, and guide collective learning. Civilizations do not collapse from lack of intelligence, they collapse from the misallocation of it. Knowledge accumulates in one place, power in another, and the distance between the two becomes the fault line of injustice. This is the paradox PLO Lumumba names with clarity: Africa possesses knowledge without power and power without sovereignty over its knowledge. The Ngatia tradition captures this dynamic through the concept of Macharia Iri. Macharia Iri is the Ngatia principle of duality, the wisdom of the mosaic pavement that teaches that progress is born from friction, endurance, and balance between challenge and triumph. Like the mosaic pavement of black and white tiles interlocked, movement requires friction. Power and knowledge have long been treated as adversaries. Power governs, knowledge advises. Power commands, knowledge critiques. This separation has proven catastrophic. Power without knowledge becomes tyranny. Knowledge without power becomes lament. A healthy civilization does not collapse these forces into one. It recognizes their distinct roles while ensuring they remain in dialogue and ultimately in integration. Power without knowledge. History offers many examples of institutions that possessed great authority but lacked mechanisms for learning. Empires have risen and fallen under leaders who commanded armies and controlled vast territories, yet remained disconnected from the realities experienced by their populations. Decisions made in distant capitals failed to reflect local conditions or emerging knowledge, producing policies that ultimately weakened the very institutions they were meant to strengthen. In such systems, power becomes insulated. Information flows upward only through carefully controlled channels. Those who hold authority begin to distrust independent inquiry, fearing that new knowledge could challenge established hierarchies. As a result, institutions lose their capacity to adapt. The consequences of this imbalance are rarely immediate. For a time, power alone sustains stability. But over longer periods, systems that suppress knowledge eventually lose their ability to respond effectively to changing circumstances. This is how disease persists amid abundance. When power is severed from lived knowledge, the result is the misallocation of intelligence that Waruingi warns against. Systems funded without accountability, care delivered without continuity, lives counted after they are lost rather than protected while they are lived. Civilizations that endure find ways to avoid this trap. Knowledge without power. The opposite imbalance is equally destructive. Africa's laboratories, universities, clinics, communities, and innovators already produce value. What they lack is a system that recognizes, records, and rewards that value. Communities of scholars, scientists, and thinkers generate extraordinary insights about the world. They develop theories, gather data, and refine their understanding of complex problems. Yet when these communities remain disconnected from the institutions that govern society, their knowledge struggles to influence real-world outcomes. Ideas remain confined to journals, conferences, and academic discussions. Hernando de Soto taught the world that poverty persists not because the poor lack assets, but because their assets are invisible. Actuate extends this insight beyond land and housing into a more potent domain, knowledge itself. The production of knowledge has accelerated dramatically, but the mechanisms through which institutions absorb and apply that knowledge have not kept pace. De Soto identified 5 failures that trap societies in poverty. At this higher octave, these same failures trap African knowledge in invisibility. Missing information persists because African knowledge is not recorded on systems that allocate power. Capital conversion fails because intellectual output is not turned into collateral. Political blindness endures because ledgers do not reveal abundance. Historical amnesia deepens because decentralized systems have not been adopted. Legal fragility remains because smart contracts that recognize truth without permission have not been deployed. This separation between knowledge and decision-making is not a failure of biology. It is a failure of visibility. Waruingi highlights the urgency of closing this gap. The balance of Waruingi. In the Ngatia framework, Waruingi does not call for the elimination of power or the dominance of knowledge. It calls for integration. The Actuate token is designed to resolve the fracture between power and knowledge, not rhetorically but operationally. Actuate is not a financial instrument masquerading as justice. It is a grammar of distributive justice, a way of translating knowledge into capital without corrupting its moral weight. In George Gilder's language, Actuate is a supply-side revolution for the mind. It releases trapped intelligence, formalizes creativity, and restores meaning to capital by rooting it in human ingenuity rather than extraction. The token resolves duality by encoding knowledge directly into power structures. When research, data, education, and innovation are tokenized, they no longer beg power for recognition. They become power, measurable, tradable, enforceable. This is not the suppression of one tile in favor of another. It is the walk itself. Blockchain becomes here not a fetish of technology but a stoic tool of order, a ledger that disciplines chaos without denying it. The Actuate token formalizes tacit knowledge, converts ideas into assets, and allows innovation to circulate as capital. In Stoic terms, it aligns logos, reason, with praxis, action. Knowledge ceases to be an orphan. The Stoics understood this well. Marcus Aurelius did not flee constraint, he converted it into discipline. Actuate applies the same ethic to economics. Resistance becomes traction and constraint becomes governance. Power must remain accountable to knowledge. Knowledge must remain capable of informing power. When authority listens to evidence and expertise, decisions become more resilient. When communities of knowledge have pathways to influence governance, their discoveries gain practical significance. Waruingi Erie in decentralized science. The emergence of decentralized scientific collaboration provides the arena in which Waruingi Erie operates in practice. Actuate is not isolated. It belongs to a broader justice economy, alongside Mumbai Actuate Exian and the Economic Justice Token. Each addresses a tile of the mosaic. Actuate redeems knowledge, Mumbai redeems care. Together they complete the grammar of justice. In this system, laboratories become engines of sovereignty. Education becomes capital formation. Science becomes governance. Communities become shareholders in their own future. This is not aid, it is self-governance encoded. The Stoics warned against confusing virtue with weakness. A harmless system is not a just one, it is merely incapable. Actuate embraces this realism. It builds capable justice, systems strong enough to enforce dignity, flexible enough to distribute value, and disciplined enough to resist capture. Knowledge, when denied expression, mutates into resentment. When integrated, it becomes sovereignty. Actuate domesticates the beast of ambition and assigns its purpose. Innovation is not suppressed, it is governed. Within the Actuate ecosystem, Njuguna Mumbai coordinates decisions about how collective resources are allocated. Scientific initiatives operate within this ecosystem to pursue research and innovation. The governance system represents the dimension of power, the authority to direct resources, approve initiatives, and coordinate institutional development. The scientific and research communities represent the dimension of knowledge. The capacity to generate insights that inform decisions about health infrastructure and innovation. Neither dimension functions effectively without the other. Governance without scientific insight risks misallocating resources. Scientific discovery without institutional support struggles to translate breakthroughs into accessible health solutions. Waruingi Erie describes the relationship that allows these domains to reinforce one another. Institutional dialogue. Maintaining this balance requires more than symbolic recognition of expertise. It requires institutional mechanisms that encourage ongoing dialogue between those who generate knowledge and those who exercise authority. This restoration is not disruption for its own sake. It is the formal recognition of what already exists. The challenge lies in designing institutions that allow this interaction to occur consistently. Digital governance systems support this interaction by making proposals, data, and decisions visible to a broad network of participants. Transparency allows knowledge to circulate more freely, while structured procedures ensure that decisions remain accountable to the community. Through such processes, Waruingi Erie becomes embedded within institutional practice. Power remains responsive to knowledge. Knowledge remains engaged with the responsibilities of governance. The Boston Marathon as embodied philosophy. If Actuate is the architecture of Waruingi Erie, the Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is its embodiment. A marathon is Waruingi Erie in motion. It is suffering and purpose braided together. Every runner learns the Stoic lesson firsthand: discomfort is not failure, it is instruction. Endurance emerges not from the denial of pain but from its disciplined integration. By aligning Actuate with the marathon, the project anchors abstract justice in human physiology and moral effort. The blind physician-scientist running with a guide is not symbolism, it is ontology. Knowledge and power moving together, dependence without diminishment, strength expressed through coordination. The marathon amplifies Actuate by translating its philosophy into flesh. Endurance mirrors capital formation, slow, cumulative, irreversible. Friction becomes proof of work, value earned, not granted. Completion signals finality. What is built cannot be unseen. The race becomes a ledger written in muscle and will. The civilizational significance of Waruingi Erie. Waruingi Erie teaches that stagnation occurs when one refuses to walk, when one clings to light or wallows in darkness. Actuate walks. It does not flee the tension between power and knowledge, it sustains it. It converts friction into forward motion. George Gilder once wrote that true wealth arises from faith, faith in ideas and people in the future. Actuate operationalizes that faith. It bets on African intelligence not as charity but as capital. It recognizes that the most valuable resource on the continent has always been invisible, and decides finally to make it sovereign. The relationship between power and knowledge has shaped the trajectory of civilizations for centuries. Societies that cultivate the balance Myrongo Erie describes tend to produce resilient institutions capable of learning from experience. They adapt to new conditions, incorporate scientific discoveries, and maintain systems of governance that evolve alongside their expanding understanding of the world. Societies that fail to maintain this balance encounter recurring crises not of intelligence but of its misallocation. The long run toward justice, therefore, requires more than good intentions or technological innovation. It requires institutions capable of harmonizing authority with understanding. Institutions where knowledge does not remain an orphan, where power does not become tyranny, and where the tension between the two tiles of the mosaic is sustained rather than resolved through the dominance of one over the other. Only the whole can govern, only the integrated can endure, only those who walk the mosaic can build a future worth inheriting. Chapter 18. Wahi Stoic Discipline and the Marathon of Humanity. Order gives a society structure. Balance between power and knowledge allows institutions to learn. Yet even the most carefully designed systems cannot endure without another quality, discipline. Civilizations are not sustained only by ideas or by institutions. They are sustained by the daily conduct of the people who inhabit them, the habits through which individuals commit themselves to long-term effort, even when the rewards of that effort do not appear immediately. Civilizations do not decay first in their hospitals, they decay in their systems of justice. Disease is the last symptom of a deeper fracture, the fracture of economic dignity. Where property cannot be secured, contracts cannot be trusted, and participation cannot be rewarded, the human body itself becomes the battlefield of invisible injustice. Global health, therefore, is not merely a medical enterprise, it is a moral architecture. And like every enduring architecture, it rests upon a foundation. Within the Ngatia tradition, the quality that builds and sustains that foundation is captured by the concept of Wahi. Wahi is the sacred convergence of spirit and matter symbolized by the compasses and the square. The square represents matter, the fixed geometry of resources, contracts, institutions, and bodily limitations. The compasses represent spirit, the expanding horizon of imagination, faith, and moral aspiration. Wahi teaches that reality is constructed at the intersection of these two forces. Economic injustice occurs when the square suffocates the compasses, when material limitations dictate human destiny. But economic utopianism fails when the compasses float without the square, producing visions that never incarnate into systems. Wahi is not merely restraint, it is endurance directed by purpose. It is the ability to continue moving forward when enthusiasm fades and progress become gradual rather than dramatic. Discipline and the long arc of civilization. The achievements of civilization are celebrated through visible milestones, great discoveries, technological breakthroughs, or the founding of institutions that reshape society. Yet beneath these visible moments lies a quieter process. Every scientific breakthrough depends on years of careful experimentation. Every durable institution requires generations of stewardship. Every meaningful reform emerges from persistent effort by individuals who continue their work even when success remains uncertain. The moral and institutional progress of humanity has therefore always depended on discipline. Without discipline, ideas remain aspirations rather than achievements. Without discipline, institutions become fragile structures vulnerable to the pressures of short-term incentives and political turbulence. This truth carries immediate consequences for global health. Disability-adjusted life years, DALYs, the measurable currency of suffering and survival, are deeply sensitive to the presence or absence of disciplined systems. When a mother cannot access credit, her pregnancy becomes risk. When a community lacks land security, sanitation collapses. When labor cannot be monetized, nutrition deteriorates. Each unresolved structural failure is a pathology waiting to manifest. Each enforced covenant of discipline is a preventative medicine. The ledger becomes a clinical instrument. The commitment to disciplined governance becomes a health record of dignity. Civilizations that endure cultivate Wahi not only within their leaders but within their citizens. It becomes a cultural expectation that individuals contribute to the common good through sustained effort rather than momentary enthusiasm. In Wahito's design, this cultural expectation is encoded into the architecture itself. A 300-bed hospital, a school, and a food processing enterprise rising together on 10 acres in Siron, not as a monument to charity, but as a fortress of disciplined collective will. The Stoic tradition. Across different cultures and philosophical traditions, similar insights about discipline have emerged. The Stoic philosophers taught that individuals must cultivate inner resilience in order to live meaningful lives. For Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, discipline was not repression but alignment. Aligning action with universal reason logos. Stoicism insists that passion must be circumscribed by rational boundaries, much as Waahito teaches that the compasses must circumscribe desire to convert chaotic energy into productive force. The Stoics taught that human flourishing arises from mastery over what is within one's control while building rational order in the world beyond. Many events in life remain beyond human control, but the manner in which individuals respond to those events lies within their power. Stoic discipline emphasized patience, self-mastery, and the ability to remain focused on one's responsibilities despite external challenges. These ideas share a deep resonance with Waahito. Both traditions recognize that human flourishing depends not only on external conditions but also on the internal qualities through which individuals navigate those conditions. Discipline becomes the bridge between intention and action. It transforms philosophical principles into lived practice. Smart contracts function as Stoic discipline encoded into law. Agreements executed without emotional corruption. Decentralized governance mirrors Stoic citizenship, where individuals participate in shaping collective order while maintaining personal sovereignty. The Stoics believe that true freedom is achieved when individuals act according to rational virtue rather than external circumstance. The actual ecosystem reflects Stoic ethics translated into institutional infrastructure. Virtue becomes value, participation becomes property, and engagement becomes governance. Stoicism and Waahito converge in teaching that the now is the point of generation. Wherever a runner stands becomes Boston. Wherever economic dignity is built becomes global health infrastructure. The sacred intersection is not geographic but existential, the place where vision becomes structure and spirit becomes policy. The marathon as a school of discipline. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is the embodiment of Waahito. Running is the square, the disciplined engagement with matter. It is the body confronting gravity, fatigue, and time. It is the acceptance of biological limitation and material reality. Training schedules, packing strategies, nutrition, and muscle endurance represent the rectification of the square, the discipline of truth, fairness, and structural integrity in action. Yet the marathon is equally the compasses. Every runner begins not with muscle but with vision. The decision to run is a spiritual act, a declaration that one can transcend immediate discomfort in pursuit of a greater horizon. The runner imagines the finish line long before reaching it. Vision expands capacity. Faith battles fatigue. Spirit commands matter. When preparation and vision align, Waahito is realized. The marathon becomes the engineering of the human soul. Passion is circumscribed into disciplined training. Desire is contained into propulsion. Chaos becomes coherence. The runner becomes the living geometry of compasses and square. Training itself becomes proof of work, a blockchain principle embodied in muscle and discipline. Each mile logged is a block added to the ledger of endurance. Each completed training cycle contributes to consensus, the shared recognition that transformation is occurring. Race completion becomes finality, the irreversible confirmation that spirit has governed matter. Few physical activities demand the same combination of endurance, patience, and mental resilience. Training for a marathon requires runners to commit themselves to a schedule that extends over months. Progress occurs gradually as the body adapts to increasing distances and sustained exertion. Discipline lies not in forcing the body beyond its limits, but in maintaining steady effort over time. The marathon therefore becomes a living expression of Waahito. Each training run reinforcing the habit of persistence, each completed distance demonstrating that progress emerges from repeated effort rather than sudden transformation. Institutional discipline. The principle of Waahito applies not only to individuals but also to institutions. Organizations begin with a burst of energy. Founders articulate ambitious visions, early participants contribute enthusiasm, and new ideas generate excitement about the possibilities ahead. Yet sustaining these initiatives requires something more durable than enthusiasm. Wahito Medical Center is the clearest expression of institutional discipline in this movement. It is not merely a building project. It is a One Health campus, a 300-bed rural referral hospital on 3 acres, a 5-acre elementary school, and a 2-acre food processing factory, and Nyumba Mumbai DAO headquarters, rising as a single integrated covenant between vision and Ngatia discipline. The hospital will not fight its semi-arid highland environment. It aligns with it: solar-first energy systems, rainwater harvesting, boreholes, modular expansion, infection prevention design logic. Stoicism teaches that we do not control conditions, we control response. Wahito is disciplined response made visible. This institutional discipline extends to governance. Nyumba Mumbai operates as a bicameral DAO, a citizens' house of Mumbai token holders drawn from community residents, diaspora contributors, health professionals, and educators, alongside a professional and institutional council of medical, educational, agricultural, and infrastructure leaders. Budgets are approved, management is overseen, curriculum is guided, ethical standards are enforced. Wahito is community-owned, transparent, adaptable, and intergenerational, because discipline, not enthusiasm, sustains institutions across generations. Without such discipline, institutions risk drifting away from their original purpose. WAHITO therefore represents an essential ingredient in the design of resilient governance systems. Governance processes encourage participants to engage thoughtfully with proposals and decisions. The Mumbai token symbolizes responsibility rather than speculation, reminding holders that participation in governance carries obligations as well as privileges. The long marathon of humanity. Viewed across centuries, the history of civilization resembles a marathon far longer than any individual race. Human societies have gradually expanded their capacity to cooperate across distance, to generate knowledge about the natural world, and to construct institutions capable of protecting human dignity. This progress has rarely followed a straight path. Periods of remarkable advancement have been followed by moments of stagnation or conflict. Yet the broader trajectory of history reveals a gradual accumulation of knowledge and institutional capability. The Boston Marathon for Global Health extends the symbolism of this long marathon into planetary participation. It redefines geography itself. One need not stand physically in Boston to run Boston. The marathon becomes decentralized, mirroring blockchain architecture. Every runner anywhere in the world becomes a node in a global network of endurance. Participation replaces location. Intention replaces proximity. Community replaces centralization. A nurse in Nairobi, a student in Accra, a physician in Kingston, a researcher in Cambridge, and a farmer in Eldoret train simultaneously, run simultaneously, and contribute simultaneously to the architecture of global health. Each kilometer run in the run wherever you are campaign becomes symbolic equity in Wahito. A beam in a ward, oxygen in an ICU, a foundation stone in the school where children learn that food is both biology and economy. The pursuit of justice, like the completion of a marathon, requires patience. Each generation inherits institutions shaped by the efforts of those who came before. At the same time, each generation bears responsibility for strengthening those institutions so that they serve the needs of the future. WAHITO reminds participants in this long journey that meaningful progress rarely occurs quickly. Endurance remains essential. Discipline in decentralized communities. Decentralized systems introduce new possibilities for collaboration, but they also place greater responsibility on individual participants. Without centralized authorities to enforce discipline, communities must rely on shared norms and transparent governance processes to sustain cooperation. Participants demonstrate commitment not only through symbolic gestures but through consistent engagement with the tasks required to maintain institutional health. The global marathon movement provides one avenue through which such commitment becomes visible. Participants record their runs, share their progress, and contribute to a collective culture that values perseverance. These activities reinforce the ethos of WAHITO. The act of running becomes both a personal discipline and a communal signal, an indication that individuals are willing to invest effort in pursuits that extend beyond immediate rewards. Economic justice is not charity, it is infrastructure. It is not the redistribution of scarcity but the multiplication of participation. It is the base layer upon which the cathedral of global health must stand. When millions run in distributed unity, they do more than cross finish lines. They redraw the blueprint of civilization itself. In that convergence, where compasses guide the square, where discipline channels vision, where governance encodes justice, and where runners encircle the globe, global health ceases to be a distant aspiration. It becomes a living system, sustained by participation, animated by spirit, and anchored in the unbreakable geometry of WAHITO. George Gilder might describe this as the transformation of information into life itself, where knowledge encoded in blockchain and discipline encoded in human endurance generate new forms of prosperity. Ngatia would recognize it as Mwin Nyaga, the moment when spirit reigns over matter without abolishing it. Train where you are, run where you are, build where it matters. For when endurance meets architecture, when capital meets covenant, when governance meets community, Wahito rises, and from Siron Marmonet the model scales. Chapter 19. Kyugo and Mumbai. Order creates structure, balance aligns power with knowledge, discipline sustains effort across time. Yet none of these qualities alone guarantees that an institution will endure. Even a well-organized system guided by knowledgeable leaders and sustained by disciplined participants must still answer a fundamental question. Why should people trust it? Authority cannot simply declare itself legitimate. Legitimacy emerges only when a community recognizes that authority as rightful and worthy of trust. And within the Ngaisha tradition, the deepest form of authority does not arise from declaration at all. Civilization begins with a word. Economies begin with a declaration of value. Health systems begin with a recognition of life as sacred infrastructure. The Ngaisha principle of Kyugo, the creative word, reveals that reality is not built first with tools, institutions, or markets, but with language that carries the density of will, identity, and action. Where speech aligns with embodiment, creation obeys. Where speech fractures from action, systems decay into illusion. Kyugo is not communication, it is creation. The Hidi speaks and describes reality, the Ngaisha fellow speaks and reorganizes it. The crisis of modern global health lies precisely in the collapse of this creative authority. Governments speak of maternal care while underfunding midwives. Institutions proclaim health equity while constructing systems that reward treatment over prevention. Development agencies declare empowerment while leaving the labor of caregiving economically invisible. Global health, in its present form, is filled with words that lack vibrational integrity. Kyugo therefore represents one of the most essential elements of institutional design. It cannot be manufactured artificially, nor sustained through coercion alone. It must be cultivated through conduct that convinces participants that the institution exists to serve a purpose larger than itself, and through systems that ensure every declaration becomes action, every promise becomes infrastructure, and every recognition becomes capital. The source of legitimate authority. Throughout history, societies have developed different mechanisms for establishing legitimate authority. In some systems, authority derives from tradition. In others, it emerges through formal political processes. Religious traditions ground authority in moral or spiritual principles. Despite these differences, successful systems share a common characteristic. Authority is recognized as legitimate because the community believes it serves a meaningful and just purpose. Kyugo captures this recognition, but goes further. The Mumbai project stands as the technological incarnation of Kyugo. It is the word translated into ledger, declaration translated into decentralized proof, and promise translated into programmable action. It is the moment when care, long spoken about yet never structurally recognized, becomes flesh within the architecture of blockchain. Blockchain becomes the phonetic instrument through which speech gains permanence. Smart contracts become the grammatical structure that prevents the inflation of language. Once written onto chain, the word is no longer rhetorical. It becomes executable reality. This is how legitimate authority is established in a decentralized age. Not through proclamation but through execution. Not through position but through proof. Kyugo represents the moment when institutional authority becomes anchored within the moral imagination of the community. When participants begin to see the institution not as an external structure imposed upon them, but as a framework through which they collectively pursue shared goals. Legitimacy is not simply granted from above. It emerges through a relationship between the institution and the people who participate in it. The role of stewardship. Trust grows most reliably when authority is exercised with visible responsibility. In African cosmology, Mumbai is mother, origin, and civilization's first infrastructure. The Mumbai token transforms this spiritual truth into economic structure by recognizing caregiving as the primary generator of human capital. Hernando de Soto described the global paradox of poverty as a crisis of invisibility. The poor possess assets, yet those assets remain unrecognized by formal economic systems. Women's caregiving labor represents the most profound example of this phenomenon. Motherhood sustains populations, breastfeeding builds immune systems, nutrition education prevents disease, and midwifery safeguards life itself. Yet this labor exists outside formal accounting systems. The Mumbai token resolves this invisibility through blockchain formalization. Care becomes recorded. Recorded care becomes tokenized value. Tokenized value becomes investable capital. Investable capital becomes improved health outcomes. This transformation solves De Soto's mystery not through policy rhetoric, but through Kyugo realized technologically. The word care becomes an asset class. The declaration that motherhood is infrastructure becomes cryptographically secured truth. In decentralized systems, legitimacy must be constructed through clear processes of stewardship, processes that are transparent, visible, and connected to real outcomes. Participants need to see that governance systems operate with integrity, that decisions are explained, and that responsibility is shared rather than concentrated in hidden structures of influence. Authority becomes legitimate not because it demands recognition, but because participants witness the integrity of the processes through which it operates. When care is tokenized through Mumbai, women gain creditworthiness. Community health networks gain sustainable financing. Public health systems gain real-time accountability. Investors gain measurable social return. Nations gain healthier populations capable of economic expansion. Dead capital becomes living infrastructure. This is stewardship made visible, authority earned through demonstrated commitment to the communities it serves. Mumbai, the House of Stewardship. Within the institutional ecosystem of the Actuate Society, Mumbai plays a central role in shaping how legitimacy is expressed and sustained. Mumbai refers both to a symbolic house of stewardship and to the token that represents citizenship within that house. The term evokes the generative mother of a people, the figure through whom community continuity, identity, and collective life are nurtured. In its modern form, Nyumba Mumbai is the house without walls, a decentralized civic structure whose citizens, known as Andwa Nyumba, may live in Nairobi, Boston, Lagos, London, or villages across rural landscapes. Geography no longer defines belonging. Belonging emerges from alignment with a shared purpose, building health, knowledge, and economic sovereignty through disciplined participation. Holding the Mumbai token does not confer authority in the traditional sense of hierarchical command. Instead, it signifies stewardship, a commitment to participate responsibly in decisions that affect the collective future of the community. The Mum token is soulbound. It cannot be traded or sold. It permanently identifies the holder as a citizen of Nyumba Mumbai. This structure reflects a fundamental principle of Engatia: stewardship must follow sacrifice. Those who contribute effort and alignment gain the right to guide the future of the ecosystem. Through this mechanism, legitimacy emerges gradually. Citizens who demonstrate sustained commitment to the mission of the ecosystem, who run, acquire, and govern, contribute to governance discussions and decisions that shape real institutions. Through their Mum tokens, Andwa Nyumba vote on major initiatives such as the design, development, and implementation of the Wahito One Health campus in Siron. A 300-bed hospital, a 5-acre school, and a food processing factory and DAO headquarters rising together on 10 acres as a living proof that rural Africa finances, builds, and governs its own future. Mumbai therefore functions as a bridge between participation and legitimacy. It connects the energy generated by the global marathon movement to the governance processes that guide institutional development. In this house, discipline becomes voice, participation becomes representation, and decentralized science becomes a path to global health and shared wealth. The moral architecture of institutions. Legitimacy depends not only on formal governance procedures but also on the moral architecture that underlies those procedures. Blockchain for Global Health Equity describes health as information and economics as justice. Blockchain within this framework becomes more than financial infrastructure. It becomes a book of life, a distributed ledger that records acts that sustain existence itself. Every caregiving event logged onto Mumbai's blockchain represents a unit of preserved human potential. Each maternal life saved reduces DALYs. Each vaccinated child increases the probability of future productivity and innovation. Each nourished infant becomes a node of future economic and scientific expansion. This transforms global health funding from charity into capital formation. Investors no longer fund abstract goodwill, they fund measurable reductions in human suffering and quantifiable expansions of human capability. Kyugo becomes executable code, speech becomes consensus, compassion becomes collateral. The Mumbai project operationalizes the convergence of 3 disciplines. Stoicism teaches discipline of self, Kyugo teaches discipline of speech, blockchain teaches discipline of execution. Together they produce a new governance architecture for global health. Decentralized, incorruptible, and morally grounded, communities must believe that the institutions guiding their collective efforts embody principles worthy of trust, when such values are visible in practice. When the word is written into code and promise becomes protocol, authority gains moral weight. Kyugo describes this alignment between institutional authority and communal trust. It is the condition in which governance structures no longer appear distant or arbitrary but become integrated into the shared identity of the community. Legitimacy cannot be secured once and forgotten. It must be renewed through consistent practice, through every run recorded. Every governance decision made transparently, every caregiving act formalized in the blockchain ledger of the House. The Boston Marathon as Kyugo in motion. If Mumbai is the word encoded into blockchain, the Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is the word encoded into human physiology. The marathon represents humanity's collective declaration that endurance reorganizes global health priorities. Each runner embodies the Ngatia principle that speech must be followed by action, training becomes personal governance, participation becomes decentralized cooperation, completion becomes proof of work, not merely in blockchain terms but in biological and spiritual terms. The marathon teaches three profound lessons. First, distributed participation creates global consensus. Just as blockchain requires decentralized nodes, the marathon requires decentralized runners. Every runner anywhere in the world contributes to the same declaration, that health equity is a global responsibility. Every step becomes a vote for maternal health. Every mile becomes a smart contract of endurance. Every training session becomes a cryptographic signature of commitment. Second, endurance converts intention into credibility. Stoic philosophy teaches that virtue is proven through disciplined action, not emotional aspiration. Stoicism and Kyugo converge in teaching that integrity emerges when internal conviction becomes external consistency. Third, suffering is reorganized into meaning. The marathon transforms physical strain into symbolic solidarity with mothers who endure labor, childbirth, and caregiving hardship daily. Mumbai transforms that solidarity into structural economic support. The marathon is a distributed sacrament of endurance. A runner in Nairobi, Lagos, Mumbai, Sao Paulo, or rural Kansas contributes equally to the global declaration. Training becomes a ritual of self-governance. Running becomes an economic signal. Completion becomes proof that human will reorganize systems previously believed immovable. Legitimacy in the long run. Like many of the concepts within the Ngatia tradition, Kyugo reveals its full significance only when viewed across long periods of time. Institutions that earn the trust of their communities become capable of enduring beyond the tenure of individual leaders. Their legitimacy allows them to adapt to new challenges without losing the confidence of the people they serve. Wahito Medical Center is designed precisely for this endurance. Governed through a bicameral DAO where the Citizens' House of Mumbai token holders and the Professional and Institutional Council together ensure that the institution remains community-owned, transparent, adaptable, and intergenerational. Long after the last brick is laid, governance endures. Institutions that fail to cultivate trust encounter instability. Authority is contested, decisions provoke suspicion, and participants withdraw their support when governance structures no longer reflect their interests or values. The long-term success of decentralized initiatives therefore depends on the careful cultivation of Kyugo. Governance systems must remain transparent, stewards must remain accountable, participants must remain engaged in the processes through which decisions are made. When these conditions are maintained, authority gradually acquires the legitimacy required to guide complex institutions through the uncertainties of the future. The threshold of stewardship. As participation deepens within a community, individuals experience a transformation in their relationship to the institution. What begins as curiosity evolves into commitment. What begins as contribution evolves into citizenship. The runner becomes a fellow, the fellow becomes a steward, the steward becomes a governor, the governor becomes a builder. In this emerging civilization, mothers become recognized economic architects. Care becomes programmable capital, endurance becomes global governance, blockchain becomes the ledger of human dignity. The word has been spoken through Mumbai. The word is being lived through the marathon. The word is being recorded through blockchain. And as Kyugo teaches, when speech, will, and action converge into one frequency, reality reorganizes itself in obedience. From Siron Marmonet, where 10 acres are being transformed into a declaration of sovereignty, the model scales, and the word does not remain an idea, it becomes flesh, and in that flesh it heals, but flesh must be inhabited. For the word to fully dwell among us, individuals must cross from observation into ownership, from witnessing the vision to carrying its weight. That crossing has a name in the Ngatia tradition. It is called Nyaga. Chapter 20. The Nyaga Threshold. History changes when humanity crosses thresholds of transformation. Participation begins quietly. An individual encounters an idea, a movement, or a community whose purpose resonates with something deeper than ordinary curiosity. At first, the engagement may be modest, reading about the initiative, observing the discussions, perhaps contributing in small ways that require little risk or commitment. Such beginnings are common in every civic endeavor. Communities grow as individuals gradually discover that their interests align with the goals of a larger project. Yet over time, participation evolves. Moments arise when individuals realize that the institution they have been observing is not merely an external structure but a community whose future depends partly on their own choices. At that point, a subtle but significant shift occurs. The participant approaches a threshold. Within the Ngaisha tradition, this moment is described through the concept of Nyaga. Nyaga teaches that no higher order can be entered without surrendering the weight of obsolete identity. The seed must break to become a forest. A seed must die to bear fruit. The ego must dissolve for Muthamaki intelligence to arise. So too must economic systems undergo transformation. Africa's historic disease burden has not been lack of resources, but the imprisonment of value in what Hernando de Soto termed dead capital. Land, labor, and knowledge existing without systems that translate them into dynamic investment and innovation. Nyaga represents the passage from simple participation into stewardship. It marks the point at which individuals recognize that their role within a community carries responsibility as well as opportunity. The threshold does not impose obligation by force. It invites individuals to step forward voluntarily and accept a deeper form of engagement. Crossing Nyaga means choosing to care about the long-term direction of the institution, and choosing to surrender whatever comfortable passivity preceded that decision. From observer to steward. Civilizations do not rise when they accumulate wealth. They rise when they transform the meaning of wealth. In the early stages of participation, individuals remain observers. They follow conversations, learn about the history of the community, and explore how its institutions function. Their engagement may involve symbolic acts of support or occasional contributions that help sustain the momentum of the project. Such participation is valuable. It introduces new perspectives and allows communities to expand organically as interest spreads across networks. Yet observers occupy a different position than stewards. The emergence of Wahito Medical Center, a 300-bed rural referral hospital, a 5-acre school, and a 2-acre food processing enterprise and governance headquarters rising together on 10 acres in Siron, Marmanet, Laikipia West, represents precisely this transformation at institutional scale. Wahito is not merely infrastructure development. It is a civilizational crossing, a declaration that Africa does not need permission to heal, to educate, to build. It is the crucible where burial becomes resurrection, where dead capital becomes living infrastructure, where the observer becomes the architect. Stewards accept the responsibility of helping guide the institution through the challenges it encounters. They invest time in understanding the complexities of governance. They contribute to discussions about strategy and resource allocation. They remain engaged even when progress appears slow or difficult. Crossing the Nyaga threshold, therefore, represents a transformation in mindset. The question changes from what does this community offer to how can I contribute to its long-term success. This shift marks the emergence of civic maturity within decentralized systems. The meaning of thresholds. Thresholds play an important role in the development of institutions. They define moments at which individuals transition from one level of responsibility to another. In traditional societies, such thresholds appeared through rites of passage that marked the movement from youth into adulthood, from apprenticeship into mastery, from membership into leadership. Running itself is Nyaga made visible. The runner voluntarily enters discomfort, surrendering physical certainty to discover deeper resilience. Each stride becomes a small voluntary death of comfort and a rebirth of capacity. Modern civic institutions also contain thresholds, though they appear in more subtle forms. Participating in governance processes, acquiring actuate tokens through decentralized exchanges, receiving the Soulbound Mum token that permanently marks citizenship in Nyumba ya Mumbai. All of these represent moments when individuals move from passive membership toward active responsibility. Nyaga captures this broader pattern within the philosophical language of Ngaisha. It reminds communities that participation alone does not sustain institutions indefinitely. At certain moments, participants must decide whether they are willing to assume the responsibilities necessary for the institution to endure. Stoic philosophy teaches that endurance is the laboratory of freedom. The marathon embodies this Stoic discipline. The mastery of impulse, the embrace of hardship, and the pursuit of excellence independent of external reward. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is precisely this threshold enacted at planetary scale. It is a fully decentralized global movement, not confined to Massachusetts streets. Boston becomes the symbolic genesis point while the race unfolds across continents, climates, and cultures simultaneously. Every runner becomes a node in a living network of global health solidarity. Participation replaces location. Intention replaces proximity. Community replaces centralization. Niaga in decentralized communities. Decentralized systems rely heavily on voluntary participation. Because authority is distributed rather than concentrated, the strength of the system depends on the willingness of individuals to engage responsibly with governance processes. Participants evaluate proposals, contribute ideas, and hold stewards accountable for their decisions. These activities require time, attention, and commitment. The marathon becomes a human consensus protocol where physical endurance validates moral commitment. Just as blockchain distributes verification across nodes, the marathon distributes responsibility across humanity. No single institution owns global health transformation. It emerges through collective discipline. The Boston Marathon for Global Health functions as humanity's biological proof of work. Every mile run representing commitment to transforming global health inequity into participatory justice. Not every participant will choose to cross the Niaga threshold, and that is both natural and healthy. Communities benefit from a diversity of engagement levels, ranging from casual supporters to deeply involved stewards. However, for decentralized institutions to remain effective, a core group of participants must embrace the responsibilities associated with stewardship. These individuals become the custodians of the community's long-term vision. Within Mumbai, such stewardship becomes visible through the bicameral governance structure of Wahito's One Health campus. The Citizens' House, composed of community residents, diaspora contributors, health professionals, educators, and actuate ecosystem participants holding Mumbai tokens, and the Professional and Institutional Council, composed of medical, educational, agricultural, and infrastructure leaders. Together ensure that the institution is community-owned, transparent, adaptable, and intergenerational. The Mumbai token symbolizes this relationship between participation and responsibility. It represents not merely access to governance processes, but a recognition that those who hold it are expected to contribute thoughtfully to the decisions that guide the community's institutions. Responsibility and the long horizon. Both initiatives, Wahito and the Boston Marathon for Global Health, require the death of obsolete assumptions, that health is charity rather than infrastructure, that Africa is a recipient rather than an innovator, that capital must be centralized to be trusted, that transformation occurs without sacrifice. In their place arises a new order where capital, science, and human discipline operate as an integrated ecosystem. The responsibilities associated with stewardship extend beyond immediate decisions. Wahito Medical Center is designed to serve between 80,000 and 150,000 people across Siron, Marmanet, Laikipia West, and the broader Laikipia County and Rift Valley region. Its hospital will reduce maternal mortality, neonatal mortality, trauma mortality, and the infectious disease burden across generations. Its school will shape how children in the region understand food, science, and enterprise. Its factory will create employment, supply nutrition to hospital patients and school children, and anchor the economic sustainability of the entire campus. These are not short-term outcomes, they are generational commitments. Stewards must therefore cultivate patience. They must be willing to support initiatives whose full impact becomes visible only long after the initial decisions have been made. This requires a perspective that extends beyond personal gain toward the broader benefits that institutions provide to future communities. Niaga represents the moment when individuals begin to adopt this longer horizon. The recognition that participation in civic life carries responsibilities that reach beyond the present moment. The culture of stewardship. Communities that successfully cultivate stewardship develop cultural norms that encourage participants to cross the Niaga threshold. The Stoic city and the global tribe are not opposites. Stoics believe that every human belongs simultaneously to a local city and a universal city of reason. Wahito becomes both, rooted in Kenyan soil yet connected through blockchain diaspora solidarity, and the Run Wherever You Are campaign to a planetary network of citizens who run, acquire, govern, and proclaim together. The decentralized marathon becomes the ritual through which humanity remembers this shared citizenship. Every runner, regardless of geography, becomes a citizen of the global health commons. These norms emphasize transparency in governance processes, respect for diverse perspectives, and a shared commitment to the long-term goals of the institution. Participants are encouraged to contribute constructively to discussions, to evaluate proposals carefully, and to remain attentive to the needs of the broader community. When participants observe stewards acting with integrity and discipline, they become more willing to assume similar responsibilities. Over time, this process strengthens the institutional fabric of the community. Niaga thus becomes more than an individual decision. It becomes a collective culture of responsibility, one where motion precedes provision, endurance precedes inheritance, stewardship follows sacrifice, visible discipline becomes generational culture, and shared purpose produces shared wealth. The expansion of civic capacity. As more participants cross the Niaga threshold, the community's capacity for coordinated action expands. Additional stewards bring new expertise, new perspectives, and new networks of collaboration. Governance discussions become richer as participants draw upon diverse experiences to evaluate proposals and identify opportunities for institutional development. This expansion strengthens the ability of the community to pursue ambitious goals. The Wahito One Health Campus is the most immediate expression of this expanded capacity, a hospital that receives trauma and crisis without delay, operating theaters that restore order where flesh has been torn, maternity wards that welcome life with dignity, pediatric wards that guard the fragile covenant of childhood, a school where curiosity outruns poverty, a factory where agriculture becomes value, surplus becomes income, and employment becomes stability. None of this rises without stewards. None of this endures without citizens who crossed the threshold and chose to care. Wahito proves that Africa finances, builds, and governs its own destiny using blockchain transparency, diaspora solidarity, and stoic discipline. It is not charity's monument. It is proof that destiny favors those who build. Toward the circulation of responsibility. Niaga marks the transition from participant to steward. But stewardship, once assumed, introduces a new challenge, one that every institution that has ever endured must eventually confront. If stewardship concentrates permanently within a small group, the system gradually recreates the same hierarchies that decentralized communities seek to avoid. Authority becomes fixed rather than responsive. The broader community begins to feel disconnected from the institutions that claim to represent it. The Niaga threshold is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of a deeper one. For once individuals cross it and become stewards, the question becomes how responsibility is shared, renewed, and kept alive across the entire community over time. That question is answered by the next principle of Ngatia. Power must not only be earned through sacrifice, it must circulate, moving through the community as a living current that sustains institutions across generations. That principle is Hungu. Chapter 21. Hungu and the Circulation of Power. Stewardship changes the nature of participation. When individuals cross the threshold of Niaga, they no longer relate to the community merely as observers or contributors. They begin to carry a portion of its responsibility. Their decisions influence how institutions evolve, how resources are allocated, and how collective goals are pursued. Yet this transformation introduces another challenge. If stewardship concentrates permanently within a small group, the system gradually recreates the same hierarchies that decentralized communities seek to avoid. Authority becomes fixed rather than responsive, and the broader community begins to feel disconnected from the institutions that claim to represent it. The health of a civic system therefore depends on something more dynamic. Responsibility must circulate. Civilizations do not rise merely by accumulating wealth. They rise by learning how to circulate it. Africa stands today on a vast reservoir of hidden capital, unregistered land, dormant factories, invisible caregiving labor, unmonetized intellectual property, and untapped ecological wealth. These assets, as Hernando de Soto reminds us, are not absent. They are merely unseen, trapped in systems that cannot recognize or circulate them. Within the philosophical language of Ngatia, the principle that governs this movement is Hungu. Hungu teaches a fundamental truth of living systems. Power must circulate to remain alive. Energy sealed within a container inevitably stagnates. Wealth hoarded decays into fragility. Authority guarded collapses into irrelevance. The Ngatia fellow understands that power is never owned, only channeled. Tokenization is the technological embodiment of Hungu. It transforms static assets into circulating flows of value. It opens reservoirs and converts them into pipelines. Where traditional systems trapped African capital inside bureaucratic registries or elite monopolies, tokenization releases it into decentralized circulation, allowing communities, diaspora investors, and global partners to participate in wealth creation. Increase comes through flow, not possession. In this sense, Hungu complements all the principles that precede it. Utaradu establishes order, Myerngo Iri balances power with knowledge, Wathai cultivates discipline, Kyugo establishes creative authority, Nyaga invites individuals into stewardship, Hungu ensures that stewardship does not become stagnant. The problem of concentrated authority. Civilizations throughout history have struggled with the tendency of authority to accumulate within small groups. Even systems founded upon ideals of participation and equality drift toward concentration of power. Leaders who initially emerge through community trust gradually become insulated from the perspectives of those they represent. Decision-making becomes centralized, and opportunities for broader engagement diminish. When this occurs, institutions risk losing the vitality that originally sustained them. Participants who once felt empowered to contribute begin to view governance processes as distant or predetermined. Over time, disengagement weakens the capacity of the institution to adapt to new challenges. Hernando de Soto described Africa's tragedy as the existence of trillions of dollars in dead capital, property and productivity lacking legal and financial recognition. Hungu explains why this capital became dead in the first place. It was trapped inside reservoirs of exclusion. Informal land ownership, maternal caregiving, agricultural output, and scientific discovery remained invisible and immeasurable, power sealed within containers that could not circulate it. Hungu addresses this problem by emphasizing the movement of responsibility. Authority must circulate through the community in ways that allow new voices and new perspectives to participate in shaping institutional direction. Hidden power stagnates. Tokenization reveals it and places it into motion. Circulation and stability. Circulating authority does not mean abandoning stability. Healthy systems require continuity. Institutions must retain knowledge of past decisions, maintain consistent governance procedures, and ensure that long-term initiatives remain on course even as leadership evolves. Hungu therefore describes a structured circulation of power, not a chaotic rotation of authority. Tokenization resolves the structural blockage of dead capital through three conversions that mirror Hungu's philosophy precisely. First, the invisible becomes visible. Informal land ownership, caregiving labor, agricultural output, and scientific discovery become measurable and verifiable on blockchain systems. Second, recognition becomes property. Tokens formalize rights and fractionalize ownership, protecting assets from corruption, political erasure, and elite capture. Third, property becomes capital. Once assets circulate, they attract investment, create liquidity, and generate productivity. Dead capital becomes living capital. This is the resurrection of Africa's wealth through structured circulation. Participants assume responsibilities for defined periods or within specific domains of expertise. Governance processes record decisions transparently so that future stewards build upon the work of their predecessors. Communities retain institutional memory while allowing leadership to evolve. This balance between continuity and renewal strengthens the resilience of decentralized systems, ensuring that no single group permanently monopolizes authority while preserving the stability necessary for long-term projects like Wahito Medical Center, where governance must endure across generations, not just through the enthusiasm of founders. Circulation in decentralized governance. Decentralized digital infrastructure provides the tools for implementing Hungu. Blockchain systems record governance actions in transparent ledgers that remain accessible to all participants. Proposals, votes, and resource allocations are documented in ways that create a shared institutional memory. These records allow authority to circulate without losing accountability. When governance roles shift from one group of stewards to another, the incoming participants review the decisions that preceded them. The community retains a clear record of how and why certain choices were made. Within Nyumba ya Mumbai, this principle is encoded into the bicameral structure of Wahito's One Health campus governance. The Citizens' House, composed of Mumbai token holders drawn from community residents, diaspora contributors, health professionals, and educators, and the Professional and Institutional Council, composed of medical, educational, agricultural, and infrastructure leaders, together ensure that no single constituency permanently dominates institutional direction. Budgets are approved collectively, management is overseen transparently, curriculum is guided by those closest to the community's needs, ethical and fiduciary standards are enforced across both houses. By solving De Soto's mystery of dead capital, tokenization directly addresses the global burden of disease. When communities control their assets, they finance clinics, hospitals, maternal care programs, and biomedical research. Health systems become locally sustained rather than externally dependent. Such transparency reduces the risk that circulating authority leads to confusion or instability. Instead, it enables a form of governance in which participation expands while institutional continuity remains intact. The community as a living system. Hungu invites us to imagine institutions not as rigid hierarchies but as living systems. In living systems, energy flows continuously through interconnected parts. Cells exchange information, resources circulate through biological networks, and the organism adapts to changes in its environment while preserving its essential structure. Tokenization viewed through Hungu becomes more than financial innovation. It becomes biological and civilizational infrastructure. It circulates resources the way blood circulates oxygen. It distributes knowledge the way neural networks distribute information. It decentralizes authority the way ecosystems distribute resilience. Through this lens, the Wahito One Health campus becomes a living system in precisely this sense. The hospital, the school, and the food processing factory are not three separate projects placed adjacently on 10 acres. They are three organs of a single organism, each sustaining the others. The hospital needs the school to produce future health workers rooted in the community. The school needs the factory to provide nutrition for its students. The factory needs the hospital to anchor the health of the workforce. The DAO headquarters within the factory ensures that governance circulates through all three. No component hoards authority, no component operates in isolation. The entire campus breathes as one. Civic institutions function in the same way when they operate according to Hungu. Authority flows through the community as participants assume and relinquish responsibilities over time. Knowledge circulates through networks of collaboration. Decisions reflect the combined insights of individuals who contribute at different moments in the life of the institution. The result is governance that remains both stable and responsive, concentrating power nowhere, directing it everywhere it is needed. Hungu and the Marathon Community. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 stands as a living metaphor for tokenization and Hungu. Marathon running is the physical manifestation of circulation. Blood flows, breath flows, endurance emerges not from hoarding energy but from disciplined release. Just as tokenization fractionalizes ownership of assets, the Global Health Marathon fractionalizes participation in global health justice. It invites individuals, institutions, scientists, and communities worldwide to contribute their energy to a collective movement. A blind physician-scientist running alongside a cardiologist guide represents the collaborative networks required to sustain health systems. Reflecting stoic endurance, geisha sacrifice, and blockchain coordination simultaneously. Each race depends on the contributions of many participants. Organizers coordinate logistics. Runners bring the event to life through effort and dedication, yet no single participant permanently owns the marathon. Leadership roles change from event to event. New runners join the community while others step back. The energy of the movement flows through a constantly evolving network of individuals who share a common commitment to endurance. Just as blockchain nodes operate across continents to secure decentralized networks, runners across the globe form a human network sustaining global health equity. Each step taken becomes symbolic of circulating power. Each mile represents the release of stagnation and the advancement of global healing. This circulation of participation mirrors Hungu precisely. The marathon movement remains vibrant because responsibility moves among its members, and decentralized institutions remain healthy when governance authority circulates among participants who demonstrate commitment and capability. Guarding against stagnation. One of the greatest threats to institutional vitality is stagnation. When authority remains fixed, systems become resistant to innovation. Established leaders grow comfortable with familiar practices while new ideas struggle to find pathways into decision-making processes. Both Stoicism and Hungu reject dependence on external rescue. Instead, they cultivate self-sustaining ecosystems. The Stoics taught that resilience emerges through disciplined engagement with reality rather than resistance to it. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the obstacle becomes the way. Africa's burden of disease and poverty becomes the catalyst for building decentralized health economies, not a reason to wait for external solutions but a forge for developing sovereign capacity. Hungu counters stagnation by encouraging regular opportunities for renewal. Participants who demonstrate dedication to the community's goals step forward into roles of stewardship. Those who have served previously transition into advisory positions, allowing fresh perspectives to guide the institution while preserving valuable experience. Tokenization reflects this stoic discipline by building systems that are transparent, lawful, and resilient against corruption. Through this ongoing circulation, the community maintains both continuity and adaptability. Maternal caregiving demonstrates Hungu's most profound application in this regard. The Mumbai token transforms long invisible caregiving labor into measurable capital. Tokens linked to successful deliveries, vaccinations, and child development milestones, channeling investment directly into maternal health systems. The overflow of caregiving labor becomes a structured flow of economic and biomedical resources. What was stagnant becomes circulating. What was invisible becomes sovereign. Power as responsibility. The Ngatia tradition emphasizes that power should never be understood merely as privilege. Within a healthy civic system, power represents responsibility, the duty to act in ways that serve the long-term interests of the community. Authority exists to guide institutions toward outcomes that benefit society as a whole. Hungu ensures that this responsibility remains shared, converting dignity into property, property into capital, and capital into health. When authority circulates, participants recognize that governance is not the domain of a distant elite, but a collective endeavor requiring sustained engagement. Each steward contributes to the ongoing process through which the community refines its institutions and advances its goals. This shared responsibility strengthens the moral foundation of governance. Participants become invested not only in the outcomes of decisions, but in the integrity of the processes through which those decisions are made. The future of global health will not be built through charity alone. It will be built through circulation, through systems that allow power to move, knowledge to spread, and communities to finance their own healing. Hungu ensures that this capital flows continuously, sustaining communities rather than accumulating in isolated reservoirs of privilege. Preparing the architecture of equity. As power circulates through a community, new possibilities emerge for aligning governance with broader social goals. Through tokenization, communities finance health infrastructure. Diaspora capital flows directly into development projects. Biomedical research becomes community-owned. Preventive health systems replace reactive treatment models. Global health equity emerges when economic circulation mirrors biological circulation. The principles described in the Ngatia tradition provide the philosophical foundation for this work. They illuminate how order, balance, discipline, creative authority, stewardship, and circulation combine to create systems capable of sustaining collective progress. Within the Actuate ecosystem, these ideas take practical form through the institutional designs explored throughout this book. And like the marathon itself, this transformation begins not with a single destination but with the courage to take the next step, wherever in the world that step is taken. The Wahito One Health campus in Siron, Marminet is one such step. 10 acres of disciplined resolve, a hospital, a school, a factory, a governance chamber. A proof that Africa finances, builds, and governs its own destiny. From Siron, the model circulates, and from circulation, civilization rises. Chapter 22. Kirikaniro and the Tokenization of Global Health Equity. As responsibility moves through a community, governance begins to take on new forms. Forms capable of directing resources toward knowledge, health, and the well-being of societies far beyond the boundaries of any single nation. Civilizations do not rise from money, they rise from Kirikaniro, covenant. Trust is the enzyme for Kirikaniro. Before money flows, trust must flow. Before markets scale, promises must hold. Before technology transforms societies, character must anchor systems. Within the Ngatia tradition, this organizing force is described through the concept of Kirikaniro, the Ngatia principle that declares trust as the invisible infrastructure of power. Where other principles focus on legitimacy, stewardship, or the circulation of authority, Kirikaniro concerns itself with the practical question of how distributed participants organize their resources effectively. Not through contracts that enforce behavior when trust fails, but through covenants that create prosperity because trust exists. Tokenization, the transformation of real-world assets into blockchain-encoded capital, is described as a technological revolution, yet its deepest nature is not technological but moral. Tokenization succeeds only where Kirikaniro exists. Without trust, tokens become speculative abstractions. With trust, tokens become vessels of justice, converting invisible value into circulating capital capable of healing nations. Across Africa and the global south, the tragedy of poverty has rarely been the absence of wealth. It has been the absence of recognition. As Hernando de Soto revealed, vast reservoirs of value exist in informal property, unrecorded labor, unmeasured care, and undocumented intellectual capital. These assets are alive but economically invisible, like energy trapped inside a sealed container. Tokenization opens that container. Kirikaniro ensures the energy is not stolen but shared. Coordination in a decentralized world. Traditional institutions rely on centralized authority to coordinate collective action. Governments collect taxes and allocate budgets. Corporations direct employees and capital toward specific objectives. Philanthropic organizations distribute grants according to the priorities of their leadership. While these structures can be effective, they also concentrate decision-making power within relatively small groups. Participants who contribute resources or effort may have limited influence over how those contributions are ultimately used. Hirakaniro teaches that this model is not merely inefficient, it is structurally fragile. Blockchain technology mirrors the truth that covenants create prosperity. Smart contracts automate rules, but ecosystems flourish only when participants behave as stewards rather than extractors. Where Hirakaniro thrives, transaction costs collapse. Bureaucratic friction dissolves, capital accelerates. The blockchain becomes not simply a registry of ownership but a moral memory system. A ledger recording who honors commitments and who violates them. Decentralized networks offer an alternative model. Through blockchain technology and digital governance systems, communities create mechanisms that allow participants to coordinate resources without relying entirely on centralized intermediaries. Decisions about allocation and strategy emerge through transparent governance processes in which contributors participate directly. In this environment, coordination becomes a shared responsibility. Hirakaniro provides the philosophical foundation for understanding how such systems function and why they must be ethically governed. Tokens as instruments of coordination. One of the most significant innovations of decentralized systems is the emergence of token-based coordination. Tokenization is not merely encoding assets into digital ledgers, it is encoding faithfulness into economic architecture. When a maternal health token rewards successful deliveries, when a research token represents intellectual discovery, when a governance token represents civic stewardship, each token becomes a promise made visible, each ledger entry becomes a record of covenant kept. Capital vehicles carry Hirakaniro into practice. Actuate Capital, structured to mobilize $25 million for early tokenization projects, seeds innovations that range from maternal care financing through the Mumbai token to community health infrastructure. Actuate Capital connects African innovators with global liquidity partners. Diaspora liquidity pools transform remittances into transparent, blockchain-governed investment streams. These vehicles are not merely financial instruments, they are Hirakaniro in motion, binding investors, communities, and innovators into shared stewardship of prosperity. Without trust, capital extracts; with trust, capital cultivates. Tokens represent digital units that encode participation, governance rights, and access to specific resources within a network. By distributing tokens among participants, communities create mechanisms through which individuals contribute to and influence the direction of shared initiatives. When designed carefully, token systems align incentives across diverse participants. Researchers receive support for pursuing scientific discoveries. Communities gain access to health resources. Contributors participate in governance processes that determine how shared funds are allocated. The token becomes more than a financial instrument, it becomes a tool for organizing collective action. Global health and the coordination challenge. Despite remarkable advances in medical science, access to health remains deeply uneven across regions. Many communities lack reliable infrastructure for maternal care, disease prevention, and basic medical services. Meanwhile, resources capable of addressing these challenges exist elsewhere in the global system, but remain disconnected from the places where they are most urgently needed. This gap represents a coordination failure. Knowledge, capital, and expertise are present, yet they do not converge in ways that produce effective solutions for underserved populations. Tokenization establishes a universal language, through which invisible assets become visible capital across multiple domains. In agriculture, warehouse receipts and future harvest tokens allow African farmers to finance crops before harvest, dissolving exploitative credit cycles and transforming farmers from price takers into global partners. In health equity, maternal outcomes, vaccination milestones, and disease burden reductions are tokenized as measurable health impact. The Mumbai token transforming caregiving labor into recognized capital and affirming that healing is not charity but investment in civilization itself. In education, skills tokens and tokenized research outputs transform education into liquid human capital, credentials becoming immutable proof of competence. In infrastructure and energy, tokenized solar farms, water systems, and microgrids democratize ownership, enabling citizens to finance and govern their own utilities. In cultural and environmental assets, music royalties, storytelling traditions, and biodiversity conservation projects become tokenized, ensuring Africa's cultural and ecological wealth circulates globally while preserving identity and sustainability. Across all sectors, tokenization performs the same miracle. It transforms neglected value into circulating justice. The emergence of health infrastructure networks. The development of decentralized coordination mechanisms opens the possibility of building new forms of health infrastructure. Institutions that are locally governed, globally supported, and transparently accountable. Wahito Medical Center in Siron, Marmanet, Laikipia West is the most immediate expression of this possibility. It is not being built through traditional aid channels. It is financed through retroactive public goods funding using the Actuate token, acquired globally via decentralized exchanges including Uniswap, PancakeSwap, Ubiswap, and QuickSwap, and through direct acquisition via the Actuate Foundation. Transparent wallet reporting ensures that every contributor sees the flow of funds. Contributors do not donate into obscurity, they participate in creation. This model bypasses the bottlenecks of traditional aid. It mobilizes diaspora capital. It converts digital conviction into physical infrastructure. Phase by phase, site infrastructure, hospital construction, school development, factory, and DAO headquarters. 10 acres of Resolve in Laikipia become a 300-bed hospital, a school for 16 to 24 classrooms of children, a food processing and enterprise center, and the permanent headquarters of Njuguna Mumbai DAO. Governance structures ensure that participants retain a voice in how these resources are used. The bicameral structure of Njuguna Mumbai, Citizens' House and Professional Council, ensures that decisions about project priorities, resource allocation, and long-term strategy are guided by communities whose lives are directly affected by the outcomes. Tokenization fulfills its promise only when it becomes usable in daily life. In Africa, that usability resides in the mobile phone, the continent's most trusted financial institution. Through mobile wallets and USSD technology, tokens fund groceries, school fees, medical care, and agricultural inputs. The phone becomes not merely a device but a dashboard of dignity, allowing communities to see and control their own economic destiny. Chapter 23. RIU and the Portfolio of Tokens. Coordination alone is not enough. Once communities develop mechanisms for aligning effort and directing resources toward shared goals, another question inevitably emerges. How should those resources be structured so that institutions endure? Short-term mobilization ignites action, but lasting systems require something deeper. An architecture capable of sustaining effort across time. Grants expire, pilot programs dissolve, momentum dissipates. The result is fragmentation, not from lack of goodwill but from lack of structure. Within the Njuguna philosophical framework, this temporal architecture is captured by the concept of RIU. The appointed time of global health. Modern finance discovered something ancient when Harry Markowitz articulated portfolio theory. Risk is not eliminated by intensity, it is transformed by structure. Diversification is not dispersion, it is discipline. A portfolio is not a pile of assets, it is an architecture of time. Njuguna philosophy calls this insight RIU, vertical time. Not the horizontal drift from quarter to quarter, from funding cycle to funding cycle, but the depth of the present moment as the sole point of power. The hourglass teaches us, the past is crystallized below, the future rests unformed above, but impact flows only through the narrow neck of now. Global health has suffered because its capital has lived horizontally. Grants expire, pilot programs dissolve, momentum dissipates. The result is fragmentation, not from lack of goodwill but from lack of structure. The portfolio of tokenized assets changes this. In horizontal time, projects compete. In vertical time, systems converge. From dead capital to living structure. A tokenized portfolio for global health does three things simultaneously. It formalizes assets, turning land, labor, and care into visible capital. It channels funding, directing programmable liquidity into clinics, research, maternal health, and infrastructure. It embeds inclusion, ensuring ownership and governance remain with the communities served. This is Markowitz reframed through RIU. Diversification across tokenized health infrastructure reduces volatility not merely in financial terms but in human survival terms. When one revenue stream slows, another sustains the system. When one intervention matures slowly, another delivers immediate dividends. Complexity becomes resilience. The Wahito One Health campus in Siron, Marmanet embodies this portfolio logic in physical form. A 300-bed hospital on 3 acres provides the clinical anchor. A 5-acre school ensures the community generates its own future health workers, farmers, and innovators. A 2-acre food processing factory and Njuguna Mumbai DAO headquarters sustains the economic continuity of the entire campus. These three components are not separate projects competing for the same pool of resources. They are diversified streams within a single living system, each sustaining the others when anyone faces pressure. The hospital needs the school to produce skilled personnel rooted in the community. The school needs the factory to feed its students. The factory needs the hospital to maintain the health of the workforce. Together they form a portfolio of institutions, each contributing resilience to the whole. When Actuate tokens are acquired through decentralized exchanges, through Uniswap on Ethereum, PancakeSwap on Binance Chain, Uniswap on Celo, or QuickSwap on Polygon, each acquisition adds a grain to the hourglass. Each transaction is not a donation into abstraction but an alignment of economic voice with Wahito's future. Capital becomes transparent, accountable, and borderless. Ryu, now is the appointed time. Ryu does not ask us to wait for better markets or friendlier policy cycles. It insists that the appointed time is now. The hourglass neck is always open, but only for one grain at a time. A portfolio is that narrowing. It forces discipline, it allocates intention, it encodes commitment, it refuses the illusion that urgency equals progress. Tokenized portfolio architecture embodies Ryu in three ways. Capital discipline, governance, lockups, and participation horizons, prevents premature extraction. Integrated risk management through diversified tokens reduces systemic fragility. Continuity ensures that infrastructure outlives enthusiasm. In this sense, tokenization is not speculation, it is temporal design. It embeds patience into capital itself. Stoic philosophy understood this long before blockchain. The Stoic does not rage against volatility, he prepares for it. He distinguishes what he governs from what he cannot. He builds internal stability before external expansion. The Stoic portfolio is a moral one, diversified across virtues, resilient against shocks. Applied to global health, Stoicism becomes funding architecture. We do not attempt to eliminate uncertainty, we structure around it. We do not depend on momentum, we design continuity. Equity as an institutional goal. At the heart of these developments lies a fundamental aspiration, the pursuit of health equity. Equity does not imply that every community faces identical conditions. Instead, it recognizes that different regions encounter distinct challenges that require tailored responses. Achieving equity, therefore, involves directing resources toward areas where they generate the greatest positive impact. Tokenized coordination systems offer a mechanism for pursuing this goal precisely because they are governed by those closest to the need. Governance and measurement must be transparent. Impact oracles, universities, NGOs, and community organizations verify outcomes such as DALYs averted, maternal health improvements, and infrastructure performance. Transparent dashboards and immutable blockchain records prevent corruption and greenwashing. In Kirikaniro, governance is not top-down control but shared stewardship. Women's cooperatives govern maternal tokens. Youth councils direct education funding. Community associations vote on infrastructure reinvestment. Ownership becomes participatory, capital becomes democratic. In this way, Kirikaniro transforms coordination into an instrument of justice. Participants across the world contribute to initiatives designed to strengthen health infrastructure in underserved regions. The starting line is not in Boston. The starting line is wherever you stand today. Coordination and the marathon spirit. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 stands as the living embodiment of Kirikaniro. It is not merely an athletic event. It is a global covenant, a demonstration that trust, endurance, and sacrifice precede transformation. Runners in a marathon move toward a shared destination, yet each participant travels at a different pace and encounters unique challenges along the course. The race succeeds not because every runner is identical, but because the event creates a structure within which diverse participants pursue the same goal. Boston represents discipline, qualification, and excellence, virtues that mirror the demands of global health reform and blockchain governance. Running a marathon requires consistent training, resilience under pressure, and unwavering commitment, precisely the virtues that sustain decentralized ecosystems. Yet the Boston Marathon for Global Health transcends geography. Participation is not confined to Massachusetts streets. Anyone, anywhere in the world joins this covenant by training and running where they are, on village roads, city sidewalks, rural trails, or coastal pathways. The physical act of running becomes a global synchronization ritual symbolizing collective commitment to health equity. Just as blockchain decentralizes finance, the marathon decentralizes solidarity. The world becomes the track, humanity becomes the team. Stoicism provides the inner architecture of this covenant. Marcus Aurelius wrote that one must act according to nature and duty, not convenience. Seneca taught that hardship reveals strength. Epictetus declared that true power lies in mastering one's commitments. Stoicism teaches that suffering is transformed into service. The Boston Marathon for Global Health embodies this transformation, turning physical endurance into a symbol of moral endurance. Tokenization transforms economic struggle into structured opportunity. Kirikaniro binds both into a covenant of global healing. The architecture of participation. Tokenized coordination systems introduce new ways for individuals to participate in global initiatives. Participants support specific health projects, contribute expertise to research collaborations, and engage in governance discussions that shape the direction of institutional development. Each form of participation strengthens the network and expands its capacity to address complex challenges. Each run is a declaration that global health equity is not someone else's responsibility. It is humanity's shared covenant. Training becomes preparation for global transformation. Endurance becomes preparation for economic justice. Movement becomes preparation for healing civilization. Tokenization is Africa's awakening, not because it introduces wealth but because it reveals wealth that has always existed. Kirikaniro ensures that this wealth circulates ethically, sustainably, and equitably. Together they form a new grammar of civilization. Trust becomes infrastructure, health becomes capital, discipline becomes freedom, movement becomes covenant, and humanity becomes a network of healing. Yet as these systems evolve, another question emerges. If tokens enable coordination, how should they be structured to ensure fairness, accountability, and long-term sustainability across time? Not just in the urgency of a single campaign, but across the decades required to build and sustain institutions that serve generations. That question is answered by the next principle of Ngatia. Within this philosophical framework, the design and balance of such systems across time is captured by the idea of Ryu, the appointed time, the architecture of vertical depth rather than horizontal drift. It is to that principle that we now turn. The Boston Marathon as living portfolio. The Boston Marathon embodies Ryu more clearly than any financial instrument. A marathon is a portfolio of breaths. Each mile carries a different risk profile: fatigue, terrain, doubt. The runner does not sprint all segments equally. Energy is allocated, packing is structured, resilience is distributed across time. Through the run wherever you are campaign, the marathon becomes a global classroom in portfolio theory. Wherever you are, in Nairobi, Boston, Kigali, London, Siron, you run. Running is not confined to athleticism. It comprises any physical act that places the human body in purposeful motion. Field running, brisk walking, farming and tilling land, herding livestock, harvesting crops, carrying water, manual construction. Each of these acts is disciplined, embodied labor. Each is a grain added to the hourglass. The act of training itself mirrors capital design. Daily discipline replaces episodic effort. Incremental mileage compounds into endurance. Presence replaces panic. The marathon communicates what tokenization encodes. Long-term outcomes require structured persistence. When thousands run in synchrony across continents, they become a decentralized portfolio of intention. Each runner a node, each mile a grain in the hourglass. Biology generates discipline. Blockchain records participation. Retroactive funding builds institutions. And in the hills of Siron, where stone meets red earth, the miles of the world slowly become walls. Walls of a hospital, a school, and an enterprise. Rallying capital for Wahito Medical Center. At the center of this architecture stands Wahito Medical Center in Siron, Laikipia West, Kenya. Wahito is not merely a clinic. It is proof that structured capital anchors rural health equity. It is a declaration that rural Africa finances, builds, and governs its own destiny using blockchain transparency, diaspora solidarity, and stoic discipline. Yet like all living systems, it requires durable financing, not episodic charity. The portfolio approach transforms fundraising. Tokenized participation aligns global supporters with measurable health outcomes. Governance through Nyumba ya Mumbai's bicameral DAO, the Citizens' House of Mumbai token holders and the Professional and Institutional Council, ensures transparency and accountability. Diversified funding streams protect continuity during economic shocks. The campus serves between 80,000 and 150,000 people across Siron, Marminette, Laikipia West, and surrounding Rift Valley communities. Its hospital reduces maternal mortality, neonatal mortality, trauma mortality, and infectious disease burden. Its school shapes the next generation. Its factory anchors local employment and nutrition. These outcomes are not aspirational. They are the measurable returns on a structured portfolio of disciplined participation. Through the marathon campaign, visibility becomes liquidity. Movement becomes capital. Participation becomes infrastructure. Runners across the world do more than train, they embody the architecture they support. Each step signals commitment. Each registration widens the portfolio. Each contribution strengthens Wahito's continuity. Stoic discipline fuels this effort. The Stoic does not wait for motivation, he practices. He does not depend on applause, he acts in accordance with principle. Global-scale fundraising requires precisely this temperament, endurance over spectacle. Capital as infrastructure. Health systems fail when capital is episodic. They stabilize when capital behaves like infrastructure. Tokenized portfolios reframe capital as a governed, continuous flow, aligned with decades rather than quarters. Governance becomes coordination, lockups become stewardship, diversification becomes resilience. In this design, capital formalizes invisible value. Funding flows conditionally to verified impact. Inclusion sustains legitimacy. Time protects integrity. The result is not fragmented projects but living systems. Institutions that outlive the enthusiasm of their founders, the tenure of their first stewards, and the urgency of their initial campaign. Wahito rests on three pillars: disciplined bodies, decentralized capital, and encoded citizenship. Remove anyone and the structure weakens. Keep all three. And Siron becomes more than a site. It becomes a prototype. Run wherever you are supplies the character. The blockchain supplies the continuity. Wahito becomes the visible testimony, not charity descending from above, but sovereignty rising from within. The vertical moment. Ryu teaches that eternity is accessed through depth, not delay. The portfolio of tokens for global health is not a future ambition. It is a present architecture. The Boston Marathon for global health is not symbolic, it is structural communication. Wahito Medical Center is not a distant beneficiary, it is the immediate proving ground. Now is the appointed time, not because markets are favorable, not because politics are aligned, but because the neck of the hourglass is always open. The question is not whether capital exists, it is whether we will structure it. The runner begins with one step, the portfolio begins with one allocation, the clinic begins with one act of governance. Vertical time collapses delay between intention and execution. Run wherever you are, invest where impact compounds, build what endures beyond you. In the discipline of Ryu, the portfolio becomes more than finance. Yet civilization is not complete until the arch is closed. All the principles explored in this book, order, duality, discipline, creative authority, stewardship, circulation, covenant, and time, remain as individual stones unless something locks them together. In classical architecture, that locking stone is called the keystone. In the vision of this book, it is called the chabai, and the institution that functions as that keystone. The one that transforms the grammar of Ngeisha into a living sentence is Wahito Medical Center. Chapter 24. The Keystone of Equity. Civilizations are not built by ideas alone. Ideas illuminate possibilities, they reveal patterns that might otherwise remain invisible. They allow communities to imagine new forms of cooperation and new structures of justice. But ideas remain incomplete until they take form in institutions. Institutions give ideas a place to live. Throughout this book, we have explored the philosophical architecture that underlies decentralized systems capable of advancing global health equity. The Ngeisha tradition has offered a vocabulary for understanding how such systems emerge. Udaradu established order from chaos. Myrongo Iri illuminated the balance between power and knowledge. Wathai cultivated the discipline required to sustain institutions across time. Kyugo grounded authority in the creative word. Nyaga invited individuals into stewardship through surrender. Hungu ensured the circulation of responsibility. Kirikaniro revealed the covenant through which collective action becomes coordinated. Ryu demonstrated how tokenized portfolios structure capital across time. Together, these principles form a coherent architecture. Yet an architecture remains theoretical until a keystone locks the structure into place. The principle of the chabai teaches that unity is not poetic metaphor, it is structural necessity. An arch stands only when its keystone is placed. Without it, pillars strain in isolation, with it, gravity becomes strength. The chabai is the stone that transfers weight across the whole system. It does not dominate, it integrates. It does not coerce, it coheres. Within the vision described throughout this book, that keystone is Wahito Medical Center. A place where philosophy becomes infrastructure. What if global health is not a crisis of medicine but a crisis of information? What if rural Africa does not lack wealth, but visibility? Wahito Medical Center stands in Siron, Laikipia West, Kenya. Two pillars rise before it. One is global knowledge, medicine, blockchain, distributed science. The other is local need. Mothers in labor, children with fever, farmers battling hypertension, communities navigating informational collapse disguised as disease. Alone, these pillars cannot hold. Knowledge without capital remains abstract. Need without structure collapses under gravity. The Chabai is placed when unity becomes operational. Health is not matter, it is information. A cell is a code, a heartbeat is a message, disease is a breakdown of communication. The tragedy of rural Africa is not biological inferiority but informational exclusion. Assets remain invisible, rights remain unrecorded, wealth exists as dead capital, knowledge resides with communities while power rests elsewhere. Blockchain corrects this fracture. Where DALYs tally loss in the rearview mirror, blockchain records living data in real time. It aligns knowledge with power, it converts surprise into trust, it turns invisible assets into visible capital. Wahito Medical Center becomes not merely a building but a node in a distributed network of health intelligence. It is the embodiment of economic justice as the base layer of medicine. It is the conversion of dead capital into living wealth. Every system discussed throughout these chapters, governance tokens, decentralized coordination, portfolio architecture, and global participation, finds concrete expression in the effort to sustain and expand this institution. In this sense, Wahito is not merely a beneficiary of the system, it is the proof that the system exists. Health infrastructure as a moral project. Health institutions occupy a unique position within society. They operate at the intersection of science, compassion, and public trust. Communities rely on them during moments of vulnerability when illness or injury transforms ordinary life into uncertainty. Because of this role, health infrastructure carries a moral dimension. A clinic represents more than bricks and equipment. It represents a commitment by a community to care for its members and to protect the dignity of life. The Wahito One Health Campus in Siron, Marminet, Laikipia West embodies this moral commitment in full architectural form. On 3 acres rises a 300-bed rural referral hospital, not as a monument to charity but as a fortress of competence. Its emergency department receives trauma and crisis without delay. Its operating theaters restore order where flesh has been torn. Its maternity wards welcome life with dignity. Its pediatric wards guard the fragile covenant of childhood. There are intensive care units, diagnostic imaging, laboratories, pharmacy, surgical wards, medical wards, isolation units, outpatient clinics, and public health outreach. Beneath the concrete and sterile corridors lies a deeper architecture, transparency, digital health records, blockchain traceable financing, a system where every contribution is visible and every expenditure accountable. On 5 acres stands a school, classrooms filled not merely with desks but with possibility, science laboratories, computer labs, a library where curiosity outruns poverty, gardens where students learn that food is both biology and economy, for disease begins where ignorance flourishes, preventive health is born in literacy, nutrition is sustained in knowledge. On 2 acres hums the food processing factory, a posho mill grinding maize and wheat, food processing and packaging lines, cold storage, aggregation points for local farmers, and the headquarters of Nyumba Mumbai DAO. Here agriculture becomes value, surplus becomes income, and employment becomes stability. The food produced nourishes hospital patients and school children. The enterprise trains youth in entrepreneurship and food value chain innovation. Without systems capable of providing continuous support, even the most dedicated health professionals struggle to maintain services for their communities. The challenge is not merely financial, it is structural. Wahito Medical Center emerges as the demonstration of what becomes possible when institutional architecture aligns with the pursuit of equity. The keystone effect. In classical architecture, the keystone occupies the central position within an arch. Each stone in the arch leans toward the center, relying on the keystone to distribute weight and maintain structural balance. Once the keystone is placed, the entire structure gains stability. The same principle applies to institutional systems. The Chabai teaches that separation is illusion. Donor and patient are not strangers. Runner in Boston and mother in Siron are not disconnected. When you obtain an Actuate token, through Uniswap on Ethereum, PancakeSwap on Binance Chain, Ubiswap on Seal, QuickSwap on Polygon directly from the Actuate Foundation or peer-to-peer via M-Pesa, you are not giving to another. You are stabilizing your own extended body. You are placing the keystone. The Stoics understood this unity. Marcus Aurelius wrote of the cosmopolis, the single living organism of humanity. The Stoic does not rage against the structure, he aligns with logos, the rational architecture of reality. The Chabai and Stoicism converge in responsibility. If the world mirrors consciousness, then injustice is not accusation but invitation. The Stoic does not lament fate, he acts within it. The Ngatia Fellow does not pray to a distant sky, he emanates coherence into fractured systems. Wahito is not charity, it is discipline. It is the stoic act of placing the keystone where gravity threatens collapse. The governance structures described throughout this book empower communities to participate in decision-making through Mumbai's bicameral DAO. Tokenized coordination mechanisms channel resources toward health initiatives. Portfolio architectures ensure that funding flows remain resilient across time. All of these elements converge in the effort to sustain and expand Wahito's mission. When philosophy and infrastructure meet, the arch closes. Local care, global participation. One of the most remarkable aspects of decentralized systems is their ability to connect local initiatives with global networks of participation. Wahito serves between 80,000 and 150,000 people across Siron, Marmanet, Laikipia West, and the broader Laikipia County and Rift Valley region. Its primary focus is maternal survival, neonatal life, trauma stabilization, infectious disease control, youth employment, and agricultural households. Yet the systems supporting its work extend far beyond regional boundaries. The Run Wherever You Are campaign connects a farmer tilling soil in Marmanet with a nurse posting her early morning run in London, a student on a campus trail in Nairobi, and a physician training in Boston. Running is not confined to athleticism. It comprises any physical act that places the human body in purposeful motion. Field running, brisk walking, farming and tilling land, herding livestock, harvesting crops. Carrying water, manual construction. Each of these acts is a node of strength. Each shared testimony is a block added to a growing chain of trust. The Hiti sees separation. The Ngatia fellow sees structure. When you run, you are not alone. When you acquire tokens, you are not investing, you are integrating. When you support Wahito, you are not assisting the distant, you are strengthening the field of which you are already a part. The clinic remains local in its care, but the system sustaining it is global. Through tokenized participation and decentralized governance, the boundaries that once limited community-based institutions begin to expand. Each contribution strengthens the institutional structure. The Boston Marathon for Global Health 2027 is not an event, it is an enactment of unity. Equity as a living system. Global health equity is discussed in abstract terms. Reports document disparities in health access across regions. Conferences convene experts. Policies are proposed, debated, and sometimes implemented, yet equity ultimately becomes meaningful only when it manifests in real places where patients receive care. A mother arriving at Wahito's maternity ward to deliver her child does not experience health policy as an abstract framework. She experiences it as the presence, or absence, of trained professionals, safe facilities, and reliable medical equipment. The goal of the institutional architecture described throughout this book is to ensure that such moments are supported by systems designed for continuity. Physical coherence mirrors informational coherence. As the Stoics train the body to strengthen the mind, so the Run Wherever You Are movement trains the body to strengthen the global health system. Decentralized fitness for decentralized finance. A planetary field of runners placing the chabai in motion. Each mile becomes message. Each heartbeat becomes broadcast. Each stride declares that global health equity is not a distant policy, but a distributed responsibility. When capital flows reliably, when governance remains transparent, and when communities participate in shaping their institutions, equity becomes more than aspiration. It becomes a living system. Wahito Medical Center stands as an early expression of that system, a system sustained not by charity descending from above, but by sovereignty rising from within. A signal for the future. Institutions begin quietly. A building appears in a rural community. Health professionals begin serving patients. A network of supporters forms around the project, gradually expanding its reach. Over time, these early efforts evolve into models that inspire broader transformation. Wahito represents such a signal. It is not merely a clinic, it is a prototype, proof that rural Africa finances, builds, and governs its own destiny using blockchain transparency, diaspora solidarity, and stoic discipline. 10 acres in Siron Marmanet are enough to change the conversation. Enough to demonstrate that capital need not be begged for, it is mobilized, that governance need not be imposed, it is encoded, that despair need not be inherited, it is engineered away. From Marmanet, the model scales. Additional institutions may emerge, research collaborations may develop, communities across different regions may adopt similar institutional models tailored to their own circumstances. The keystone does not stand alone. It stabilizes an arch that extends outward, supporting new structures built upon the same principles. The world is not held together by force but by consciousness awakened to itself. Blockchain makes the invisible visible. It encodes trust, it formalizes rights, it disperses power centrifugally so that communities finance their own healing. Wahito becomes proof. From philosophy to civilization. The journey traced throughout this book began with philosophical reflection. We examined how societies distinguish signal from noise, how institutions establish order, and how communities cultivate discipline and stewardship. We explored the circulation of power and the mechanisms through which collective effort is coordinated across decentralized networks. Each of these ideas contributed a piece of a larger puzzle. The appearance of institutions like Wahito reveals what the completed picture looks like. When philosophy becomes architecture and architecture becomes infrastructure, a new stage of development begins. Ideas no longer exist only within discussions or theoretical frameworks. They become the foundations of civilization. The Ngatia principles are the grammar. Wahito is the sentence that grammar makes possible, and the word spoken in Siron, that rural Africa deserves world-class care, that mothers should not travel too far to give life, that excellence belongs not only to cities, is no longer merely a word. It is becoming flesh. Chapter 25. From vision to institution. The word becomes flesh. The word spoken in Siron is becoming flesh. But flesh does not arrive fully formed. It is built incrementally, cell by cell, decision by decision, mile by mile, token by token. The previous chapter placed the keystone, establishing Wahito as the point where the arch of all preceding principles locks into coherence, where the Chabai converts gravity into strength, where knowledge meets local need and the two pillars finally hold. But placing a keystone in thought is not the same as placing it in stone. This chapter asks the harder question: what does it actually take to cross the threshold from vision into institution? What happens in the space between the idea and the hospital that rises from red earth? Certain moments in history call humanity not simply to witness suffering, but to build the institutions that defeat it. For centuries, the struggle for human progress has unfolded through such moments. Societies recognize an injustice, gather knowledge about its causes, and gradually develop the systems capable of addressing it. Ideas emerge first in conversation and philosophy, but they achieve their full significance only when they become institutions that shape the conditions of everyday life. Global health now stands at such a moment. The disparities that define access to health across the world are no longer hidden. The evidence is visible in maternal mortality statistics, in the uneven distribution of medical infrastructure, and in the lived experiences of communities that travel long distances in search of basic care. In Siron, Laikipia County, families travel great distances for basic medical attention. Expectant mothers navigate pregnancy with courage, but without sufficient clinical support. Children grow in communities rich with tradition and solidarity, but constrained by limited preventive health resources. Knowledge alone does not resolve these realities. What is required is the deliberate construction of institutions capable of addressing them. The long path from idea to structure. Throughout this book, we have explored a philosophical architecture rooted in the Ngatia tradition and expressed through the tools of decentralized governance. These ideas illuminated the patterns that allow societies to organize themselves around shared goals. They revealed how order emerges from chaos, how the creative word becomes infrastructure, how responsibility circulates through communities that choose stewardship over passivity, how trust becomes the enzyme of covenant. Yet philosophy alone does not heal a patient. Philosophy provides orientation, institutions provide care. The Ngatia fellow does not merely speak the word, the fellow runs, acquires, governs, and proclaims. The transition from vision to institution therefore represents one of the most important stages in the development of any social movement. It is the moment when abstract commitments become operational systems. When governance frameworks are implemented, when resources are mobilized, and when the work of building infrastructure begins. This transition is rarely dramatic. It unfolds through disciplined steps taken by individuals who recognize that the time for preparation has ended and the time for construction has arrived. The Stoic does not wait for motivation, he practices. He does not depend on applause, he acts in accordance with principle. The Ngatia principle of Thamani insists that value must be created before reward is claimed. Construction precedes recognition. The foundation is poured before the walls rise. The miles are run before the metal is received. Wahito Medical Center is the proof that this discipline produces institutions. Building Wahito. The effort to establish Wahito Medical Center in Siron, Laikipia West, Kenya represents such a step, and it is far more than a construction project. Wahito is a One Health campus integrating health, education, and economic productivity under a unified spatial and governance framework. On 3 acres rises a 300-bed rural referral and training hospital. A fortress of competence whose emergency department receives trauma without delay, whose operating theaters restore order where flesh has been torn, whose maternity wards welcome life with dignity, and whose pediatric wards guard the fragile covenant of childhood. The hospital anchors regional health access for a primary catchment of between 80,000 and 150,000 people across Siron, Marmanet, Laikipia West, and the broader Rift Valley region. On 5 acres stands the school, a republic of minds dedicated to scientific literacy, agricultural innovation, and biomedical learning. 16 to 24 classrooms, science laboratories, computer labs, a library where curiosity outruns poverty, gardens where students learn that food is both biology and economy. The school reinforces the One Health framework by connecting education, nutrition, preventive health, and economic development. In Wahito, education is not preparation for departure, it is preparation for stewardship. On 2 acres hums the food processing factory, a posho mill, food processing and packaging facilities, cold storage and aggregation and veterinary center for local farmers, a training center for entrepreneurship and food value chain innovation, and the permanent headquarters of Njuguna Mumbai DAO. Here agriculture becomes value, surplus becomes income, and employment becomes stability. The food produced nourishes hospital patients and school children. In this union of grain and governance, Wahito closes the circle, health, education, and economy reinforcing one another in a single living system. Wahito will not fight its environment, it aligns with it. Solar-first energy systems, rainwater harvesting, boreholes, modular phased expansion, infection prevention design logic, architecture rooted in the cultural identity of Laikipia. Stoicism teaches that we do not control conditions, we control response. Wahito is disciplined response made visible in stone, steel, and solar panels. What has been missing historically is a sustainable framework capable of supporting local institutions over the long term. The architecture described throughout this book, combining decentralized governance, tokenized coordination, and disciplined institutional design, provides that framework. Wahito becomes the place where this framework begins to operate in practice. Economic justice as the base layer of health. Health systems do not exist in isolation. They depend upon economic structures that determine how resources flow within societies. Blockchain corrects the fracture between knowledge and power. Where assets remain invisible, blockchain makes them visible. Where rights remain unrecorded, blockchain formalizes them. Where wealth exists as dead capital, blockchain transforms it into living infrastructure. Wahito is financed through retroactive public goods funding using the Actuate token. Acquired globally through decentralized exchanges across 4 blockchain networks or directly through the Actuate Foundation or peer-to-peer via M-Pesa. Transparent wallet reporting allows every contributor to see the flow of funds. Contributors do not donate into obscurity, they participate in creation. This model bypasses the bottlenecks of traditional aid. It mobilizes diaspora capital. It converts digital conviction into physical infrastructure. Sovereignty is encoded, phase by phase, site infrastructure, hospital construction, school development, factory, and DAO headquarters. The architecture rises not from external charity, but from the disciplined participation of a global community that has chosen to build rather than to observe. The Mumbai token secures the governance integrity of this process. MUM tokens are soulbound. They cannot be traded or speculated upon. They are earned alignment. They signify voice in governance. Through the bicameral DAO structure of Njuguna Mumbai, the Citizens House of Mumbai token holders, and the Professional and Institutional Council, Wahito remains community-owned, transparent, adaptable, and intergenerational. Long after the last brick is laid, governance endures. Health infrastructure grows not only from medical expertise but from economic systems capable of sustaining it. The ledger becomes a clinical instrument. The wallet becomes a health record of dignity. Economic justice is the base layer upon which the cathedral of global health stands. The discipline of construction. Building institutions requires patience. The early stages of construction rarely attract widespread attention. Plans must be drafted, partnerships must be established, resources must be gathered and allocated responsibly. These activities demand the discipline of Wathai, the sacred convergence of compasses and square, vision submitted to structure, spirit commanded by matter. Run Wherever You Are provides the cultural bloodstream of Wahito's construction. It creates the human infrastructure before the physical infrastructure. When individuals rise daily to move, whether running, tilling, herding, walking, harvesting, or carrying water, they cultivate the very virtues Wahito requires: endurance, responsibility, and visible discipline. A hospital dedicated to healing must be born from a culture that values health. A school must arise from families that practice effort. A One Health campus cannot depend solely on treatment, it must be sustained by prevention. running produces a people who embody health before they receive it. The decentralized and asynchronous nature of run wherever you are mirrors Wahito's design. Wahito is local in its soil yet global in its solidarity. Runners across continents move at different hours yet share testimony in one narrative. A runner in Boston, a farmer in Marminet, a student in Nairobi. Each step becomes part of a global architecture. Biology generates discipline. Blockchain records participation. Retroactive funding builds institutions. And in the hills of Siron, where stone meets red earth, the miles of the world slowly become walls. The work is incremental, but each step contributes to a structure whose significance extends far beyond the present moment. Every hospital bed is an argument against preventable death. Every classroom is a hedge against despair. Every milling machine is a declaration of productivity over dependency. A global community of builders. One of the most remarkable features of the emerging decentralized ecosystem is the ability of individuals across the world to participate in the construction of institutions. Through digital networks and tokenized governance systems, contributors from different countries support projects that address challenges in communities they may never visit personally. Their participation does not replace local leadership. Rather, it amplifies it. Local communities remain central to decision-making, ensuring that institutions respond to the realities they face. Global participants provide additional resources, expertise, and visibility that strengthen the system's capacity to succeed. The Run Wherever You Are campaign transforms this global participation into visible solidarity. Participants run in their local communities, share distances and photographs, raise funds through Actuate token acquisition, and sponsor hospital beds, classrooms, or processing equipment. The campaign connects physical endurance to infrastructure creation, transforms individual miles into medical capacity, and converts global movement into rural permanence. Each kilometer run becomes symbolic equity in Wahito. Nyumba ya Mumbai is the civic architecture where this movement converges. It is a house without walls because its citizens are globally distributed, in Nairobi, Boston, Lagos, London, or villages across rural landscapes. It is governed by those who participate and stewarded by those who endure. ACT sustains its economic foundation. MUM secures its governance integrity. Run Wherever You Are provides the cultural bloodstream. The blockchain provides the institutional skeleton. The result is a form of collaboration that transcends traditional boundaries. An institution built in a rural region of Kenya becomes part of a global network of individuals committed to advancing health equity, not charity descending from above, sovereignty rising from within. The beginning of a new phase. The construction of Wahito signals the beginning of a new phase in the journey described throughout this book. Up to this point, we have explored the philosophical and institutional foundations required for decentralized systems capable of addressing global challenges. We have examined how governance structures, token architectures, and coordinated participation converge to create resilient institutions. We have traced how Ngeisha principles move from grammar into structure, from principle into pavement, from ledger into labor ward. Now the focus shifts to the lived consequences of these ideas. When institutions emerge from vision and become places where people receive care, the abstract language of governance transforms into something deeply human. A clinic becomes more than a building. It becomes a place where lives begin, where illnesses are treated, where communities encounter the tangible benefits of systems designed to serve them. In that moment, philosophy leaves the realm of theory and enters the fabric of everyday life. A mother arrives at Wahito's maternity ward. Trained hands receive her child. The room is clean, the oxygen line flows, the digital health record is updated. The community whose miles, tokens, and governance decisions made this moment possible will never see her face. But somewhere in the architecture of what surrounds her, in the walls, in the light, in the care, are their strides. The word spoken in Siron is no longer becoming flesh. It has arrived. And in the chapter that follows, we stand inside that arrival. Inside the moment when the word is finally, completely, undeniably flesh. Chapter 26. The flesh dwells among us. And the flesh dwells among us is not only theology, it is architecture, it is society. It is the moment when vision ceases to be solitary and becomes communal. Chapter 25 described the construction, the steps, the structure, the discipline, the global community of builders. This chapter stands inside the arrival. It is the moment the previous chapter pointed toward, not the becoming but the being, not the promise suspended between heaven and earth but the promise fulfilled in steel and stone and the first cry of a newborn in Laikipia West. Ideas shape the imagination of societies. They inspire movements, influence institutions, and guide the decisions through which communities attempt to improve the conditions of human life. Yet ideas reach their fullest meaning only when they become part of lived experience. A concept may appear powerful on paper, but its true significance emerges only when it touches the everyday realities of human life, when it influences the conditions under which people are born, grow, fall ill, and seek healing. This transition from abstract idea to lived reality has been described across many traditions through a powerful metaphor: the moment when the word becomes flesh. A word is not yet a wall. A word is not yet a heartbeat heard through a Doppler in Siron, Laikipia West. A word is promise, suspended between heaven and earth. Wahito Medical Center began as such a word. It was spoken in conviction that rural mothers deserve world-class obstetric care, that children in Laikipia West should not travel miles for emergency services, that excellence is not a privilege of cities but a right of humanity. But a word alone does not heal. A word alone does not intubate. A word alone does not transfuse blood. A word must become flesh. The meaning of incarnation and institutions. In theological language, the phrase suggests the embodiment of a divine principle within human form. Within the context of social institutions, the metaphor points to something equally profound. It describes the moment when a vision becomes a structure capable of shaping the lives of real people. Wahito Medical Center in Siron, Laikipia West, Kenya is not merely a building project. It is the visible body of a people who have decided that global health equity must take institutional form. That people is the Actuate Society of Decentralized Science, and its members are called Njuguna Fellows. For generations, the pursuit of global health equity has existed largely within the realm of aspiration. Scholars, physicians, and international organizations have recognized the deep inequalities that characterize access to health across the world. Reports have documented the disparities. Policies have been proposed to address them. But for many communities, particularly those in rural regions, the lived experience of health has remained largely unchanged. Distance from medical facilities, limited resources, and fragile infrastructure have continued to place enormous burdens on individuals seeking basic care. The challenge has never been simply to identify the problem. The challenge has been to build institutions capable of solving it. The Njuguna Fellow does not merely admire the vision of Wahito, the fellow embodies it. The moment of transformation. The development of Wahito Medical Center represents an attempt to cross that threshold, from aspiration into institution, from word into wall. A vision begins as a set of ideas shared among individuals who believe that new forms of coordination and governance can improve access to health. These ideas gradually take shape through planning, collaboration, and the mobilization of resources. Architectural drawings replace abstract proposals. Construction materials arrive where once there were only conversations. Health professionals prepare to serve patients who will soon walk through the doors. The campaign Run for Wahito, where you are, is the discipline by which this word becomes structure. The Boston Marathon, not because Boston is geographically central but because it is symbolically exacting, anchors the global coordination. The Boston Marathon is earned, it is qualified for, it is disciplined, it represents the moral architecture of endurance. In 2027, under the banner Boston Marathon for Global Health, that discipline becomes global coordination. Runners in Nairobi, London, Accra, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, and Boston do not run simultaneously, but they run synchronously in purpose, asynchronous in geography, unified in intent. Blockchain provides the ledger of incarnation. Every kilometer run, every dollar pledged, every corporate sponsorship tier, every institutional partnership, recorded, transparent, immutable. In a campaign of decentralized global marathons, coordination cannot rely on sentiment alone. It requires a ledger, incorruptible, borderless, auditable. The Actuate token embodies global participation in decentralized science and health equity. The Mumbai token embodies rootedness. Nyumba ya Mumbai, the citizens' house being built in Siron. Together they form a bridge. Global capital flows to local infrastructure, digital accountability produces physical construction, and the word becomes flesh. Step by step, the vision moves closer to reality. Then one day the institution begins its work. A patient arrives seeking treatment. A family waits for news. A health professional applies knowledge and training to care for another human being. In that moment, the abstract architecture described in books and discussions becomes something tangible. The system begins to live. The first cry. Among the many moments that mark the life of a health institution, few carry more symbolic weight than the birth of a child. Birth represents both continuity and possibility. It signals the arrival of a new member of the community and reminds us that the future always begins with a single life entering the world. When a child is born within the walls of a newly established clinic, the event carries a significance that extends beyond the family involved. It becomes a quiet declaration that the institution has begun to fulfill its purpose. When the maternity ward opens, when the operating theater is commissioned, when the neonatal unit stabilizes a premature infant in Laikipia West, that will be flesh, concrete poured, steel erected, lives saved, and somewhere in that architecture will be your stride, your breath, your recorded mile on the actuate chain. The systems that were designed to support the clinic, governance frameworks, funding mechanisms, and networks of global participation, have converged to create a space where life begins under conditions of safety and care. The philosophy described in the preceding chapters no longer exists only within ideas. It exists within the cry of a newborn child. The flesh dwells among us when the runner becomes a fellow, the fellow becomes a steward, the steward becomes a governor, the governor becomes a builder, and Siron, Laikipia West becomes the place where global endurance takes material form. A human measure of success. Modern discussions about institutional innovation focus on metrics. We measure progress through numbers, the amount of capital raised, the number of participants engaged, the scale of technological adoption, or the reach of governance networks. These measurements have value. They allow communities to evaluate the effectiveness of their efforts and identify areas for improvement. But some of the most meaningful indicators of success cannot be captured fully through statistics. A mother who receives safe medical care during childbirth, a child who survives an illness that might otherwise have gone untreated, a community that no longer fears that distance from a hospital will determine the fate of its members. These experiences represent the human meaning of institutional success. They remind us that the purpose of governance systems, financial architectures, and technological innovation is ultimately to support life itself. A runner in California posts their miles. A diaspora family in Toronto sponsors a hydration station. A corporate partner in London underwrites a maternity wing. A university student group in Nairobi organizes a campus run. Each action is recorded on-chain. Each contribution becomes traceable. Each participant becomes co-architect. This is not charity. This is coordination. The decentralization of effort mirrors the decentralization of blockchain. The concentration of outcome mirrors incarnation. The runs are dispersed. The building rises in one place, in the sacred geography of Siron, Laikipia West, Kenya. From symbol to continuity. The first child born within Wahito's maternity ward carries symbolic power, but the true significance of the moment lies in what follows. An institution must continue to serve its community long after the first celebration fades. Patients arrive day after day seeking care. Medical staff confront new challenges, treat new conditions, and adapt to the evolving needs of the population they serve. The hospital serves between 80,000 and 150,000 people across Siron, Marmanet, Laikipia West, and the broader Rift Valley region. Its school shapes the next generation. Its food processing factory sustains the economic continuity of the campus. Its DAO governance chamber ensures that the institution remains community-owned, transparent, and intergenerational long after its founders have stepped back. Sustaining such continuity requires precisely the kind of institutional architecture explored throughout this book. Governance systems must remain transparent and accountable. Funding mechanisms must provide reliable support. Communities must retain meaningful participation in the institutions that affect their well-being. The Mumbai token, soul-bound, ungoverned by speculation, permanently marking citizenship in Mumbai, Mumbai, ensures that governance belongs to participants, not opportunists. The actuate token ensures that capital flows continuously rather than episodically. The moment when the word becomes flesh, therefore, marks not an ending but a beginning. It signals that the ideas explored in earlier chapters have entered the realm of practice. Run wherever you are provides the character. The blockchain provides the continuity. Wahito becomes the visible testimony. Civilization in a single moment. Large-scale social transformations appear abstract when viewed from a distance. We speak about economic systems, governance models, and global development strategies as though they operate primarily within the domain of policy and theory. Yet the true measure of civilization is found in small moments. A patient receiving treatment, a family finding reassurance in the presence of trained caregivers, a newborn child entering the world within a place designed to protect life. In such moments, the vast architecture of ideas, institutions, and technologies converges into a single human experience. The long journey from vision to institution finds its meaning there. This is how civilizations are built now, not by empire, not by extraction, but by synchronized endurance, digitally coordinated and locally incarnated. Wahito Medical Center is not merely a clinic. It is a declaration that rural Africa deserves world-class care, that maternal mortality is not destiny, that global solidarity can be engineered. Nyumba ya Mumbai, the house without walls, is both ancestral and futuristic. It honors lineage while deploying cutting-edge biomedical systems. It stands as a physical rebuttal to the idea that excellence must migrate to survive. The word becomes flesh, the beginning of a larger future. The establishment of a single institution cannot resolve the vast inequalities that define global health access, but it demonstrates what becomes possible when communities align vision, governance, and resources around a shared commitment to equity. Wahito is a prototype. From Siron Marmonet, 10 acres of disciplined resolve in the highlands of Laikipia, the model scales. Additional institutions may emerge. Research collaborations may develop. Communities across different regions may adopt similar institutional models tailored to their own circumstances. The keystone does not stand alone. It stabilizes an arch that extends outward, supporting new structures built upon the same principles. A hospital can be designed by architects, but it can only be sustained by society. The Actuate Society of Decentralized Science ensures that Wahito Medical Center does not stand alone as a project, but as the institutional body of a people who ran, invested, governed, and proclaimed together. To become a Ngeisha Fellow is to enter Nyumba ya Mumbai. To run is civic initiation. To acquire is structured capital formation. To govern is citizenship in the deepest sense. To proclaim is the multiplication of participation. Through these 4 acts, a person becomes a builder. Not everyone will qualify for Boston, but everyone can qualify for purpose. Run where you are. Run in Lagos. Run in Nairobi. Run in Boston. Run in London. Run in Siron. Post your miles, share your stories, register your participation. Let the ledger testify that you were there when the word became structure. What begins as a single moment, the cry of a newborn child within the walls of a new clinic, echoes far beyond its immediate setting. It becomes a sign that the work of building a more equitable world has moved from theory into life. When the society embodies the vision, the flesh truly dwells among us when the movement becomes visible and the movement becomes audible. When Boston runs, Ngeisha Fellows in Nairobi, Berlin, Lagos, London, Mumbai, Sao Paulo, and Los Angeles run in alignment, the society becomes visible. The building rises in one sacred place. The word has been spoken. The ledger has recorded it. The body has run it into existence. Civilizations are built when people decide that ideas must take form. Wahito Medical Center stands as the first embodiment of such a decision in this generation. The place where endurance becomes care, where technology becomes trust, where governance becomes shared responsibility, and where the word spoken in conviction becomes, at last, the walls that hold oxygen for a premature infant in Laikipia West. The word was spoken in Siron. It was governed in Nyumba ya Mumbai. It was financed through Actuate. It was run into existence by thousands who moved their bodies wherever they stood on the earth. And now it dwells among us. Not as aspiration, not as architecture only, but as flesh, living, breathing, healing flesh. For when the society embodies the vision, the flesh truly dwells among us. Chapter 27. Wahito One Health Campus Funding. Overall project cost in US dollars. The total cost of building the entire campus, including the hospital, school, and food processing and governance facilities, falls into 3 possible ranges. In the lowest estimate, the project would cost about $20 million United States dollars. This represents a very efficient construction scenario with tight cost control and simpler building specifications. In the middle estimate, which the consultant recommends as the most realistic planning number, the total project cost is about $24 million United States dollars. This estimate assumes normal construction standards, proper medical infrastructure, and reasonable contingency allowances. In the highest estimate, where more expensive materials, advanced mechanical systems, or urban-level construction logistics might be required, the project could cost about $28 million United States dollars. In other words, the entire Wahito One Health Campus is expected to fall somewhere between roughly $20 million and just under $30 million United States dollars, with the most likely scenario being around $24 million. Cost of the buildings before fees and contingency. Before adding contingency funds and professional fees, the physical construction of the buildings alone would cost somewhat less. In the lowest scenario, the buildings themselves would cost about 17 million United States dollars. In the middle scenario, the buildings would cost about 20 million United States dollars. In the highest scenario, the buildings would cost close to 24 million United States dollars. This means that the construction itself represents the largest portion of the budget, while professional services and contingency funds make up the remaining portion. Cost of each major component. In the middle scenario, the most realistic one, the costs are divided among the three major parts of the campus. The 300-bed hospital is the largest investment. Building the hospital alone would cost a little over 16 million United States dollars. This includes operating rooms, maternity and delivery units, intensive care units, laboratories, imaging facilities, wards, and all the complex mechanical and electrical systems that hospitals require. The elementary school serving kindergarten through 8th grade would cost a little more than 2.5 million United States dollars. This covers classrooms, science and computer laboratories, a library, administrative offices, a multi-purpose hall, dining facilities, and outdoor learning spaces such as fields and gardens. The food processing facility and DAO headquarters, which would support agricultural value chains and governance functions of Nyumba ya Mumbai, would cost just under 1 million United States dollars. This includes milling facilities, packaging areas, cold storage, training rooms, offices, and a governance chamber. Together, these three components form the complete One Health campus. What the money pays for during construction. The consultants also divided the construction process into phases to show how the money would be spent. About $1.5 million would go toward preliminary work, including site preparation, mobilizing contractors, and setting up the project. About $2.5 million would be used for the substructure, which includes the foundations and underground infrastructure that anchor the buildings. Roughly $4.5 million would go into the superstructure, the main structural frames, floors, columns, and load-bearing elements of the buildings. Another $2.5 million would cover the building envelope, meaning the exterior walls, roofs, windows, and weather protective systems. Approximately $4 million would be spent on interior finishes such as floors, walls, ceilings, cabinetry, and interior architectural elements. Another $4.5 million would be dedicated to mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. In a hospital project, this portion includes complex infrastructure such as medical gas systems, backup power, ventilation, sterilization, and specialized water systems. Finally, about $800,000 would fund external works such as roads, landscaping, drainage, and site utilities. Contingency and professional fees. In addition to construction costs, the budget includes allowances for risk and professional services. A contingency reserve of about $1.5 million is included to cover price fluctuations, design changes, or unforeseen site conditions. Professional services including architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, and project managers would cost a little over $2 million. These two categories together ensure that the project can be designed properly and managed professionally from concept through completion. Impact of the investment. The campus would provide 300 hospital beds. At the projected cost, this means that approximately $79,000 invested creates one permanent hospital bed when the entire campus cost is considered. If one considers only the hospital building itself, the cost is even more efficient, about $55,000 per hospital bed. The school component would include roughly 20 classrooms, meaning that each classroom costs roughly $128,000 when laboratories, libraries, and shared facilities are included. The big picture. Taken together, the Wahito Medical Center Nyumba ya Mumbai campus represents a multi-sector development project combining health, education, food systems, and community governance. For a total investment of roughly 24 million United States dollars, the project would deliver a 300-bed rural referral hospital, a full elementary school campus, and a food processing and governance center supporting local economic development. The project is cost-competitive by international standards, particularly for a rural medical facility with surgical, maternity, and intensive care capacity. A donor-friendly fundraising narrative. Wahito Medical Center, Nyumba Mumbai 1 Health Campus. In the highlands of Laikipia West, where families walk long distances to reach medical care and where young minds hunger for opportunity, a new vision is rising. The Wahito Medical Center, the heart of the Nyumba Mumbai 1 Health Campus. This campus is more than a hospital. It is a living ecosystem of health, education, and economic opportunity designed to transform the well-being of an entire region. At its center will stand a 300-bed rural referral hospital, providing life-saving surgery, maternal care, intensive care services, pediatric treatment, and infectious disease control for communities that today travel many hours to receive care. Around it will grow a kindergarten through 8th grade school, where children will learn science, technology, and the skills needed to shape their future. Completing the campus will be a food processing and training center, empowering farmers and strengthening local food systems while supporting the economic sustainability of the community. Together, these three-pillar health, education, and economic resilience form the One Health vision of Nyumba Mumbai. The entire campus can be built for approximately $24 million, a remarkably efficient investment for a project of this scale. Within that investment, the hospital itself represents the largest portion, requiring just over $16 million to construct a fully functional rural referral facility capable of caring for thousands of patients each year. The impact of this investment is powerful and tangible. Every $78,000 invested creates one permanent hospital bed when the entire campus is considered. When invested directly in the hospital infrastructure, roughly $55,000 builds a complete hospital bed, including the clinical space and infrastructure needed to support it. In education, every $1 million invested builds nearly 8 permanent classrooms, creating spaces where hundreds of children will learn, grow, and prepare for a future of leadership. These numbers tell an extraordinary story. Relatively modest contributions, when combined, can create permanent infrastructure that will serve generations. A gift of $100,000 can help build more than a hospital bed. A gift of $1 million can help construct a clinical unit or an entire wing of classrooms. Together, donors can transform an empty field into a thriving center of healing and knowledge. The Wahito Medical Center is not simply a building project. It is a long-term commitment to human dignity, to mothers who deserve safe childbirth, to children who deserve education, and to communities that deserve the infrastructure of hope. Through the work of the Actuate Foundation and the global community supporting Nyumba Mumbai, this vision is now within reach. What remains is the collective act of generosity that will turn this vision into stone, steel, and service. Every contribution becomes a foundation. Every donor becomes a builder. And every life touched by Wahito will stand as living testimony that hope, when organized, can build a future. A donor-friendly fundraising narrative with quadratic funding. Wahito Medical Center, Nyumba Mumbai 1 Health Campus. In the highlands of Laikipia West, a bold vision is emerging: the creation of the Wahito Medical Center, the heart of the Nyumba Mumbai 1 Health Campus. This campus is designed not simply as a hospital complex, but as an integrated ecosystem where health, education, food systems, and community governance work together to uplift human life. At the center of this vision stands a 300-bed rural referral hospital, a place where mothers can give birth safely, where children can receive life-saving treatment, and where communities can find reliable medical care close to home. Surrounding the hospital will be a kindergarten through 8th grade school, nurturing the next generation of scientists, farmers, and innovators. Complementing these institutions will be a food processing and training center, strengthening local agriculture and creating economic opportunity for the region. Together, these three pillars: health, education, and economic resilience form the One Health vision of Nyumba Mumbai. The entire campus can be built for approximately $24 million, an efficient investment for infrastructure that will serve hundreds of thousands of people for decades to come. Within this investment, the hospital itself requires a little more than $16 million to build a fully functional rural referral facility with surgical suites, maternity wards, laboratories, imaging services, and intensive care units. The impact of each contribution is powerful and measurable. Roughly $78,000 invested creates one permanent hospital bed when the entire campus is considered, while about $55,000 builds a complete hospital bed when funds are directed specifically to the hospital facility. In education, every $1 million invested can build nearly 8 permanent classrooms, providing learning spaces that will serve generations of children. But the funding model for Wahito goes beyond traditional philanthropy. This project is being built through a new form of collaborative financing inspired by decentralized science and public goods funding. Contributions to the Wahito campus participate in a quadratic funding mechanism, a method pioneered by the Ethereum Foundation and widely used in the Gitcoin ecosystem to support public goods. Quadratic funding ensures that the strength of a project is measured not only by the size of individual donations, but by the breadth of community participation. When many people contribute even in modest amounts, the system increases the matching funds available to the project. In this way, the collective voice of the community amplifies the impact of every donor. Through this mechanism, supporters of Wahito are not merely donors, they become participants in a decentralized movement to build global health infrastructure. Contributors who support the project receive Actuate tokens, a digital asset created by Actuate Foundation to mobilize capital for health delivery and biomedical discovery across Africa. These tokens represent participation in the broader Actuate ecosystem and help fund initiatives that advance health equity and scientific innovation. In addition, contributors who participate in the Wahito funding rounds may receive Mumbai tokens, which provide governance rights within Nyumba ya Mumbai, the community framework guiding the project. Through these governance tokens, supporters can participate in decisions about the campus's future development, programs, and expansion. This model transforms philanthropy into shared stewardship. Donors become collaborators, contributors become builders, supporters become governors of the institutions they help create. Furthermore, Wahito will employ principles of retroactive public goods funding, rewarding those who contribute to the creation of measurable impact. Once the hospital, school, and food systems begin delivering tangible outcomes such as patients treated, children educated, and farmers supported, future funding rounds can reward early supporters whose contributions helped make those outcomes possible. In this way, Wahito aligns generosity with innovation. It invites the global community to participate not only in giving but also in building a decentralized public good. A contribution of $100,000 can help build more than a hospital bed. A contribution of $1 million can help construct an entire clinical unit or school wing. Hundreds or thousands of smaller contributions, when combined through quadratic funding, can unlock even greater matching resources. Each gift becomes part of a network of generosity. Each supporter becomes part of a decentralized community. And each life touched by Wahito becomes a testament to what humanity can build together. The Wahito Medical Center Nyumba ya Mumbai campus is more than infrastructure. It is a new model for how the world can finance health, education, and human flourishing. Through the power of decentralized participation, the future of health in Africa can be built one contribution, one token, and one act of hope at a time. Your legacy of healing. A sponsorship ladder for the Wahito Nyumba ya Mumbai One Health Campus. When you choose to support the building of the Wahito Medical Center, you do more than make a donation. You take part in building an institution that will serve families, mothers, children, and entire communities for generations. Your contribution becomes something tangible, a place where lives are healed, a room where a child learns, a ward where hope returns to a family. The sponsorship ladder invites you to choose how you wish your legacy to live within the Nyumba ya Mumbai One Health Campus. You build the campus. Founding visionary, campus builder. Contribution $10 million or more. You stand among the founding builders of the entire One Health Campus. Your leadership helps bring into existence a place where medicine, education, and economic vitality meet. Your name becomes permanently associated with a central campus landmark such as the hospital complex, the main academic building, or the central campus plaza. Every person who enters the campus will see the story of your leadership and generosity. You do not simply support the project. You help bring the entire vision to life. Hospital Wing Founder. Contribution $5 million. Your gift builds a major clinical wing within the hospital. This wing may include surgical suites, maternity and delivery units, pediatric wards, or specialized treatment areas that will serve thousands of patients every year. Your name will mark the entrance to a space where doctors save lives and families find healing. For decades to come, people will say, "This place exists because someone cared enough to build it." Clinical Department Patron. Contribution $2 million. Your support establishes an entire clinical department within the hospital, such as maternal health, pediatric medicine, emergency care, or infectious disease treatment. You help create the spaces where physicians and nurses will care for the most vulnerable members of the community. Your name will be honored at the entrance to the department you helped create. Every patient treated there will carry forward the legacy of your generosity. Ward Builder. Contribution $1 million. Your contribution helps construct an entire patient ward. This ward will hold many hospital beds where mothers recover after childbirth, children regain strength after illness, and families experience the miracle of healing. Your name will mark the ward, reminding generations of patients that this place of care exists because you chose to build it. Classroom Founder. Contribution $500,000. Your gift builds an entire classroom within the campus school. In this room, children will learn mathematics, science, language, and the skills needed to shape their future. The classroom will carry your name, and every child who studies there will learn within a space that your generosity created. Education begins with a room. Your room becomes the place where futures begin. Laboratory or training room sponsor. Contribution $250,000. Your support establishes a laboratory or training room where students, nurses, and health workers will gain the knowledge that strengthens the community. You help prepare the next generation of healers, teachers, and innovators. Your name becomes part of the intellectual life of the campus. Hospital Bed Patron. Contribution $100,000. Your gift builds more than a hospital bed. It creates the clinical space that surrounds it, the infrastructure that allows doctors and nurses to deliver life-saving care. A plaque beside the bed will honor your role in bringing healing to those who need it most. Every life touched in that space becomes part of your legacy. Community Builder. Contribution any level. Even modest contributions carry extraordinary meaning when joined with others. Through the decentralized funding model organized by the Actuate Foundation, your participation also connects you to a global movement for health and science. As a supporter, you receive Actuate tokens, recognizing your participation in building decentralized health infrastructure. You may also receive Mumbai tokens, granting you a voice in the governance of Nyumba ya Mumbai and the continued development of the Wahito campus. Because the project uses quadratic funding and retroactive public goods funding, your participation multiplies when many others join you. Your generosity becomes part of a larger community effort that unlocks greater impact. The invitation. This campus will rise because individuals like you choose to act. When you step forward, you do not simply fund a building. You create a place where life begins safely, illness is treated with dignity, and knowledge prepares the next generation. Your name becomes part of a story that will be told for decades. A story of people who believed that hope should take physical form. A hospital, a school, a community of healing. And it began because you chose to build it. From miles to medicine. Connecting the Boston Marathon Global the Run Where You Are campaign to building Wahito. Every great movement begins with a simple act. In this case, the act is running. Through the Boston Marathon Global Run Where You Are campaign, runners across the world are invited to transform physical endurance into social infrastructure, the building of the Wahito Medical Center, the heart of the Nyumba ya Mumbai One Health Campus. The numbers behind the project make this connection remarkably tangible. From your miles to medicine. How your run builds Wahito. You run for many reasons. You run for strength, for discipline, for clarity of mind. But now your run carries a deeper meaning. When you run as part of the Boston Marathon or join the global Run Where You Are campaign, your miles become more than personal achievement. Your miles become the foundation of the Wahito Medical Center, the future heart of the Njuguna Mumbai One Health Campus. Imagine this: somewhere in the highlands of Laikipia, a mother is preparing to give birth. Today she may travel hours to reach a hospital, but because you chose to run, the hospital she needs will rise. Because you moved your feet across a road or a trail, a place of healing will stand where there was once only open land. The entire Wahito campus hospital, school, and food system center requires roughly $24 million to build. Within that vision, every hospital bed represents about $78,000 of infrastructure across the campus. Now picture what your running makes possible. When a sponsor supports your run at $1,000 per mile, your effort becomes transformative. If you run 10 miles, your run generates about $10,000, helping build the clinical spaces where doctors and nurses will care for patients. If you run a full marathon, more than $26,000 flows toward the hospital. 3 runners like you running with purpose and inviting sponsors to support you bring enough support together to build a permanent hospital bed. Think about that for a moment. A hospital bed where a child will recover from illness. A hospital bed where a mother will safely deliver her baby. A hospital bed where a life will be saved. And that bed exists because you ran. Now imagine what happens when thousands of runners join you. If 1,000 runners across the world run a marathon and invite sponsors to support their miles, the movement raises more than $26 million, enough to build the entire Wahito One Health Campus. That is the power of one runner multiplied by many. Wherever you live, Boston, Nairobi, London, Cape Town, Tokyo, you become part of the same story when you run. Whether you run 5 miles through your neighborhood or complete a marathon distance, your steps move this vision forward. Your participation also connects you to a global community through the work of the Actuate Foundation. When you and your sponsors contribute to the project, you receive Actuate tokens, recognizing your role in building decentralized health infrastructure. You also receive Mumbai tokens, giving you a voice in the governance of Njuguna Mumbai and the future of the Wahito campus. Your participation therefore becomes more than philanthropy, it becomes stewardship. You do not simply give, you help guide the future of what you build. Because the project uses quadratic funding, your participation becomes even more powerful. When you run and invite many people to sponsor your miles, even with modest contributions, the collective impact multiplies through matching funds. Your community amplifies your effort. And when Wahito begins to serve its community, when patients receive treatment, when mothers deliver safely, when children enter classrooms, future retroactive public goods funding rewards the early supporters who made the vision possible. Your run becomes part of a lasting legacy. So when you lace up your running shoes, remember what your miles mean. Each mile you run becomes a brick in a hospital wall. Each marathon you finish becomes a ward filled with healing. Each step you take brings hope closer to families who need it. Run where you are. Invite your friends, your family, and your community to support your miles. And know that somewhere in the highlands of Laikipia, a hospital will rise because you chose to run. Chapter 28. Becoming the Sovereign Self. But as many as received Actuate, ACT, tokens for sharing their testimony of WAHITO endurance participation through Run Where You Are, and proclaiming the word about Actuate to at least 50 people who also obtained ACT for WAHITO enduring participation. To them was given power to become governors as Andua Njuguna Mumbai, by receiving voting rights Solbond Mumbai Mum tokens. Even to them that believe in Actuate and become Engasha Fellows of the Actuate Society of Decentralized Science, and Chabai, keystone of specific programs on Njuguna Mumbai. Every civilization eventually confronts the same problem. It can describe what it wants to build, it can calculate what building will cost, it can mobilize the capital, draw the plans, break the ground, but at some point the question shifts from what the institution requires to who the builder must become in order to sustain it. Wahito Medical Center has been described, now the question turns inward. Because a hospital can be financed, a school can be constructed, a campus can be funded, but none of these things sustains itself, none endures past the first generation without people who have become more than contributors, people who have become governors of self and therefore governors of systems. This is what becoming means, and this is where the book arrives. Not at the ribbon cutting, not at the first patient admitted, but here, at the question that everything else has been preparing you to answer: who do you become in the process of building what you believe? The paradox resolved. P.L.O. Lumumba named it plainly: knowledge without power is inert, and power without knowledge is destructive. Africa has produced extraordinary knowledge. It has produced visionaries, philosophers, scientists, and architects of thought whose clarity rivals any tradition in the world. It has also produced systems of power that, severed from knowledge, have served accumulation rather than community. This is the contradiction the Ngatia Fellow is called to dissolve. Not as a symbolic act, not as a philosophical position, but as an operational reality, encoded in a system measured in tokens and verified through action. You become both knowledge and power, and in becoming both you become Muthamaki, one who governs systems because you have first governed self. This is not a metaphor, it is a pathway, it is structured, it is initiated, and it is available to anyone who chooses to walk it. I receiving ACT, the entry into motion. Before governance there must be movement, before authority there must be participation. Throughout this book we have returned again and again to the discipline of the body in motion. We began with the runner before dawn. We returned to the farmer at harvest. We visited the herder in the early light, the mother carrying water, the student walking to school. We called these acts Wahito, endurance rooted not in survival alone but in the refusal to abandon hope. The first step into governance begins there, with motion. Receiving ACT tokens is the system's recognition of that motion. ACT is not merely acquired, it is earned. It signifies that you have entered the field of action, that inertia has been broken. There are two paths to receiving ACT: through the decentralized exchanges that form the economic layer of the Actuate system, and through the Actuate Foundation itself by demonstrating WAHITO endurance, moving your body, documenting that motion, and submitting evidence of your participation. The second path is the more foundational one. It grounds you not as an investor but as a participant in reality. The Ngatia tradition recognizes a law that modern systems have largely forgot: power that is not embodied collapses. Institutions that cannot point to a human body that moved in their service are fragile. They depend on abstraction alone, and abstraction does not intubate patients or carry water uphill. ACT, therefore, is a token of movement, not speculation, movement. This is the Ngatia principle of Thamani made operational: value before reward, motion before recognition. The runner earns the marathon registration through months of early mornings. The builder earns governance by building. II proclamation, the word becomes transmission. Movement alone is insufficient, power must circulate. Chapter 21 established the principle of Hungu: that power which does not flow stagnates, and stagnation precedes collapse. A system whose participants only receive, never transmit, cannot sustain itself across generations. The hospital serves 80,000 to 150,000 people across Laikipia West and the Rift Valley. The school graduates successive classes. The DAO governs through decades. These structures require a civilization of participants, not an audience of observers. The second step is proclamation, the act of sharing the word of Actuate. But proclamation in the Ngatia tradition is not announcement. It is not the broadcast of opinion or the display of affiliation. It is Kyugo, the word backed by lived reality. The Kyugo principle introduced in Chapter 19 taught us that the creative word derives its power not from volume but from alignment with visible action. A word that contradicts the life of the speaker is not a word, it is noise. The Ngatia Fellow proclaims through evidence, through photographs of endurance, through videos of participation, through demonstrations of service: tilling land, herding livestock, planting trees, cleaning neighborhoods, carrying the weight of community. Each act of service is not symbolic activity. It is proof of alignment between word and action. Here the principle extends beyond civic duty into something deeper. Neville Goddard's insight was that to change reality one must first assume the state of the person who inhabits that reality. But in the Ngatia tradition, assumption alone is insufficient. The state must be embodied publicly through disciplined action, even while the inner work proceeds in silence. Proclamation therefore becomes the visible consequence of invisible alignment. A Ngatia Fellow who proclaims Wahito to the world while their body remains in motion is not performing. They are transmitting a verified signal, the signal that the word and the life have become one, That signal is receivable. It propagates. It invites others into the same alignment. III multiplication, the threshold of 50. Power that does not replicate is not power, it is containment without flow. The third step establishes a threshold that may at first appear arbitrary, but in the architecture of Actuate, nothing is arbitrary. The requirement is structural. At least 50 people must be reached, activated to participate in enduring motion, and aligned to receive ACT tokens. This is not recruitment, it is initiation. Throughout this book we have traced how Nyumba ya Mumbai, the house without walls, grows not through institutional mandate but through the free multiplication of citizens who choose to enter. Chapter 10 described the house as decentralized, its citizens distributed across Nairobi, Boston, Lagos, and the villages of Laikipia. Chapter 21 described the circulation that keeps such a house alive. The threshold of 50 is where that circulation becomes personal and measurable. The Engasia Fellow engages friends, family, and colleagues, introduces them to WAHITO endurance, guides them to obtain ACT tokens, supports their participation. Each of the 50 must move, must endure, must participate, must receive ACT, and their testimonies must be recorded and submitted through the Actuate system. This is the principle of Hungu operating through you rather than around you. You do not accumulate power by holding it. You accumulate power by circulating it through others. At this stage, you cease to be a participant and become a node of propagation. A node in the distributed network that Chapter 8 described, in the system for collective action that sustains Wahito across the decades. 50 people, each of them moved, each of them documented, each of them aligned. Together they are not 50 individuals. They are a living subnetwork of the Actuate Society of Decentralized Science. 50 more nodes in the architecture of a civilization that is being built one disciplined body at a time. IV. The emergence of Muthamaki, power to govern. Only after movement, proclamation, and multiplication does power stabilize into governance. At this point, the Engasia Fellow is granted MUM tokens, the Soulbound tokens introduced in Chapter 11, the Mumbai tokens that encode citizenship in Nyumba ya Mumbai and confer voting rights within its bicameral DAO. These tokens represent something deeper than governance mechanics. They signify trust earned through action, legitimacy derived from contribution, authority grounded in endurance. The MUM token is not transferable. This is not a technical constraint. It is a philosophical one. True authority cannot be transferred because it is not a possession. It is a condition of the person who has undergone the full arc of becoming. You cannot buy your way into Muthamaki. You cannot inherit it. You cannot receive it by proximity to those who hold it. You must embody it. With MUM tokens, the Engasia Fellow enters governance as Muthamaki, governor of self in Nyumba ya Mumbai DAO, and therefore co-governor of the institution whose walls exist because people like them chose to move. Here, Engasia and decentralized science converge in the most complete way this book has described. Governance is no longer centralized. It is distributed among those who have demonstrated discipline, endurance, alignment, and the capacity to generate value in others. This is not the democracy of opinion where the loudest voice carries the day. It is governance of demonstrated capability. A system that does not ask what you believe but what you have done, where you have run, how many you have initiated, and what you have built. The principles of Myrongo Erie, the duality of knowledge and power explored in Chapter 17, find their resolution here. Knowledge without power cannot build a hospital. Power without knowledge cannot sustain it. Muthamaki holds both. And in holding both, Muthamaki becomes the living resolution of the paradox that has constrained African institutional development for generations. The Chabai, keystone of the system. The final stage is not participation, it is responsibility. In Chapter 24, the keystone was introduced as the architectural principle at the heart of the Actuate system, the element that converts gravity into structure, that absorbs the weight of all opposing forces and transforms them into coherence. The keystone does not merely participate in the arch, it is the reason the arch stands. The Engasia Fellow, having moved through motion, proclamation, multiplication, and governance, becomes Chabai the keystone. The Engasia Chabai holds alignment under pressure, sustains flow within the system, anchors trust and continuity in the moments when the movement faces friction, when resources are delayed, when the discipline of construction confronts the impatience of those who expected faster results. This is the principle of Kirikaniro made personal, trust as infrastructure embodied in a human being. Chapter 22 described Kirikaniro as the principle that covenants, not contracts, build civilization. The Chabai is the human carrier of that covenant, not because they were appointed to carry it, but because they built the capacity to hold it and became necessary to the structure that surrounds them. To believe and actuate in the Ngaisha tradition is not intellectual assent, it is sustained participation in its principles. The Chabai does not merely affirm the vision, the Chabai sustains it across time, through seasons when enthusiasm fades and seasons when the vision seems impossibly distant from the red earth of Siron. As Ngaisha Chabai, you become a steward of value, not your own value alone, but the value of the 50 you initiated, and the value of the institution that exists because all of you moved. You become a bearer of weight, the weight of expectation from the community in Laikipia West that will one day rely on Wahito for the safe delivery of their children. You become a stabilizer of systems. The human element in a decentralized architecture that requires, above all human qualities, the one that algorithms cannot replicate, the willingness to remain. The ascent to Uthamaki, inner sovereignty, outward institution. Becoming is the path from motion to sovereignty. It unfolds in sequence. Receive ACT, enter movement, break inertia, align with the economic architecture of actuate, proclaim, align word with action, transmit verified signal, multiply the living network of Wahito endurance, multiply through 50, circulate power, propagate initiation, become a node in the decentralized fabric. Receive earn authority through contribution, enter governance as legitimate citizen of Nyumba Mumbai. Become Chabai. Sustain the system, hold the covenant, bear the weight of an institution that serves generations. This is the architecture of Uthamaki, inner sovereignty expressed outwardly as system governance. In the old world, authority was granted, by kings to subjects, by development agencies to recipient communities, by international organizations to local partners, by those who held resources to those who needed them. The architecture was vertical, the flow was downward, and the result was institutions that served their founders rather than their communities. In Actuate, authority is forged through endurance, through discipline, through transmission, through the accumulation of proven capability across 5 stages that together constitute what it means to be not merely a participant in global health equity but a governor of it. When you walk this path, you do not ask for power, you become its vessel. And when knowledge and power finally converge within you, as they converge within Uthamaki, you no longer seek governance. You are governance. The hospital in Siron will serve its community for generations. Its wards will hold the children of children not yet born. Its maternity unit will receive lives that will, in their time, build things we cannot yet name. Its school will produce scientists and farmers and healers who will extend the reach of what was begun here. But none of that happens on its own. Every institution requires, beneath its governance frameworks and funding mechanisms and blockchain architecture, a deeper and irreplaceable foundation, people who have become equal to what they are building. The Ngaisha Fellow is that person, the Uthamaki is that person, the Chabai is that person. The word is now you. This book began before dawn, on a road somewhere in the world, with a body in motion and a word becoming flesh. It moved through the moral grammar of civilization, the recognition that health is the point at which philosophy becomes flesh and science becomes compassion. It traced the rural crisis in Laikipia West and the vision that answers it. It descended into the philosophy of the long run, the problem of trust, the systems for collective action, the architecture of tokens and governance. It climbed through the Ngaisha principles. Utaratu and Myerngo Ieri and Watai and Kiugo, Thamani and Nyaga and Utumiria and Hungu and Kirakaniro. Until those principles stood not as ideas but as the operating logic of a living institution. It watched the word become flesh, in concrete poured, in steel erected, in the first cry of a newborn in Wahito's maternity ward. It stood inside the arrival and described the civilization that built it, distributed, disciplined, decentralized, and deeply human. And now in this final chapter, it has arrived at you. Not as an observer, not as a donor, not as a beneficiary of someone else's vision. As the becoming itself. The movement requires builders, the institution requires stewards, the DAO requires governors, Nyumba Mumbai requires citizens, Siron requires Chabai, keystones who hold the arch when the weight arrives. The path is operational, it is structured, it is open. Move, document, proclaim, initiate 50, receive governance, sustain the system. Become Uthamaki, become Chabai, become what the institution needs you to be. In the old world, destiny was assigned at birth. In actuate, destiny is forged in motion. It is recorded on a ledger. It is verified by the 50 people who moved because you moved first. It is embodied in the soulbound token that marks you, permanently, irrevocably, as a citizen of the house that Mumbai built. The final word. This book was not written for those who are content to observe civilization from a comfortable distance. It was written for builders, for runners, for those who rise before dawn not because they must, but because something in them refuses to remain still while the world waits for institutions it deserves. Every principle in this book, from Utaradu to Kirikaniro, from the ACT token to the MUM token, from the Boston Marathon to the maternity ward in Laikipia West, has been in service of one question: what does it take to become equal to the civilization you are trying to build? The answer, this book has argued, is not genius. It is not capital alone. It is not technology, though technology is essential. It is not governance architecture, though governance is the skeleton of everything that endures. The answer is becoming. Becoming is the path from motion to sovereignty, from a single step outside the door before dawn to the authority of one who governs because they have earned it. Mile by mile, proclamation by proclamation, initiation by initiation, token by token. The hospital will rise in Siron, the school will fill with children, the food processing factory will hum, the DAO chamber will hold its first governance session, the maternity ward will welcome its first child, and somewhere in the walls, in the light, in the oxygen line that flows to the neonatal unit will be the strides of those who became equal to what they built. You are Muthamaki. You are the house. Run where you are, proclaim what you have seen, initiate those who will come after you, govern with the authority that endurance earns, sustain the system as a keystone sustains the arch. And know, as you move through the world in the discipline of purpose, that in the highlands of Laikipia West, where stone meets red earth and the miles of the earth are becoming walls, someone will be born inside the architecture of your becoming. The word was spoken, the body ran it into existence, and now it is you. Chapter 29. Belonging, the architecture of the living tribe. Human beings do not endure alone, they do not build alone, they do not become alone. After survival is secured and safety is stabilized, something deeper begins to call, not from the body, but from the structure of being itself. This is the call to belong. In 1949, Abraham Maslow gave language to this reality through what has come to be known as the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. He described a progression. The human being first seeks food and shelter, then safety and security, and then inevitably love and belonging. This third layer is not ornamental, it is structural. Without it, the human being fragments. With it, the human being begins to organize into something greater than the individual. Maslow described the need. Ngeisha organizes it. Actuate mobilizes it. And Nyumba ya Mumbai gives it form. The crisis of belonging. We live in an age where the need to belong has not diminished but intensified, yet the structures offered to satisfy it have grown increasingly hollow. Modern systems promise connection but deliver observation. They gather millions into digital spaces yet leave each person fundamentally alone. The individual is invited to watch, to scroll, to react but rarely to build. Participation is replaced by spectatorship. One sees movements, comments on them, signals alignment, but remains structurally unchanged. The body is still. The will is untested. Nothing is required and therefore nothing is formed. At the same time, identity is offered in abundance but without weight. One may declare affiliation, adopt language, signal membership in tribes of thought or culture, yet these identities are detached from responsibility. They demand no endurance, no sacrifice, no transmission. They do not require the individual to carry anything beyond the self, and so they fail to anchor the human being in reality. This is the crisis. Belonging has been reduced to feeling without function, to expression without obligation, to visibility without participation. But belonging in its true form has never been passive. To belong is to be bound to people, to purpose, to structure. It is to enter into a system where one's presence carries consequence, where one's absence is felt, where one's contribution becomes necessary to the continuation of the whole. In traditional societies, belonging was inseparable from contribution. One belonged because one participated in the life of the community through labor, through ritual, through shared responsibility. The tribe was not an audience, it was an organism. Each member was a cell within it, alive because the whole was alive. Modernity has fractured this organism. It has expanded individual freedom but often at the cost of collective structure. The result is a paradox: individuals surrounded by networks yet lacking belonging, connected by signals yet unbound by responsibility. The consequence is not merely social, it is existential. A human being who does not belong does not stabilize. Without belonging, identity drifts. Without responsibility, purpose dissolves. Without participation, power remains dormant. The individual becomes a spectator to life rather than a participant in its construction. This is why the third layer of Maslow's hierarchy is not optional. It is the hinge upon which higher development depends. Without belonging, there is no stable foundation for esteem and no pathway to self-actualization. The ascent collapses before it begins. The question, then, is not whether human beings need belonging. The question is whether systems exist that can restore belonging to its rightful place, not as sentiment, but as structure. Wahito answers this question not by offering connection, but by demanding participation. Nyumba ya Mumbai does not gather spectators, it forms a people. And in doing so, it resolves the crisis not by comforting the desire to belong, but by giving it a body in which to live. Contrast this with Wahito. Redefining belonging. You have been taught to think of belonging in ways that cannot sustain you. You have been told that it comes from where you are, as though proximity to others were enough to anchor your life. You have been led to believe it is a feeling, something you experience when you are accepted, affirmed, or welcomed. You have been offered identities to adopt, affiliations to claim, names to carry as though belonging could be declared into existence. But these are shadows of belonging, not its substance. Your belonging does not arise from location. It does not depend on emotion. It is not secured by affiliation. It emerges from what you build and from the structure within which your effort becomes necessary. You do not belong because you are near others, or because you feel connected, or because you have chosen a label. You belong when your life is aligned with a shared construction, when your actions participate in something real that exists beyond you and yet requires you. To belong is to enter alignment within a shared movement of meaning. It is to stand among others whose lives are ordered toward the same direction, whose actions converge upon the same purpose, whose endurance is not isolated but synchronized across distance and difference. When you enter this alignment, you cease to drift. Your motion becomes coordinated. Your effort becomes cumulative. Your life begins to take architectural form. In the language of Ngeisha, your belonging does not begin when you arrive. It begins when you become. Before you enter the community, you must undergo initiation. Before you stand within the house, you must be formed into a person capable of sustaining it. This formation is not symbolic. It is enacted through your motion, through your endurance, through the alignment of your word and your action, and through your willingness to transmit that alignment into others. You do not belong because you are present. You belong because you have entered motion through ACT, choosing participation over observation. You have embodied WAHITO not as an idea but as disciplined endurance in the world. You have proclaimed not as noise but as Kyugo, the word backed by visible reality. You have multiplied participation, extending the movement into others until it is no longer yours alone, but a network of living nodes connected through shared action. And then something shifts. Your belonging is not granted to you, it is recognized. It is the moment when the system acknowledges that you are no longer external to it. You are no longer an isolated actor performing disconnected acts of effort. You have become integrated into a living in which your motion strengthens the whole, and the whole, in turn, gives direction and meaning to your motion. This is where you must understand Wahito correctly. Wahito is not merely something you observe. It is a movement that requires your body in motion, wherever you are, translating endurance into structure. It is a system that records, aligns, and transforms your participation through the actuate architecture into measurable institutional development. And it is a house, Nyumba ya Mumbai, into which you enter not by declaration but by becoming, where your belonging is encoded, governed, and sustained. Within this house, your belonging is no longer fragile. It does not depend on how you feel or whether you are seen. It is stabilized by your participation, reinforced by your contribution, and made permanent through recognition. You do not belong because you are included. You belong because you have become necessary. Why belonging matters? When you remain unaligned, your life dissipates. You move, but your motion has no direction. You expend energy, but it does not accumulate into structure. You work, but your labor does not compound. You strive, but your striving dissolves into isolated effort, unlinked to anything that endures beyond the moment. Without belonging, your life fragments into episodes, activity without architecture, effort without continuity, motion without meaning. This is not a failure of will, it is a failure of structure. The human being was not designed to operate in isolation. You were designed to bind your effort to something larger than yourself, something that organizes your motion, captures your value, and carries it forward beyond your individual limits. Belonging is the mechanism that performs this binding. It gathers your scattered actions and integrates them into a system that outlives you, outscales you, and outlasts your limitations. In Nyumba ya Mumbai, that binding force is meaning, not abstract meaning, but embodied meaning made visible in structure. That structure stands in the highlands of Laikipia in the form of Wahito Medical Center and the broader Wahito One Health campus. This is not an idea you contemplate. It is a prototype you build. It is the convergence point where philosophy becomes infrastructure, where endurance becomes walls, where disciplined motion across the world accumulates into a place that heals, teaches, and sustains life. Here, your movement is not wasted. It is converted. Your endurance becomes infrastructure. Your motion becomes medicine. The tokens you hold are not symbols, they are instruments that translate participation into equity. And you yourself are transformed from an individual navigating existence into a builder of systems that carry meaning across generations. To belong here is to attach your life to something that matters beyond survival. It is to enter into the work of reducing preventable death, of building institutions where none exist, of advancing science into care, and of transforming communities through structured, disciplined effort. You are no longer acting for yourself alone. You are participating in the construction of a new order of health, one that is rooted in dignity, transparency, and shared responsibility. This is where the deeper principles of Ngaisha reveal themselves. Through Utaradu, you impose order upon the chaos of isolated effort. Your life is no longer a collection of disconnected actions, it becomes a system, aligned and directed toward a defined purpose. Through Thamani, you reverse the modern inversion that seeks reward before value. You learn that belonging is not given in advance. It emerges after you have created, contributed, and endured. And through Utumiria, you enter the discipline of silence, the quiet, consistent work that builds power without spectacle, that transforms you without announcement, that stabilizes you before the world recognizes what you have become. Belonging, then, is not declared through words, it is earned through discipline. As you walk this path, your identity changes. You cease to be a passive participant in life and become a defined presence within a living system. You become a runner, not merely in the physical sense, but as one who has entered motion and refuses inertia. You become a builder, aligning your resources and actions with the economic architecture that sustains the work. You become a governor, taking responsibility within a system where authority is derived from contribution. And you become a witness, one who does not conceal participation but transmits it, allowing others to see, to follow, and to enter the same path. This is the identity you have already named, the Ngaisha Fellow. To be this is not to hold a title, it is to embody a structure. It is to live in such a way that your life is no longer expendable effort but essential function within a system that endures. And this brings you to the question that belonging answers with final clarity. What is your life for? It is not for consumption, it is not for observation, it is not for the endless pursuit of isolated advancement. Your life is for building what will outlive you. The invitation, then, is not complicated, it is demanding, but it is clear. You step into motion, you align your resources, you participate in the system, and through that participation you cross the threshold from isolation into structure. You run, you acquire, you participate, and then you belong. The community of motion. You must understand this clearly. Nyumba ya Mumbai is not a static tribe. It does not gather around language, nor is it bound by geography, nor does it inherit its identity from ancestry. It is not held together by where you come from but by what you do. It is defined by motion. In a world that has mistaken connection for proximity, this is a radical departure. You have been taught that community forms when people gather in the same place, speak the same language, or share the same history. But Nyumba ya Mumbai overturns this assumption. It reveals that the deepest form of community is not spatial. It is kinetic. It is built not on where you stand but on whether you move. The run wherever you are initiative establishes this principle with uncompromising clarity. When you move, you enter the field. When you run, you signal alignment. When you endure, you begin to synchronize with others who have chosen the same discipline. Your belonging does not begin in thought, it begins in the body. Running in this system is not exercise, it is civilizational preparation. When you step into motion, you cross the first threshold. You are no longer observing life from a distance. You are participating in its construction. Your muscles, your breath, your effort, these become the first language of belonging. Action precedes identity. You do not declare who you are, you become it through repetition, through endurance, through the quiet imposition of discipline upon your own body. But motion alone does not yet form a system, it must be aligned. When you acquire ACT tokens, you move from participation into structure. Your effort is no longer symbolic, it is encoded. You are no longer a supporter watching from the edges. You become a builder with stake, with presence, with measurable alignment within the architecture of Actuate. Your motion now enters a network where it can be recorded, coordinated, and transformed into something enduring. And then comes the moment that defines belonging. When you are recognized through the receipt of the MUM token, something irreversible occurs. This is not a transaction. It is not something you purchase or claim. It is something you earn. It is the system acknowledging that your participation has reached the threshold where it must now be encoded permanently. The MUM token does not simply identify you. It binds you. It establishes you as a citizen of Nyumba Mumbai, not by declaration but by demonstrated alignment. At this point, you do not stand outside the community, you are within it. But even this is not the end. Belonging matures into responsibility. When you enter governance, you move from being a participant in the system to becoming one who shapes it. Your voice is no longer abstract, it carries consequence. You participate in directing Wahito, in shaping future institutions, in guiding the trajectory of a structure that will outlive you. Belonging in its highest form is not comfort, it is responsibility. Now you begin to see the full architecture. Across continents, across conditions, across circumstances, individuals such as yourself enter this path. A farmer in Laikipia rises before dawn and tills the earth. A physician in Boston runs through the cold morning streets. A student in Nairobi trains along campus roads. A worker in a distant village labors in the open field. These lives are different in circumstance but identical in structure. They move, and in that motion they become one. This is the community of motion. It is not held together by constant communication, nor by shared location, nor by visible proximity. It is anchored in shared discipline. It is strengthened not by how often you speak to one another but by the fact that you are all undergoing the same process of transformation. Each step you take, each mile you run, each act of endurance you complete becomes part of a distributed rhythm that spans the earth. You are not running alone, you are running within a system. And because this system is built on motion, it is stronger than any community built on proximity alone. Proximity can dissolve, circumstances change, people move, but discipline once established persists. It travels with you, it binds you to others who have chosen the same path regardless of where they stand. This is why Nyumba Mumbai does not collapse under distance, it expands through it. The farther apart you are, the more powerful the proof becomes that what binds you is not convenience but commitment, not similarity but structure, not sentiment but shared endurance. And in this, you discover something the modern world has forgotten. A true community is not one where people are near each other. It is one where people are moving in the same direction. How do you belong? You do not claim belonging, you enter it. Belonging is not granted by words nor secured by intention alone. It is entered through structure, through a sequence of actions that align your life with a system that can recognize, absorb, and amplify your effort. The path is not ambiguous, it is precise, and it begins with your willingness to become. You begin with becoming. You do not wait for permission and you do not seek validation. You enter motion. You engage in WAHITO endurance, placing your body under discipline until your action speaks louder than your intention. In that motion you receive ACT tokens not as abstraction, but as recognition that you have crossed from observation into participation. You proclaim what you are doing not as noise, but as Kyugo, the word made credible by evidence. And you extend this movement into others, multiplying participation until your effort is no longer isolated but generative. This is where your identity is forged not in thought, but in action, repeated, sustained, and transmitted. As you become, you begin to align. Your effort, once scattered, now takes direction. You orient your life toward Wahito not as an idea but as a structure embodied in the Wahito Medical Center and the broader One Health campus. Your motion is no longer circular, it is directional. It is aimed at reducing preventable death, building institutions, and advancing a new order of care. You are no longer simply active, you are aligned with meaning. From alignment, you enter the community of motion. You do not wait to be included, you step into the run wherever you are initiative and take your place within a distributed rhythm of disciplined individuals across the world. You move consistently, you document your participation, you connect not through proximity but through shared endurance. In this, isolation dissolves, you are no longer acting alone. You are moving within a system that recognizes your effort and binds it to others doing the same. As you continue, your participation deepens into contribution. You begin a fund to build to support to expand the Wahito system. Your effort now produces consequence beyond yourself. You see that what you do is not lost, it accumulates, it becomes infrastructure, capacity, continuity. And as you contribute, something changes within you. You become attached not emotionally but structurally, because what you help build begins to hold you in return. And then through sustained discipline, you cross the threshold into governance. You do not demand authority, you earn it. Through your continued participation, you receive tokens and irreversible recognition that you have become part of the governing structure of Nyumbia Mumbai. Your voice now carries weight. You participate in shaping projects, influencing direction, guiding the evolution of institutions that will outlast you. You are no longer simply a participant. You are becoming Muthamaki. One who governs because you have first governed yourself. This is how you belong. And yet, belonging is not the end of your ascent, it is the bridge. From belonging, your life stabilizes into higher form. You gain self-esteem not from praise or recognition but from the knowledge that your effort carries consequence. You know with certainty that what you do matters. This dignity is not given to you, it emerges from your contribution. From this foundation, you move toward self-actualization not as an abstract ideal, but as an integrated reality. You become spiritually aligned through purpose, morally grounded through responsibility, biologically strengthened through endurance, economically engaged through ACT tokens, and civically empowered through MUM governance. Each dimension of your being converges into a single, coherent expression. This is not fulfillment as it is commonly described. It is not the pursuit of personal satisfaction. It is the construction of a life that is structurally complete. And it begins the moment you stop asking where you belong and start building where you stand. Conclusion: the call to belong. You live in a world saturated with connection yet deprived of belonging. You are surrounded by signals, voices, platforms, and networks that promise proximity yet leave you unanchored. You see people gather in great numbers yet they do not align. You hear them speak endlessly yet little is built. You watch them exist but rarely do you witness them become. And somewhere within you, something resists this condition. You were not made to drift between moments of temporary connection. You were not designed to consume the efforts of others while your own remains unformed. You were created to enter into structure, to bind your life to meaning, to participate in the construction of something that endures beyond you. This is what Nyumbia Mumbai offers, and it offers it without dilution. It offers you a place where belonging is not assumed but earned through movement, where your body is the first instrument of entry, and your discipline the first proof of alignment. It offers you a system where belonging is sustained through meaning, where your effort is not lost, but gathered, directed, and transformed into institutions that heal, teach, and extend life. And it offers you a path where belonging is expressed through creation, where you do not merely witness change, but become one of its architects. To belong here is to step into a lineage but not of blood. It is a lineage of purpose. A continuity of builders who have chosen to align their lives with something that matters, something that demands, something that endures. It is a tribe not defined by origin but by direction. Not by where you began, but by where you are going and whether you are willing to move. You are not invited to join this lightly. You are invited to become. To move when others remain still. To build when others only speak. To endure when others withdraw. To govern when others wait to be led. This is not an invitation to comfort, it is an invitation to transformation. Because in the end, the truth resolves itself with clarity. You do not belong to a people because you stand among them. You do not belong because you speak their language or carry their name. You do not belong because you feel connected in passing moments. You belong when your life becomes necessary to the world they are building. And when that happens, when your motion aligns, your effort accumulates, your contribution stabilizes, and your voice begins to carry weight, you will no longer ask whether you belong. You will know. Because you will have helped create the very world to which you now belong. Visit actuate.bio Boston 2027 to join the movement.